Chapter 1251 Ambush 2 Boom. The second the marionette lord gave the order, 13 arrows rained down on Damien's position as if they'd been waiting there from the start. Damien was forced to teleport away, but when he came out of the spatial layers, the strength lord was already waiting for him. Bang! A powerful punch struck the forearms he just barely put up in time, throwing him back into the Venom Lord's range. Damien gritted his teeth, twisting his body impossibly to evade the three barely perceptible needles that almost dug into his skin. Their teamwork is too good. Damien was facing 3 as 1, and he wasn't even a divinity. It was already a miracle that he could remain relatively undamaged as the clash began. But that wasn't enough. Iris is facing 6. I shouldn't sit here and complain about 3. Boom. 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 3 ballista bolts came from 3 directions, trapping Damien in a box. As his perception spread, he saw the Venom and Strength Lords moving into position to strike him again when he dodged. I need to get rid of the archer first. The Bow Lord's strength, which had only just begun to show, was already extreme. He could shoot regular arrows in an instant, and the ballista bolts that took a few seconds to prepare were able to instantly kill the enemy. Moreover, his control was the reason Damien couldn't do anything. The Venom Lord's toxins are far worse than the other lords who use similar abilities. But since it's venom, it won't work unless it's injected. It was another ability that could control his movements, but unlike what he originally expected, the Venom Lord was probably the one they wanted to deal the final strikes. Alright. Let's start moving. No time passed as he thought. Now that he'd calmed himself and viewed the situation with a cool head, he was ready to start fighting. WHOSH, time resumed, and the roaring of winds caused by the ballista just barely inches away from him kept his attention as sharp as possible. Now, he had no choice but to teleport, but he was ready this time. Bang. Bang! The Strength Lord put forth 2 strikes with just as much power as before. His strength was controlled to the extent that they wouldn't cause extreme damage to the environment, but would give Damien as much damage as he wanted. Damien didn't back away. He tilted his body as he teleported and dodged the first strike and summoned his mana, pushing his own fist forward to connect with the one coming towards him. Boom! Damien's arm shattered on impact, but the force created by their clash pushed the Strength Lord back several steps as well. The offset force aided Damien, and using spatial mana to guide it, it shot him towards the Venom Lord, who was still standing in the distance. The Venom Lord grinned as if everything was going according to plan. He raised his arm in the air, secreting a stream of venom and directly compressing it into a weapon that could pierce him. Xiu, it blasted into the atmosphere and chased Damien's flight path. From the looks of it, he didn't have any time to evade or counterattack. However, that was exactly Damien's expectation. The Bow Lord was far separated from the rest. If he tried to directly target him, the other 2 would get in the way, and if he moved outside their expectations, the Bow Lord would force him back into the play they'd planned. He couldn't let that happen. His awareness allowed him a full view of the surroundings. The venom blade was just inches away and more than sharp enough to impale him. And the Strength Lord was approaching from behind, ready to exacerbate the wound it created. Damien grinned. Nice, that was the moment. Flash, his body teleported out of the mix and completely disappeared. Unlike before, not a single wisp of his aura remained in reality, completely removing him from their perception, until, a massive explosion rang out several kilometers away. Damien appeared directly behind the Bow Lord and struck out, finally using the combination of spacetime and elemental samsara, a force he titled rudimentary existence law, to attack him. The force of law was terrifying. It held the material existence rupturing of elemental samsara. Yet it also held the potential to strike the ethereal, using spacetime as a medium to move past the physical plane. RGH, the Bow Lord groaned in pain as he rapidly retreated, but Damien followed ceaselessly. He couldn't use weapons, since none of them could contain his current force, but his fists were enough, especially since he could use the Venom Lord's strategy of compressing his mana into physical constructs. Boom! 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 The Bow Lord was forced to dodge and roll through the area as the surrounding mountains were torn apart. He tried to raise his bow, but he was always met with attacks before he could strike their creator. Arrows streaked through the air. But they could only be used to offset the force that nobody expected a Supreme to control. The Bow Lord finally realized Damien's danger, the reason why the Marionette Lord brought them all together for this attack. After all, he understood why Iris needed to die. She was an extremely well-known powerhouse who would cause a myriad of problems once she returned to the battlefield. But why did 3 of them need to focus on this small character called Damien Void? Well, it suddenly became clear that Damien was not a small character at all. The Bow Lord changed his strategy. He was skilled at ranged combat. The current situation only presented him with disadvantages. You two, come here. He raised his bow, and instead of aiming them at Damien, he turned around and aimed his arrows at his allies who were rushing to his location. Shoo! They flew just as fast but didn't have nearly as much power. Understanding his intent, the Strength and Venom Lords grabbed the arrows flying to them and gripped hold. The Bow Lord suddenly pulled on the air, and as if they were connected to him by an ethereal string, the arrows returned to his grasp in a single instant, bringing their passengers with them. Of course, Damien saw him acting. He couldn't prevent those two from coming, but he wasn't going to let the Bow Lord act without consequences. He appeared behind the man and stuck his arm forward with his hand outstretched. A blade of aura formed around his fingers, swirling chaotically, and in the final moment, his hand impaled the Bow Lord's chest. 7 stars encircling the moon. It was a variation, but the effect was the same. The chaotic forces in his aura blade collided on command and caused a massive explosion that caused space itself to tremble. Damien teleported away. Narrowly avoiding the Strength Lord's incoming fist, he twirled his body once he reappeared, swiping his hand through the air and grabbing the invisible needles that almost stuck into his forehead. Clang! 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 As they fell to the ground below, he grinned. The Bow Lord definitely didn't die. But he had a gaping hole in his right chest, and his shoulder was definitely not where it was supposed to be. That should at least subdue him for now, but I won't get another opportunity like that for a while. His target became clear with that. There was no way the other 2 lords would let him easily approach the Bow Lord again, but that's fine. This is all according to plan. He didn't just rely on 7 stars encircling the moon, after all. He was well aware of the impact it would have. Instead, he used the opportunity it created to plant something in the Bow Lord's body. For now, he just needed to wait for it to bloom. His eyes were narrow and his mind was hyper-focused on survival. Until not even one of them remained, he couldn't lower his guard at all. Then, the Strength Lord is next. Chapter 1252 Ambush 3. I have at least a minute before the Bow Lord returns to the battle. A minute wasn't a lot of time, but he didn't need much. All he needed was to incapacitate or injure the Strength Lord, because as long as his influence decreased, Damien could fight without worry. That guy is at the top of the Inhuman Emperor's forces. His power is no joke. Damien already felt it multiple times. His bones would shatter upon contact, and nothing he did would change that. The Venom Lord didn't have much speed, but the Strength Lord was different. His physical body itself was a weapon. And anything related to it was powerful. In the short span of time Damien took to think, he'd already arrived in front of him, his leg wrapped back like a scorpion's tail ready to let off immense force. There was no time to form weapon constructs. Damien lifted his own leg, channeling rudimentary existence law through his skin, and met the approaching force head-on. The air exploded as atoms were ripped away from existence. Damien felt his leg shatter as expected, but the force was prevented from traveling through the rest of his body. He was already in the process of counterattacking. His fists went forward with force and precision, creating a flurry of unavoidable attacks that put immense pressure on the Strength Lord. Not bad. A worthy opponent. The Strength Lord laughed wildly and spread his arms, not evading at all as his eyes shone with excitement. Boom! 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 Damien's fists struck time after time on his exposed chest, but no matter how much rudimentary existence law he used, Damien couldn't cause any substantial damage besides some bruising. Without a choice, he fled once more, this time making thousands of kilometers of distance. I'm definitely putting myself at a disadvantage with a move like this, but I have no choice. That guy's skin is terrible. Damien shook his fist. His knuckles were bleeding just from punching the man, and he could feel his bones creaking as well. Unless I can get through that outer defense, I can't hope for anything. Damien frowned and teleported again. Returning to the battleground, he had to do some testing. Once again, he approached the Strength Lord without fear, flurrying punches and kicks with speed that barely anyone could replicate. Boom! 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 The air was pushed apart by their force, and though the Venom Lord tried to provide support with his needles, this air pressure didn't give them a chance to enter the battle's range. Damien was still wary of him, though, and had to avoid any imperceptible projectiles that managed to make it past the natural barrier as he engaged in this physical contest with the Strength Lord. The Strength Lord himself was grinning wildly. Unlike the rest, he didn't have any obligation to listen to the Marionette Lord's orders. He came because he sensed something fun about to occur, and he was absolutely right. To think a Supreme could last this long against his fists, it was definitely something he was enjoying, and he wanted to test the limits of this unexpected rival. Come, he roared, and Damien's arm instantly turned into a snake. There it is. He judged this man's personality easily. He was just like countless other muscleheads who fought with their bodies in this mana-ruled world. He craved battle above all else, and while this was usually a trait he admired, this time, it was his enemy exhibiting it, but that was beside the point. These kinds of bastards were the only people who liked to ramble in the heat of battle. Damien had been waiting for the moment the Strength Lord opened his mouth, to stick his fist right into it. You are truly AMGPH, let's see if the inside is strong too, Damien said with a grin. The Strength Lord's eyes widened, but it was too late. Rudimentary existence law tore through his mouth and traveled down his throat, wreaking havoc on his stomach and lungs. Kua. The Strength Lord vomited blood and rapidly struck his fist at Damien's shoulder, shattering the connection between it and the rest of his body. Damien's arm was already loose, and though he was in pain, the Strength Lord was relentless. Instead of retreating, he bit down on Damien's fist to the point of drawing blood and grabbed his arm, ripping it off entirely. Kachish. Damien held his yell and teleported away, watching as the Strength Lord spit out his arm. His eyes narrowed. He didn't mind his arm being torn off. It would regrow in the next second. His eyes were focused on the hand of that amputated limb. His teeth tore through the flesh and bones completely. He's coughing blood, but the attack wasn't as effective as Damien thought. Kid, you're good. The Strength Lord yelled through bloodied teeth, but do you think I wouldn't prepare for something like this? He appeared before Damien in a single instant, his chin only centimeters away from his face. With skin as hard as mine, it's obvious where people will aim. Bang! Damien had no choice but to take the kick. His right arm hadn't grown back enough to protect his head. After all, feeling his brain bounce around his skull like a pinball, he continued his retreat and stabilized himself just in time to see the enemy doing the exact same movement again. Anywhere you can attack from the outside, I've fortified more than you can imagine. Try my eyes next time. This time, Damien's arm was back, so his head didn't suffer the same trauma, but he was still extremely injured. Transcendent regeneration isn't all-powerful. If I keep losing the same limb over and over again, the regeneration speed will slow down. It was a microscopic difference, but he'd now reached a level where that microscopic difference held immense weight. If he really fortified everything, he's a true monster. The pain of fortifying the eyes and other similar organs is immeasurable. Damien had to find an entrance. I can try to keep going for his throat, but finding chances to strike him there is hard. His throat wasn't completely fortified, obviously, but if it could take rudimentary existence law with only enough damage to make him cough out pure blood without any organs mixed in, then it was clearly enhanced to an extreme level. Damien could definitely kill the Strength Lord through that, but he didn't have enough time or opportunity to do so. Bang! 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 He continued to evade and parry the Strength Lord's attacks, but he noticed that the pattern changed. Xiu. Shio. Xiu. He was now making space for the Venom Lord to fight too. Damien was forced to take the ranged forces back into consideration as he moved, which greatly restricted him. But if he's acting like this, I'm onto something. There had to be a weakness. No person was free of flaws, even Damien. If he could die, everyone else could die too. Damien's thoughts raced like comets through the night sky. Damage piled on top of damage, blowing apart his flesh and shattering his bones, but he never gave up, fighting with everything to buy himself time to find the answer. There has to be a place. He said he fortified everything, but that couldn't be true. Bang! 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 Damien endured strikes to his head, torso, and legs repeatedly. He felt like he was undergoing body reconstruction because of just how many times he'd been broken and put back together. His thoughts continued to race. There has to be a. Damien endured strikes to his head, torso, and legs repeatedly, but he suddenly noticed one place that had yet to be touched. There is a place. There were two places. In fact, two places that couldn't be fortified not just due to biology, but other, more intrinsic factors. Damien made sure not to direct his eyes there to avoid attracting suspicion, but if I attacked there, the Code of Men deemed such an action forbidden, but in this situation, the Code of Men meant nothing. Damien had found the Strength Lord's only weak points. He found the point of entry, but a minute also passed. The Strength Lord dug his foot into the ground and abruptly pushed backward. Without warning, a ballista bolt like no other exploded in Damien's face, tearing his skin and flesh into pieces. The Bao Lord was back, and he was extremely angry. Chapter 1253 Ambush. For AARGH, Damien couldn't hold back his roar. Divine energy rocked his entire body, tearing through his internal systems and forcing him into a state of semi-implosion. Xiu. Shio. XAU, 3 venomous needles cut through the storm of mana and plunged into his chest, infecting him with toxins for the first time in this battle. Naturally, the Ananta matrix acted fast, siphoning the divine energy out of his body and into its grasp, storing it to be expunged when he called for it. Damien reached up, and ignoring his pain, he ripped apart his chest where the needles struck before the toxins could spread, totally removing the infected area from his person. Transcendent regeneration rapidly went to work, but Damien wasn't planning to wait for it. The Baal Lord was enraged, and due to that rage, he'd provided Damien the perfect opportunity. In their battle thus far, he'd faced the skills of all 3 head-on. He knew what they were using, and he formed strategies to take them all down individually. The only thing he was missing was an opportunity. He couldn't create it himself with the way the situation was going before, but who would have thought the Baal Lord would give him the perfect opening? The skills that had been suppressed throughout the battle by the combination tactics of the 3, or the extremes they specialized in, were given a chance to shine. His eyes were rolled back in pain, as if he was a man with no irises. Red veins bulged on his scara, giving him the appearance of a mad demon. He planted his foot on the ground and pushed forward, space and time wrapped around him, pulling tight like a yo-yo being pulled back up its string. It wasn't teleportation, but a different type of instant movement that nobody was expecting. He shot past the Strength Lord, his hand touching the man's chest before he knew what was happening. Damien suddenly remembered a scene Tian Yang had shown him when he was still young. Boom, mana exploded forth, space and time collapsed, shattering the Strength Lord's stance and throwing him into the air. His trajectory aimed straight for the Baal Lord. Damien's steps didn't stop there. The Strength Lord was never his main target. In the same instant, he stepped forward once more and reached the Venom Lord. His arm shot out before the man could react and gripped his neck, pulling him into the air. Burn, WHOSH, void flames lit the air on fire. The Venom Lord's body combusted, and when he opened his mouth to scream out in pain, tons of flame intruded into his body and began burning through his glands and blood vessels. The Venom Lord needed to secrete venoms that couldn't be dispersed through the void physique. The second those systems were cut off and he was forced to use only mana-based substances. His value in this battle would disappear. Damien didn't need to do anything else to him. The void flame would burn eternally unless he found a way to expel them, so either the Venom Lord would be crippled or incapacitated for a considerable period. Instead of worrying about him, Damien stomped his foot into the ground once more and shot into the air. The Strength Lord's body that he'd thrown was perfectly positioned. The Baal Lord couldn't find a good angle to shoot from, and by the time he'd moved to create such an angle, Damien was already behind the Strength Lord and using him as a human shield. You said you fortified everything, right? He asked, his words icy to the point of sending shivers down the demigod's spine. Let's test that theory. Damien raised his knee with as much force as possible, loading it full of compressed rudimentary existence law, and he attacked the heavenly jewels, a place that should not be mentioned. The Strength Lord screamed out in ways he didn't think possible. A beam of light split his body from bottom to top, and Damien's mana traveled through the most degenerate pathways to reach the internals it couldn't reach before. Havoc once again appeared in the Strength Lord's body, and this time, it wasn't easily avoidable. Blood sprayed from his 7 orifices as well as some less than savory areas, creating a cloud of blood mist in the air that further obstructed the Baal Lord's vision. Damn it, the Baal Lord exclaimed, aiming his bow into the blood mist and spreading his awareness. He didn't expect Damien to make such an extreme move with just a single opening. It made him realize that if any of them were facing him alone, they'd have died 10 times over by now. None of them were dead, but the man whose appearance was so mangled that he looked like a walking corpse had brought them to a state where none of them could properly use their power. It was unbelievable. Especially if one remembered that he was a supreme. You're slower than before. The Baal Lord jumped back as the voice appeared from behind him and instantly shot a barrage of arrows in its direction. But Damien was already gone by the time they reached. Did you not realize it because of your rage? Or maybe the pain I gave you was too prominent for you to realize that it shouldn't have existed at all. The Baal Lord felt a hand on his head. An immense pressure crushed him into the ground. His body was tremoring as a feeling of hopelessness filled his mind. Did you think that was your own feeling? Damien's words were beyond confusing. If it wasn't his, then who? Have you checked the state of your soul recently? The Baal Lord's eyes widened. On instinct, he sent his senses inward and looked at the ethereal plane he never even considered due to the enemy's state of existence. And that's when he saw it. Half of his soul was eroded. It used to look like an archer constellation, valiant and proud, but that constellation was now without its legs or weapon, utterly humiliated. I've come to take back what I gave you. The first death, Damien planned it from the start. before anyone else, the Bow Lord had to die, and for that, he'd created a situation where the Bow Lord would never have the time, thought, or ability to check his soul for strangeness. The single greatest advantage he held as a lower existence on the ancient battlefield, the fact that nobody would ever believe he could interact with the soul plane, he abused that fact to create this very situation. So with his own power, he could devour. The Bow Lord's eyes rolled back in his head. His soul was directly stripped from his body and turned into Damien's power. As the soulless body was burned into nothingness by rudimentary existence law, Damien turned back to the other two. The Strength Lord looked relatively okay, besides the absolute hatred painting his face, while the Venom Lord was clawing at his own skin with a terrified expression on his face. Meanwhile, Damien himself didn't look much better. He tore away the infected area as best as possible, but without precise measurements, he wasn't able to get rid of it all. His chest was covered in blackish-purple veins of toxin that were making him feel burning pain to his very core. Moreover, that chest was still ripped apart and ruined, a mass of reddish muscle and flesh chunks without skin. He had several broken bones, and even his brain was affected by the Strength Lord's earlier kick. With this grotesque appearance, it wasn't surprising that others saw him as a walking corpse. Since transcendent regeneration was focused on keeping the toxins restrained in his torso, the non-fatal wounds on his body would remain exposed until he could sit down and fix everything with heal. But a transcendent regeneration still exists, doesn't it? In the end, he'd be fine. But what about them? Damien grinned to himself, a eunuch and a cripple. The rest should be a breeze. Chapter 1254 Ambush 5 Boom. 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 The shockwaves from Damien's fight beginning ran rampant, but Iris and the Marionette Lord hadn't moved yet. It seemed the Marionette Lord was still of the mind to toy with her food. They were waiting for Iris to act first so they could thoroughly crush her will. As for Iris, she naturally needed to understand her opponent before doing anything rash. The Marionette Lord was one thing, they were strong because of the 4 demigod puppets they controlled, but their individual strength was said to be close to nothing. The Insect Lord was also a problem, but not a huge one. They likely brought him along for the sole purpose of annoying her. The Insect Lord had great power over a large crowd of weak enemies. He could also enhance the abilities of others, as his bugs could carry friendly mana over greater distances and be used as chargeable grenades. But since the Marionette Lord wasn't someone who could benefit from those abilities and Iris wasn't someone who'd be affected by them, his presence was practically worthless, though. The fact that he was here meant the opponents were 6. Since that 6 included some of the strongest in the Inhuman Emperor's forces, it wasn't simple even for Iris. I need to test their power first. She had to gauge the demigod puppets to form any real plan, so despite knowing what her opponent was waiting for, she didn't have a choice but to move according to their predictions. She raised her hand in the air gracefully and emitted fluctuations of rainbow mana, which transmuted into several metallic constructs that swept through the air. Shio! 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 The Marionette Lord grinned happily and flicked their wrist. A chair made of divine energy appeared behind them, and as they sat down, the demigod puppets moved. The 4 of them were split evenly with 2 men and 2 women. Instead of Nox, they seemed to be traitors from the Grand Heaven's boundary side. While it was surely infuriating to see, it also wasn't. For one, this kind of fate was worthy of traitors, and made them even more pathetic than they already were. And secondly, because they were from the universe, Iris knew much more about them than Nox demigods. These 4. Those 2 are from Blood Azura Holy Land, she's from Fallen Star Holy Land, and the last is from the Looming Shadow Cult. Their names were Jerome, Aishan, Helen, and Treya. They didn't have particularly noteworthy titles, which was probably half the reason for their betrayal, but Iris didn't need much time to analyze their abilities watching how they dodged her attacks. The Blood Azura guys are mid and long-ranged combatants. The Fallen Star woman uses lightning for close-range attacks, and the last is an assassin. It was an efficient combo on paper, but if these people ever tried to work together, they'd just get in the way of each other's skills. However, in this case, such a situation wouldn't happen. Jerome, the mid-ranged Blood Azura demigod, was good at controlling the direction of incoming attacks and helping Aishan, his ranged brother, gain opportunities to block them. Meanwhile, Helen and Treya were acting independently from each other, but their movements seemed to connect in ways Iris couldn't quite see. Difficult. That was her first impression. Since they were being controlled by the Marionette Lord, their movements would never overlap, and they'd show synergy above anyone else. Moreover, without consciousness, the minor mistakes they'd usually make in battle were mitigated, leaving Iris with barely any openings. But it's possible. She turned her eyes to the Insect Lord just briefly. he hadn't acted yet, but if she could get him to interfere in the battle, she could find a chance to take the four of them down without a problem. After all, unlike the rest, I know that guy very well. Was it 6,000 years ago, when Iris was still a fledgling in universal terms? She'd seen this man in combat against the superiors of her sect. After that, due to the strangeness of his demonic providence, he became one of several Nox demigods whom prismatic son Holyland studied. She probably knew more about his abilities than even he did. This should be enough. For preliminary information, she had enough. She couldn't stay passive and give the Marionette Lord any opportunities to exploit, so instead of remaining in this probing phase, she preferred directly engaging in combat. She didn't like how she was being looked at, like a weakling, like an object that only existed for their entertainment. It reminded her of the way the ancient sovereign looked down on her. It reminded her of her flaws, so, while she didn't want to get emotional, she couldn't help it. She had to show them why she was considered one of the universe's strongest. The explosion rang out late as if it couldn't trace the location where it was supposed to take place at. Without warning, thousands of spikes rose from the earth and turned into golems that exploded on the demigod puppets, the same strategy she used on the Plague Lord. However, it was only meant to be a distraction. Iris flew forward, rising up above the demigod puppets and bringing her arm down. Forces of wind, through universal law, there were several abilities she'd realized. But, she later learned that abilities were superfluous. For something like universal law, using it directly was better. Forces of wind did exactly that. It gave the wind an order and allowed the wind to accomplish it however it pleased. The current order, decimation, vumum, the air suddenly became several times heavier. Like pressure from the heavens themselves, it bore down on the demigod puppets and inhibited their movements. Forces of earth, Iris instantly followed with another attack. The earth golems she created suddenly turned into mud, which collected into a massive mountain that spawned in the midst of the battlefield. Was that it? Of course not. The mountain was just an exterior shell. Forces of earth had a different purpose than the forces of wind. It wasn't meant to be used yet, so this was the best form for it to take. Until then, forces of metal, forces of fire, she used them together, creating structures on the mountain's surface that turned it into a heavy-duty fortress. In a single instant, massive cannons and ranged weapons formed on the mountain, and by her command, fire. They let loose their fury. Boom. 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 Shio. 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 Xiu. Explosive clouds filled the air. The demigod puppets were wrapped inside of them and assaulted on all sides by chaotic divine energy. The current scene was one of mayhem and destruction, and with Iris as its creator, it seemed like she held the upper hand. But both she and her enemies were very clear on the truth. She didn't have the upper hand at all. In fact, the situation could be called barely balanced, because despite all the force let off by her attacks, enough to cripple the three demigods Damien was fighting. The demigod puppets had yet to take a single point of damage. Chapter 1255 Ambush 6. Iris was still using universal law, so it was natural that she couldn't cause much damage to forces of this level, but it was necessary. She was currently extremely unconfident about her true affinity, because she was in the midst of self-discovery related to it, so she couldn't use it properly. Nevertheless, her choice was a mistake. Whoosh! With a pulse of wind, the four demigod puppets broke free of the bombardment and shot forward, encircling her in an instant. Iris gritted her teeth and raised her mana for defense. This was the real start of the battle. Jerome and Helen were the main damage dealers. From two sides, bolts of blood and lightning forced her to continue expending divine energy on thick defenses that could withstand penetration. This gave Ashen an opportunity to attack wantonly. Long-ranged blood magic consisted of several different abilities, but the one he specialized in before becoming a puppet was pure power. He could summon massive storms of blood, letting his blood mana take on strange properties that had different effects. But of all blood azure demigods, the ones who focused on direct power were a different breed. Blood magic was meant to be used more subtly. Its specialties were control and enhancement, since they took such an element to the extreme. It was only natural their power would be strange. The air roared as storms of blood consumed it. A crimson dome surrounded the group, blocking them off from the outside world and sealing the space Iris could move in. Jerome and Helen never stopped barraging her, making her unable to use other abilities, and while Iris couldn't see her, Treya was waiting in the shadows for an opportunity to take her head. This situation couldn't go on. Iris wasn't someone who'd allow it to, but, while she could usually use universal law to move the world itself to her advantage, she couldn't do so in the ancient battlefield. It hindered her so much until now, and it was continuing to hinder her here as well. Did the marionette lord know? Were they aware of Iris' weakened state? If they chose this opportunity to attack with that information, Iris really would be in a corner, predicting my weakness. If so, they've completely understood the abilities of universal law. She could practically see the future. If she kept struggling like this, she'd lose pathetically. Perhaps the insect lord wouldn't need to get involved. Is this how I want to die? The answer was a massive, indomitable no. If she wanted to even properly fight with forces of this caliber, if she wanted to show her true power that should have been almost on par with an emperor, I can no longer hesitate. It didn't matter if she was scared or indecisive. In the first place, that mindset was flawed. Those blockages only existed because she allowed them to stop thinking and just do. It was a mentality Damien used often. She saw its effects clearly, since he was confidently fighting 3 demigods who he should have logically been slaughtered ruthlessly by in a single second. Can I do it too? The attacks kept coming, her surroundings were becoming more suffocating, and it looked like Treya would move at any moment. The insect lord still hadn't gotten involved either. He must have thought he wasn't needed in this battle. She couldn't just sit here and take it, not anymore. I was born with it. It's just as much a part of me as my soul. Why am I so afraid of it? Why was she so averse to using it? The reason, she finally remembered it. That day, the day a young Erezia Luminous was kidnapped and brutally tortured as those consumed by greed tried to extract her affinity. She was only 16 years old at that time. She had barely entered the world of magic and mana, and she was clueless about the true value of her affinity. Because of it, she almost lost everything. She was crippled for almost a decade afterward, and despite the care of the highest physicians in Prismatic Sun Holy Land, she never truly healed from those injuries until almost 100 years later, and, if it wasn't for the timely arrival of her seniors who took her out of that hell, she would have lost her innocence as well. It was a horrifying memory even for the current Iris. It was a memory she'd repressed subconsciously and even stopped using her affinity altogether to avoid, because that wasn't the first or second time. When she was 9, a similar situation happened. When she was just healing after the kidnapping when she was 16, it almost happened again. And when she finally went out into the wider world on her own, she faced so many similar situations that she almost lost her mind. It was too attractive to those people, not Erezia Luminous, but the affinity she carried. It was almost 300 years into her long life when she decided to quit. She threw away that affinity and found another path forward. That was how the greed of people shifted from her affinity to her person, but even then, she quit again. She refused ascension so she wouldn't have to see people stronger than her who could return her to that helpless state. That was the source of her fear. She was far above those people in the lower universe. Even if new enemies came coveting it, she now had the power to protect herself, but she was deathly afraid of her current relationships being tainted by its presence, and she was deathly afraid of regressing. She didn't want to return to that time, when the only reason she held worth was the affinity everybody wanted to plunder. This sealed space, this cage of blood and violence where she had no choice but to wait until she was whittled away into nothingness, this was what that affinity represented to her. But it could no longer be the source of her fear, because if she died here, she'd lose all the things she wanted to protect anyway. I am not weak anymore, she spoke to herself, unneeding of outside witnesses. I am not someone who must rely on others, nor do I need validation from others to be happy. She had to understand that it wasn't her fault. This affinity was given to her at birth, not something she wished for. Why did she have to cower and hide it away because other people were bastards? It isn't my fault, it wasn't her fault, so, instead of fearing them, fearing what they would become, she needed to rise above them, so they could never hold such thoughts about her. And if the few people she truly cared about in this world decided to betray her, well, then that was their fault, for getting consumed by greed and losing themselves. Even if everyone else changes, she gave herself a final piece of consolation, just as a cherry on top, so she could make the final push to break free from her shackles. I have absolute faith that at least one will remain by my side. She smiled. Her worth, she understood it. The worth of that affinity, she understood as well. But that was still just a part of her worth. It was never something that should have consumed her. Realizing that was the first step. Perhaps her trauma and paranoia wouldn't leave her in a single day, but she'd made the first step towards improvement, and that was the key. The brown-haired Erezia Luminous, the appearance she was born with, this was the side of her she repressed. It remained in the appearance she had in her 20s, when she was still recovering from the aftereffects of that kidnapping. She locked that side of her away where nobody could see, and as she grew and lived, her original appearance changed into what it was today, eccentric yet beyond beautiful. It wasn't a facade, but a different side of her. This was the side of her that protected her weakness and disallowed the world from coming in contact with it. but the need to hide away her weakness was fading, and slowly, the line between her two selves was blurring. Iris was on the path to becoming whole again, and the power she received as if to congratulate her for such an achievement, well, it was quite monstrous. Chapter 1256 Ambush 7. The whole world stopped for a moment. There reached a point where the laws held more spirituality than those who wielded them. Because of how much they meant to the universe, they realized the ability to choose who was worthy of their power. These laws were extremely esoteric. They became picky to the point where only a handful of people in the entirety of existence could be chosen to be their users. Iris was one of those people, chosen at birth by her law, but she had been unable to live up to its expectations. It wasn't her fault, of course, but laws were objective. They did not hold emotions like living entities to look upon situations and understand why things turned out a certain way. But Iris was never abandoned. She never abandoned her affinity, but because of her repressed memories, she refused to show it to the world. This was the moment when she started overcoming the things that held her back, and the law that was waiting for this instance finally allowed its power to bloom. The blood world that trapped Iris with her enemies was directly shattered by a great force of mana. Her body became ethereal, a strange illusion of two different projections that were slowly floating towards each other. A sacred light emanated from her figure. It didn't seem to have a set color, but its color always remained pure. It was a mixture of countless known forces. As it was a force that stood above them all and ruled them, Iris had her eyes closed. Her mind was in a state of enlightenment. The things she'd comprehended from this law over the course of her life finally came together, and the vague picture she had of it finally reached a point where she could understand it. The path forward was no longer blocked, whether by herself or her affinity. The path was no longer impeded. Demigods who refused ascension cut off their path to the heavenly world and greater power. This was a known fact to even the youngest practitioners who'd been in contact with the divine. However, unbeknownst to them, the path wasn't completely cut off. There was one more chance. And that chance was the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was originally a piece of the heavenly world that got torn away and consumed by the lower universe's laws to become what it currently was. Not only could it house divinities with ease, it also presented them a second chance to change their decision and seek greater heights. Of course, this opportunity was only granted to the winning side. Only after all enemies were felled would the road open. But Iris had a goal now. She wanted to take this affinity to its peak, and she wanted to see the heights she forbade from herself due to fear. And she didn't want to do it alone. To win this war, to actualize her ambitions, she would survive. She would not let herself be taken down by the forces of evil. Her eyes flashed open. Her arm once again raised gracefully into the air, perpendicular to her body. This was an unconscious action, but her mouth still moved as if she was actively controlling it. Star formation. The words were subtle, but it was as if they were projected all across the ancient battlefield, and along with them, a huge outpour of mana. The four demigod puppets were pushed back several hundred kilometers, and around Iris, the atmosphere heated up to an extreme. Within a few instants, it boiled over. Chaotic energies clashed against each other like forces of the universe. And a burning celestial body appeared from nothing. It wasn't just an imitation like Damien had made many times before. It was a true star, completely under Iris' jurisdiction. Burst. The chaotic radioactive force exploded, rocking the entire environment and incinerating the surrounding mountains. The marionette lord retreated with widened eyes, while the insect lord stood before them and released his swarm. The insects were burned one after the other, but they mitigated and absorbed a large majority of the force, keeping the two backline combatants safe. Though, the demigod puppets weren't so lucky, because the marionette lord was forced to retreat and lost control for a moment. They acted purely on instinct. Treya and Helen directly retreated, using their divine energy to protect their bodies as best they could. Meanwhile, as Geromination did the same, they realized their speed wasn't nearly enough to take them away from the blast radius. They acted as blood Azura disciples would. Before Jerome knew what was happening, a string of blood stabbed through his chest. Ashen, who wielded it, threw him forward and used the force to escape, sacrificing his comrade for the sake of survival. Of them all, only Jerome was forced to take the full force of the attack head-on, but its effects were clear. His skin was burned to a crisp and his blood evaporated away. No matter how he tried to defend himself, the explosive force only compounded, shattering his barriers and protections and making a mess of his body. Iris hummed slightly as her consciousness returned to her body. Looking around and seeing the scene she caused, her eyes sparkled in wonder. So this is it, she muttered. Creation, one of the two greatest laws a normal existence could comprehend. No, one of the two greatest laws under existence. That was the identity of Iris. Neglected affinity. and the reason she'd been tortured during her youth, but now, it would become the source of her strength, the reason she would be regarded as one of the greatest to ever live. Creation wasn't just about material creation. It wasn't just about controlling the forces of the world. Creation controlled everything that could be created. Stars, planets, and even universes weren't excluded from its grasp, nor were the laws that were created with it as a basis. Iris glanced at her surroundings. Damien's battle had moved very far away from her, so she couldn't see them, but judging from the fluctuations, he was still going strong. Which meant she could fight without worry. She flashed through the air, approaching Jerome first. The man was already nearing death, but she wouldn't allow it to come so easily to a traitor. Live, she spoke one word, a divine commandment. As she grabbed his neck, the aura of vitality forced its way into his body. It didn't heal him, but it did bring him back to life, but that life was fully controlled by Iris's go. She latched onto his emotions and pushed them to the extreme. The betrayal of a comrade he'd just experienced, the thirst for vengeance he felt from it consumed his mind, and without question, he blasted towards Aishin. Boom! 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 With his new nigh-immortal body, Jerome pushed Aishin without relenting. He knew his fellow disciple better than anyone, so when it came to cornering him, there wasn't a better choice. With the long-range dealer out of the picture, Iris turned her attention to Helen and Treya. As well as the marionette lord who controlled them, that person's expression was no longer playful, it was cold and cruel, far more fitting of their character. The marionette lord didn't completely understand what just happened, but they were well aware of their opponent's growth. This was the opposite of what they wanted. They didn't want to see Iris grow, they wanted to crush her and see her hopeless expression before she died. And for that, go over there. They needed to be more serious. Iris' fight. Was only just beginning. Chapter 1257 Ambush 8. Within seconds, the intensity increased exponentially. As the marionette lord became serious, they instantly used Aishin to kill Jerome for good while sending Helen and Treya to constantly pressure Iris. Iris was originally someone who fought from a distance. She swerved through the atmosphere, avoiding the two puppets who constantly tried to close the distance while attacking. Boom! 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 Star formation wasn't the only move she knew, but it was the most effective in the current circumstance. Instead of forming massive stars like the one she used at first, she compressed their area to the size of a basketball and maintained as much force as possible to create projectiles. They exploded through the atmosphere and caused space to tremble like the strings of a guitar. No matter how much the marionette lord tried to push her puppets closer, they weren't able to unless they wanted them to burn to cinders. Aishin would soon rejoin the battle, but until then, they had to rely on the insect lord. The demigod finally entered the mix instead of standing at the back. His swarms were filled with poisonous and venomous bugs, as well as those with bite force far exceeding the toughness of a demigod's outer protection. Some of them even ate mana, making his repertoire a truly terrifying thing to face. When he first entered the battle, he started with a swarm of locusts, before Aishin could return to combat. Helen and Treya needed a way to reach Iris, and that's exactly what he provided. Through his locusts, Helen could project her lightning energy far faster and further than she could on her own. She could create ranged attacks with far more power than the marionette lord could force her to produce even by drawing out her life force. Bang! 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 The lightning strikes were severe. Iris was forced to put up several barriers and start moving more carefully because of them, but this was also her intention. As long as he uses those, there was a specific insect in the insect lord's arsenal that Iris wanted to draw out, but the circumstances weren't right yet. Even if I kill everyone else, he won't use it. I have to pressure him personally. She had to make him eat a loss, and the best way to do that, naturally, it's overload. Iris clenched her fist and removed her defenses. Bang! An arc of lightning instantly hit her chest, but while wincing in pain, Iris forced that energy into her body and rapidly understood its structure. She clenched her fist tightly, and arcs of rainbow lightning of her own appeared on its surface. Good, she didn't realize how versatile creation was before. She used it to control the elements and create constructs out of thin air, but she never realized she could do something like this. Pressing her arm forward, she shot out thousands of lightning spears that precisely struck Helen's incoming lightning. The combined force created a chaotic mana wave that spread through the insect lord's locust swarm, and as the locusts absorbed more and more of the mana, they began twitching strangely. Iris didn't let up. Bang! 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 Every shot Helen took was stolen and redirected by her, forced into the locust swarm for absorption. With the passing of only a few seconds, it reached a level they could no longer bear. From behind the swarm, the insect lord grinned widely. expel, he ordered them to let loose the energy however they could. Instead of breaking them down, the energy Iris supplied would be used to strike her back, or at least, that was the goal. But Iris didn't look the least bit worried, because she knew exactly how these locusts operated. Once they were ordered to expel what they'd absorbed, it was impossible for the process to be halted. Iris gathered her mana and thought about Damien. More specifically, the power he'd used to fight these past years. Seclude, the command she gave was different, but the effect was the same. Space solidified into a massive cube that encompassed the entire locust swarm, including the insect lord. The cube compressed several times, forcing them into a space they could barely inhabit, and, within the second, the inevitable happened. The locusts that couldn't expel the divine energy within them properly were forced to explode. Boom! The explosion was isolated and couldn't be heard from the outside world, but it shone so bright it blinded everyone nearby. Iris didn't waste time appreciating her work. She was already doing many things she'd never expected possible just moments ago, so this was nothing. Creation wasn't an inherently offensive law, it held power over pure energy, and could be used to create anything, but it could not be used to spread destruction, as that was a job held by its sister law. Instead, a user of creation had to be intuitive, using the opponent's force against them, creating natural offenses through exploding creations like Iris did through star formation, or mobilizing constructs formed through the law. Iris was currently learning. She was able to only use a few abilities because she still had to realize how to mobilize her power destructively. After all, she couldn't always maintain a passive stance in battle. She couldn't just let the enemy pressure her because she was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, so, while she kept the insect lord in mind for her final plan, she stopped hesitating and approached Helen and Treya. A close combat battle began between them. Helen used a lightning spear, while Iris didn't particularly use any weapons. For the sake of the battle, she summoned several weapons that she could cycle through, but it was only a temporary measure. Naturally, Iris lost in terms of pure skill. Her power was enough to bridge the gap, but as she looked for opportunities to utilize her new abilities, she showed many openings that could have been prevented, and those openings were abused by Treya, who hid in the shadows. The clanging of metal against metal, the guttural tearing of flesh ripping apart, the sounds of pure battle filled the air. Both Iris and her opponents took damage, but none of them experienced anything fatal, and at some point, Ashen was brought back into the equation. Jerome was left as a corpse on the cold ground, and the marionette lord was clearly trying to pay back the humiliation they received from being forced to destroy one of their own puppets. Iris was once again surrounded and thrown into a blood world, but this time, she was ready for it. She was separated from external forces. Even if the marionette lord wanted to do something to interfere, they could only do so by using one of the 3 remaining puppets or taking down the blood world, both of which were situations Iris was ready for. She had a thought after completing star formation a few times, of the energies of the universe. Which ones could she use as effectively as that, to create impacts like that? But while lowering the casting time and increasing the output, she was searching for a perfect move. And though she hadn't found it, she had an idea. She raised both arms into her hands and chanted it into reality. Personal reality, Chapter 1258 Ambush, 9, Personal reality. Surprisingly, Iris realized one of the strongest abilities of creation from the start. Though it was incomplete, it could be considered a testament to her 10,000 years of comprehension. A formless energy wave spread from her body and encapsulated the space inhabited by all but the marionette lord, superimposing a different form of reality onto what already existed. This ability, by all intents and purposes, was for creation. It was meant to make something similar to Damien's sanctuary, which could be used however the creator pleased. However, wasn't this best for Iris? After all, once she made her incomplete personal reality, she was once again put in contact with a force that was nigh absent from the ancient battlefield. Universal Law, WHOSH. Iris suddenly regained a portion of the power she held in the lower universe, the power that made her feared. Without waiting a single instant, she flashed forward, closing the distance between her and Ashen as she pushed her hands together to form a seal. Bind. Ashen tried to move, creating a blood wave to push Iris away, but before he could complete his movements, his body was bound as if a rope was tied around him. Seal. In the same instant, Iris gave another command and sealed his mana. He couldn't prevent her approach at all, and as he watched with widened eyes, she appeared right before him. Die. She swept her arm through the air, a move to cleanly decapitate him. However, he wasn't alone. Clang! Treya appeared from the void and used a dagger to deflect Iris' arm while swinging the other one at her neck. Iris glanced over coldly and flicked her finger. Expand. Space stretched to infinity. Despite her movement speed remaining the same, Treya couldn't even begin to close the distance between them. Poison, as expected of an assassin. The reason Iris couldn't take the hit directly was precisely because of the poison that was already corroding the skin on her arm. Demigod poisons were far more terrifying than regular ones. If it had the capability to harm a divine vessel, it had the potential to infiltrate the soul. These poisons absolutely couldn't be contracted if one could help it, and if they were, they had to be expelled immediately. Luckily for Iris, she was currently the overlord of this space. She flicked her finger again, and the poison collecting in her skin appeared in the air as a globular floating ball. Glancing back at Treya, she smiled lightly and moved again, stealing the poison coating the daggers as well. Just in time. Bang! A terrifying arc of lightning approached from the back. A spear shot towards her back with untold speed, but Iris wouldn't allow it to reach her. Lightning, the best way to fight the combative element was with a stronger variation of itself. From the sky above, a bolt of pure heavenly lightning struck down, evaporating Helen's spear and traveling into her body. Kach, she hissed in pain as her mana collided with the stronger lightning. She moved to cleanse it, but in that moment, a substance entered her body through her pores. Enjoy, Iris smiled, the poison was properly redistributed. Now, it was time to get back to what she was originally doing. She looked over at the bound Asian, who was practically trembling in fear. Have you returned to your senses somewhat? I'm sure the Marionette Lord isn't making you cower, she said scornfully. That's good. Since you are mentally present, fully understand the consequences of betraying your homeland. She shoved her palm onto his face. Heavenly flames, the heavenly flames, one of the strongest flames on the Heavenly Flame Index and its namesake. It came as an envoy of universal law and barely appeared in the universe, but it only had one purpose: to burn a target to the extent of its sins. Asian screamed out in agony. A massive blaze consumed his body, but instead of killing him directly, it burned through his vessel and soul, slowing down time so he could experience thousands and thousands of years of torture every second. Transmit. Iris didn't miss the chance to cause greater damage. She found the source of his connection with the Marionette Lord in his soul and forced it open for the flames to traverse. The Marionette Lord would definitely cut it off before experiencing anything noteworthy, but the humiliation was all Iris wanted to give them. In just a few seconds after opening a personal reality, Iris had taken complete control over the situation. The amount of poison in Helen's body was overwhelming. Her body and soul would be melted into sludge with time, and the pain she was in wouldn't allow her to participate in the battle. Asian's state didn't need to be mentioned either. Just like his co-puppet, he would only die after enduring soul-rending torture. Now, Treya and the Insect Lord. The Insect Lord was one matter. He had yet to make any serious moves after freeing himself from the space prison. But he hadn't taken much damage from the divine energy explosions either. Judging by his expression, he must have lost a considerable number of bugs to protect himself. If I just rile him up a bit more, the Insect Lord was a coward. He never fought on the front lines because of the fear he held for his life, and when he did, he would always make sure he was in an absolutely advantageous position. Losses like the one he faced against Prismatic Sun Holy Land only served to make him more cowardly, and the chances of him bringing out the truly deadly skills in his arsenal, those he wouldn't be able to use again once he let them loose, was nil. Therefore, Iris had to push him. Iris was well known, so he definitely knew her affiliation. His rage and hatred due to that was likely the reason he chose to participate in this battle at all. Iris also worked to exacerbate this feeling by humiliating him instead of making any serious moves against him, and above all, the torture of these demigod puppets would have reflected in his eyes as his future if he continued to stay still. It was only a matter of time before Iris received what she wanted from him, so until then, she had to take care of the less worthy prey. Treya, the last demigod puppet controlled by the Marionette Lord, was still furiously trying to find an opening in Iris' stance. She was drifting through the void like a lone asteroid unseen by all. Charging an attack that would surely kill the enemy without offering a chance for resistance, or at least, that's what she thought. Iris shoved her arm out and clenched space between her fingers. Crash, space itself shattered, revealing Treya's position instantly. Her eyes widened in panic as she rapidly tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Iris was upon her, and she'd already understood the best torture to use against a dweller of the darkness like her. Wasn't it simple? Purification. Any and all things would be purified and become one with the mana of the world. However, if those things were harmful to the ecosystem, they'd have to be burned by light until they could become beneficial. More than anyone else, Iris was astonished by her abilities. The enemies she was struggling against were now toys for her to play with. This was her true power. This was the power she was blocked from by the actions of others. She relished in that feeling. In the second she had before she had to return to battle, she felt it in all its glory, basking in its radiance. Her body felt light, and her heart felt like it was about to burst out of her chest from all her excitement. And now there were only 2 enemies left. Iris grinned to herself, confidence filling every corner of her vessel and soul. It was time to end this fight, then make her debut on a grander stage. Chapter 1259 Ambush 10. Direct combat against the Insect Lord. It was only possible now because the Marionette Lord couldn't interfere in the personal reality, and while this was the battle Iris was most equipped for, that didn't mean it'd be easy. She immediately made distance once she killed Treya and made her intentions clear. The Insect Lord was more than aware of her plans, and as he saw the last line of defense fall, his survival instincts kicked in. Bzzzzzzz, the buzzing of fast-beating wings filled the atmosphere. Tens of thousands of locusts, wasps, and mosquitoes filled the air in a horde that couldn't be driven away easily, and their target was clear. They swarmed Iris, who retreated constantly, and attacked her in formation. The 3 species that should have been fighting each other for a piece of her acted in perfect tandem to drive her into a corner. Iris' eyes narrowed. How should I go about this? Her state was much more relaxed than when the battle started, so she was able to entertain her thoughts and try to form a plan of action to achieve the results she wanted. In the end, I'm trying to use him for my own benefit. If I just wanted to kill him, it'd be easy. Iris swept her hand through the air, sending waves of pure energy into the swarm. The energy split into multiple variations, some poisonous and some fiery, to attack the weaknesses of the species the Insect Lord sent after her. It was an effective method that didn't strain her much, but it wasn't the most destructive force she could use. How do I draw it out? She had to figure it out. Instead of any of the other insects in his arsenal, she needed to get the Insect Lord to use the specific one she wanted. If so, she would have to suffer a bit for long-term benefit. It's time to push. At first, she figured she shouldn't use too much offensive force so as to not scare him away, but she realized her thoughts were wrong. He wouldn't use that creature unless the battle reached the absolute worst possible scenario for him, and she needed to create that scenario, which also meant, I'll have to face some things I don't want to. Star formation. Iris instantly used the move again, creating a massive solar mass that burned through the swarm attacking her. Without an ounce of hesitation, she pushed forward and reached the Insect Lord in a second. Bang! She cut her arm through the air, turning it into a blade. The Insect Lord's eyes widened. His body was weak. He was not someone who fought, he was someone who commanded others to fight, so his body was the weakest a demigod's could be. If he took Iris' direct attacks, he'd be injured without much of a fight at all. Swish. He retreated backward in panic while summoning another swarm, this time airborne ants that radiated a strange heat, freeze. Nevertheless, elemental properties could no longer faze Iris. She spoke a single word, and her breath turned into an icy mist that spread through the ants. Each and every one was frozen down to their cores, and their fires were extinguished before they could even be shown. She rushed through the falling icicles and approached the Insect Lord again. Boom, another swarm. Boom, another swarm. Boom. The Insect Lord gritted his teeth. At this point, he was just wasting his troops this way. No matter how many regular swarms he sent out, Iris would easily destroy them and find her way into his range. There's no choice, he had to stop hesitating, as he saw Iris' blade-like arm on its path to run him through again. He gnashed his teeth and threw away his emotions, those creatures he'd spent so much time to acquire, the ones that he couldn't use again unless he found more of them, the ones he only had a few of and meant everything to him. He could no longer hoard them. Go, he yelled hoarsely and flicked his sleeve. 3 beetles came out and latched onto Iris' arm mid-swing. She didn't have time to react. The beetles easily ripped apart her flesh and bones with their pincers, giving her the worst injury she'd sustained since the battle began. Seeing the opening he created, the Insect Lord became bolder. The rest of you, he flicked his sleeve several more times, and each time a different creature came out, a bee with a stinger that was more similar to a drill, an ant that enlarged to the size of a house, and even a moth that seemed to harness the power of the world. They were all corrupted by his inky black energy and in a berserk state where they attacked Iris as if she were their mortal enemy, and Iris did her best to combat them. These were the unique creatures in his arsenal. Unlike the ones she'd faced before, they all had extreme power that had to be feared, like the Venom Lord's venoms or the Plague Lord's abscesses. Still, they weren't her final goal, she just had to get through them first. Bang. Bang. Bang, she pushed her mind to its limits. Progressing in her comprehension of creation with every move, all natural forces came under her control. Whether they were elements, energies, or even poisons and attributes, she used them to the best of her capabilities to destroy creature after creature. No matter what the Insect Lord sent, it would be destroyed by her, and she would use the chance to get closer to him. the ant died first, the bee followed next, the moth, the butterfly, the beetles, the fleas, everything died, and their deaths made the insect lord feel a visceral pain in his soul that absolutely angered him, but his anger meant nothing. No matter what he tried, Iris overcame it, and before he knew what was happening, her hand was on his head, his eyes widened, he knew what came next. Iris smiled cruelly. Your time has come. He gritted his teeth, he refused to accept it. If he wanted to live, he had to use his last result. A bee appeared from his sleeve and stabbed through his skin, sending electricity coursing through his body. All his senses were advanced upon its death. A bug appeared in his hand imperceptibly. It had 6 legs and a thick shell, but it was unmoving and didn't try to attack anything. Unlike the rest, this creature wasn't offensive, but supportive. It wasn't meant to attack his enemy, but to protect him, as fast as lightning, far faster than he could usually move. He raised his hand to his mouth in a bid to swallow that bug, but Iris grinned. Thanks. I was waiting for this. She was already grabbing his arm, and the bug in his hand was already transferred to hers. Purify. She used a holy mana to cleanse the bug of all the Nox mana imbued in it, and under the insect lord's astonished gaze, she directly threw it in her mouth and swallowed it. That was the last sight he saw. Since I got what I wanted, you can go on your way now. With a mocking remark and a wave of her hand, Iris pushed the insect lord's soul into the depths of hell, killing him without a problem. And as she glanced at the marionette lord, who was glaring at her furiously, her smile widened. Good. Now I have insurance. Chapter 1260 Ambush 11. The personal reality dispelled itself. Iris stabilized her breathing and absorbed mana to replenish herself as she slowly made her way towards the marionette lord. You seem to be enjoying the show from back here, she said, clear on the fact that her words would reach the enemy. Ho ho ho, it was quite the interesting battle to watch. The marionette lord replied. Their words were not strange anymore. After watching how Iris grew during her battle, their playful attitude went away. This enemy, who was supposed to be incredibly weakened in the ancient battlefield, suddenly overcame that boundary with a law they didn't even want to imagine the enemy had. This wasn't a laughing matter anymore. No, if they weren't careful, even they would die here. I bet you're thinking it would have been nice if you had more backup plans, huh? Unfortunately, you didn't bring a better assassin with you, or else maybe I'd be concerned. Iris smirked. She was confident, but not arrogant. She'd scanned the surroundings several times for another attacker hiding and waiting for an opportunity, but there were none. It wasn't that those people who could avoid her surveillance didn't exist. There was indeed an assassin lord, a darkness lord, and a few others, but she could guarantee they weren't here. After all, they were servants of the karmic emperor. Of all the others, they were the least likely to join the marionette lord and act under their command. Therefore, Iris could be certain the 2 of them were alone here. Are you underestimating me? The marionette lord said indifferently. I would suggest you don't. But you haven't given me a reason to think of you highly, though, Iris quipped back without much of a care. This was the marionette lord. After all, they were definitely terrifying in a war situation, but in single combat, Iris didn't have any reason to fear them. Besides their lack of personal ability, Iris was mostly confident they wouldn't have any puppets that could threaten the current her. Ha! The marionette lord scoffed as if her words were a travesty. This is a first for me, they continued, their eyes turning colder. I must have been too quiet in the past. The marionette lord was the inhuman emperor's favorite subordinate for more reasons than one. They were insane, they were versatile, they were more loyal than anyone, and most of all, they were extremely powerful. Since the universe's strongest were underestimating them, didn't they have to show them why they were feared? The marionette lord didn't entertain conversation any longer. They made distance and instantly went into action. The marionette lord's main battle strategy was clear. They were a puppet master. As implied by their title, of course, for a puppet master, live subjects weren't the only option. The marionette lord just enjoyed using them more, because torturing them was a source of great pleasure. Nevertheless, live subjects only lasted for a short period of time before their minds broke. The marionette lord's main force was corpse puppets. Once the battle started, they didn't just summon a small group like before either. They saw the previous battle more clearly than anyone. A small number couldn't hold Iris back at all. Hundreds of corpse puppets appeared between Iris and the marionette lord, and without hesitation or any consciousness of their own, they charged as one. Boom! 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 Their attack patterns were strange, and they mostly used physical power since their souls were gone, but their power was severe. The air exploded and pressurized bursts shot towards Iris from every direction. Whenever they got close, they directly exploded their bodies to cause as much damage as possible. Iris gritted her teeth as she dodged and weaved through the air. She knew the marionette lord would be strong, but she didn't expect something like this. She was being pressured with a strategy similar to what she used against the Plague Lord, and the corpse puppets in the marionette lord's arsenal were just as limitless as the golems she could create from the earth. Damn it, Iris cursed and used her power to push them away. In the first moment, she was already forced to focus on defense. What a problem. I could create golems to hold them back if I had a bit of time, but they aren't giving me the chance. If Iris switched her strategy to create an army of her own, she'd instantly be barraged by their attacks due to the diminishing strength of her defenses, so she had no choice but to confront them directly while the marionette lord continued to retreat. I have to force my way through. Boom. 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 She created small stars on her palms and threw them into the crowd. Her mana exploded into chaotic bursts of heat and energy that easily tore through the puppets they hit. But the residual energy was absorbed by the surrounding puppets and used to strengthen them. The problem is their direct control. If I could remove the marionette lord's influence, the battle would become much easier. However, to do so, she needed to target the very demonic providence that gave the marionette lord power. There must be a way. Demonic providence, at the end of the day, was another form of energy. For a puppeteer to control their puppets, they needed strings to move them through. All she needed to do was find those strings. Bang. Bang. Bang, boom. The atmosphere became a chaotic mix of forces that tore through any and everything. As time passed and Iris destroyed more corpse puppets, their number didn't decrease at all. Instead, they became more numerous as the marionette lord became used to the battle momentum. Iris was still calm. She was never intending to destroy all the corpse puppets. That would be nothing more than a waste of divine energy. She was looking for a way to get past them, and the more she destroyed, the closer she came to the answer. It was almost clear. The ethereal strings that controlled them were almost visible to her. She couldn't cut the ethereal with her power, but she didn't need to. All she needed was a chance to block the connection. Divine energy ran rampant. Almost, corpse puppets came from every direction. Almost, their synergy was unmatched, making it feel like she was in the belly of a massive beast. Almost, her eyes shot in countless directions as if she was seeing all the information in the world. She got closer and closer to it, until eventually, the answer found its way to her mind. Her mana raged. The time was right. Bind. With a single command, her mana knew what to do. Space constricted, and a miniature personal reality formed. The forces of creation and universal law worked together, and the corpse puppets fell lifeless to the ground, returned to their original state. Iris bought herself a minute, but that was all the time she needed. By the time they got back up, they'd lose their controller. She rushed through the falling masses and appeared like a phoenix from the flames, her mana burning with the desire to kill. Chapter 1261 Ambush 12. The marionette lord's eyes widened. They naturally felt the suppression of their demonic providence, but they could not understand how it was done, though. There wasn't any time to think about it. Iris' approach was faster than fast. The marionette lord's expression didn't change much, but the slight glint of panic in their eyes was definitely satisfying to see. Iris' arm turned into a blade, coated with the energy of creation that would slaughter the enemy. In less than a second, she'd already approached and cut forward, her arm just inches away from finishing it all. This is the end, she thought inwardly. However, in that final moment, the marionette lord changed. A twisted smile lit up their face, and, boom, Iris halted her movements abruptly and rapidly retreated, but she couldn't avoid the impact. Shing. 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 Four slashes struck her body, tearing through her limbs and the sides of her torso and creating large, mutilated gashes that covered Iris' pristine figure in blood. Hee hee hee. The marionette lord's laugh was like the twinkling sound of wind chimes haunting a dreary night. Iris watched in horror as their body went metamorphosed into something hideous. The information was wrong. This person was absolutely capable of defending themselves and fighting directly. The marionette lord's body was always changing. They never maintained a single form or even a specific gender or age. They would always morph between countless different appearances with seemingly no limit. Right, this person could change their body into anything or anyone, but nobody realized the extent of this ability. No, the marionette lord had never shown it even once. As of this moment, they made their debut. Massive bone apparitions like the legs of a spider jutted out of their back, their arms were blades made of flesh and blood, and even their legs had sharpened into tools of slaughter. Their body no longer held many human components. It was a complete battle machine, and now that someone had provoked that form out of them, they were not going to hold back. Hee hee hee, the marionette lord giggled giddily. Their body disappeared and reappeared like instant transmission and appeared behind Iris. Shing. Shing. Shang RGH. Iris groaned in pain as 3 blade slashes cut into her back. She didn't even have time to think of a counterattack before she was forced to duck down and avoid being decapitated by one of the being's legs. She was astonished. Iris was pushed back without any chances to move outside of the marionette lord's control. They used the arm blades to cause lasting wounds while spinning their body impossibly to use their legs to deal fatal injuries. Moreover, the bone spider legs jutting out of their back were perfect for control. They extended and retracted at will and forced Iris to remain within a certain area, disallowing her escape from the barrage. She couldn't fight back at all. No matter what she tried, it was futile. The powers of creation she'd just begun to learn weren't good enough to deal with an assault like this. After all, she was still somewhat of a novice. Her comprehension and status as a divinity allowed her to comprehend things far faster than a regular person, but she wasn't anywhere near the level of the marionette lord, the strongest under the inhuman emperor. The title wasn't an exaggeration. In fact, the marionette lord was right about as powerful as a Nox emperor. The inhuman emperor had tried to convince them to become one several times, but they'd refused. Why? Because being a lord was more fun. Just like the inhuman emperor, all they wanted to do was enjoy the entertainment that toying with enemies could bring them, whether that be her own fellows or enemies from the universe. They really didn't care. Their approaching Iris wasn't due to any grand reason either. With Iris' status and the fact that she was weakened now, she was a perfect target. To bring the universe's strongest to her knees, begging for mercy, wasn't that scene just beautiful? Hee. The marionette lord couldn't stop giggling. The more of Iris' blood that splattered on their face and body, the more of her blood painted the air, the more ecstatic they became. Their attacks were ruthless. They barely ever tried to kill. They were meant to torture Iris to a slow death. Damn it, Iris tried to find a solution, but there were none. This was an enemy on the level she was supposed to be at. Tricks and deception held no weight against them. Still, Iris had to try. Boom. 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 Projectiles filled the air between the duo, forcing the marionette lord back. However, at the same time, the marionette lord's bone spikes extended and stabbed into Iris' body, dragging her right back to their original position. This defense, it was incredible. As the explosions died down, Iris saw it clearly. The marionette lord's body changed once again, turning into a mesh of black spikes without any humanoid resemblance at all. They were like a massive insect, or a homunculus made specifically to kill. Bang! 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 Iris sent forth stars and planets, galaxies, and universes of energy to buy herself some space. She was a ranged fighter. The only reason she risked pushing up on the marionette lord was because they weren't supposed to have the ability to fight back. After all, considering the latter's ability to protect themselves from her ranged onslaughts, she felt she had no choice but to push in. Yet, it was all a ruse. The marionette lord was someone whose actions couldn't be distinguished. The truths and falsities they presented were all twisted. Perhaps this entire battle was a trap meant to lead Iris into close combat with them, so they could toy with her until the last moment. Blood went everywhere. At some point, Iris realized that her left arm was unusable. The nerves and systems had been damaged too far. Her legs were also limply following her as she flew through the air, unable to move as she pleased anymore. They're crippling me slowly. It was absolutely intentional. The fact that she still had her right arm, the fact that she still had her head, it was absolutely intentional. Nothing in this battle was due to luck. The only variable was her awakening creation. But it seemed that wasn't enough to disrupt the marionette lord's scheming. It's impossible, Iris realized early. She didn't have foresight, but her perception was practically precognitive. She could see where this fight would go. No matter what she tried, she'd just feel the depths of futility and suffer until death. There was only one solution, an extreme risk. The last resort she'd planned to use against a Nox emperor, the very effect of the bug she'd eaten moments prior. It seemed she'd have to use its effects early. She had to be decisive here. Didn't he say he'd face death already? If he could do it, she could too. And as if the heavens were answering her will. Iris, a voice boomed from the distance. She turned her head just in time to see Damien teleporting towards her as fast as he could. The look on his face was full of worry and panic. It was as if he realized her plans before she even started acting on them, but that only made her smile. Right, if it's you, I believe it will succeed. He was her last hope. As she felt her right arm fall limp, Iris turned back to the marionette lord with extremely fierce eyes. I won't let you do as you please, bitch. With a grin on her face, she suddenly altered her body position. Within her body, she used all of her remaining divine energy to create something, a corridor to her soul. And, she perfectly placed herself in the path of the marionette lord's bone spike. It impaled her chest, but instead of coming out of her back, it was forced through the tunnel and traveled into the ethereal. The bone spike slammed into her soul. Iris felt a massive shock, but a translucent barrier appeared around her soul. It condensed into a string that shot through the bone spike and, within a fraction of an instant, connected Iris' soul with the marionette lord's. Any impact she took would be shared between them, the soul-pairing beetle. Its original function was to connect two lives and make it so the attacking party would be enslaved to the consumer. If the consumer's soul was injured, the injury would transfer to the aggressors. In the case of death, it would cripple the latter while using the remaining energy to preserve the former's soul. But Iris wasn't planning on waiting for that uncertain moment. She acted immediately. This time, the marionette lord's eyes truly widened, their expression twisted into one of horror. "You, stop that now!" Their usual demeanor completely vanished. They roared, their voice transmuting into countless different beastly forms as they lost control over their abilities. They couldn't believe what was happening, but it was too late to regret. Finally, the marionette lord met someone crazier than them. Iris, no, Damien's roar filled the air. Iris looked at him without a single care. She didn't regret anything, because she believed he'd take care of the rest, so she did it without hesitation. As she mouthed a farewell to the man so desperately trying to save her, she acted on her will. Arazia Luminous shattered her soul, and the entire world was filled with light. Chapter 1262 Title 1. Damien could only watch helplessly. It shouldn't have gone this way. He killed the Strength Lord and he killed the Venom Lord. He gained power from them and approached in time to help with the battle with the marionette lord. So why did Iris have to do that? He saw it from the top of a faraway mountain. The moment when she made that decision. He rushed without a single thought in his head. The only thing he could do was try to push forward. But it didn't work. Despite all odds, it didn't work. He wasn't just teleporting. He used Flash Step to move forward in space and backward in time, so by all logic, the movement should have undone itself by the time he got there and he should have had the opportunity to save Iris and fight together. But it was futile. No matter how far back he went in time, their movements didn't change. Because Iris set up a personal reality, their time was separated from Damien's, and with just rudimentary existence law, he couldn't affect any timeline without limitations, so he could only watch. The entire world moved in slow motion, his emotions boiled over, filling his empty head with a mesh of chaotic colors. He didn't care what he had to do, nor did he care what he had to sacrifice. As long as he could save Iris, he would do anything. Why was the world against him? He was so close, yet so far away, unable to bridge the gap regardless of any power or authority he possessed, so he could only watch. He could only feel the fluctuations of Iris' soul shattering into pieces, and the fluctuation of that impact traveling into the marionette lord's body and forcing them to feel it too. He roared out mindlessly. By the time it happened, he was already upon them. The marionette lord was already struggling. The impact they took was severe. With Iris' soul shattering under the influence of the soul-pairing beetle, the marionette lord's soul was crippled beyond belief. Their power was disconnected. They could no longer access their demonic providence, nor did their divinity hold any value. In essence, the marionette lord was reduced to a regular mortal until they could find a way to piece together their soul. So, when they saw Damien arriving, they couldn't say anything. They could only look at him in panic and hatred as he attacked. No, they didn't care about that. Since they were going to die anyway, they threw away all their regrets. And grinned. Perhaps they would die, but they achieved what they wanted. They got to see Damien despair, and that was their win. Regardless of what happened from this point forth, Damien roared again. He didn't care what he said or did, he just knew he wanted the marionette lord gone. Void mana raged through the atmosphere. Rudimentary existence law ran rampant and destroyed everything. It was a silent event, but one more terrifying than anything grand. Heaven and earth, and all beings between them, were obliterated in a several thousand-kilometer radius. The marionette lord, whose soul was crippled, was blown away without the ability to say or do anything, and even several demigods not involved in the battle whatsoever were swept into oblivion by his rage. Damien didn't care. He didn't care if they were enemies or allies. He wrapped Iris' body in his arms and roared, refusing to accept the circumstances. Without hesitation, he took her and teleported into a nearby cave abode, gently laying her down and sending his mana into her body. He had to save her. There was no other future in his mind besides the one where she lived. Void mana traveled through her circuits and gave him a comprehensive view of her state. Her body is fine. These injuries can be healed easily, but her soul was in pieces. Luckily, it's not gone yet. The fact that it hadn't dispersed meant saving her was still possible. There was definitely a method. He used the energy of the void the way he always did, trying to pull the pieces of her soul together, but it didn't work. The power he possessed wasn't enough to save her. But, in that moment of desperation, something happened. A glistening glass-like piece of soul took hold of Damien's mana and traveled through its connection into his body, similar to how the damage was transferred to the Marionette Lord, that piece of Iris' soul. This is her last hope, Damien realized instantly. He slumped against the wall powerlessly. Seriously, why does this woman trust me so much? Damien's emotions calmed down enough for him to think rationally. Because of that piece of soul, he realized that Iris didn't completely give up hope. Nor did she plan to die here. She put everything on him, trusting him to bring her back. He smiled wryly. Despite the situation, his heart was touched. He wanted to cry, but tears did not form. How was he supposed to do it? Void mana didn't work. Rudimentary existence law didn't work. Nothing he could do worked, so what did she expect from him? No, how was he to fulfill her expectations? Damien had barely ever felt like this before. The people he cared about were never put in situations like this. He never had to despair over their survival, because he trusted they would make it through. This time it was different. This time, logic said it was impossible. Reasoning said it was impossible. Natural law said it was impossible. Only he, as the person who defied these fundamental concepts, could make it possible. But if he didn't know how, then what? What do I do? You cannot save her. At a time unknown, a figure appeared in the cave alongside Damien and Iris, but he didn't react to it despite recognizing its presence. I refuse to do nothing. There has to be a way. There is, however, not for the current. Only Mother has the power to reverse this fate. Damien's eyes narrowed. If the void could do it, but he couldn't. I understand. Iris' soul was shattered beyond belief. The pieces of her soul couldn't be aligned because the available pieces were not all there was. Damien controlled rudimentary existence law, not true existence law, and the pieces of Iris' soul that disappeared couldn't be controlled through existence law in the first place. This was a force of non-existence. It was a realm Damien had yet to even come close to exploring, therefore, he simply didn't have the power to. Did you say the void can fix this? Yes, Mother has no bounds. This matter is trivial before its power. I see. Damien frowned. There was a way, but he couldn't just use it wantonly. Could you give us some space? The ancient sovereign gazed at him without a change of expression, but he seemed to understand Damien's intent. Orion's descendant is important to me as well. I shall aid you in soothing the heavens if you act. With that last word, he disappeared from the cave entirely, leaving Damien and Iris alone. Damien looked down at her. He'd already healed her body. She was truly a sleeping beauty. She looked so peaceful it was almost a shame to interrupt her sleep, but this slumber couldn't be eternal, not anymore now that Iris had become someone important to Damien. He closed his eyes and felt the soul fragment that entered his heart moments prior, and without hesitation, he connected his own soul to its form. Chapter 1263 Title 2 Damien's soul left his body and traveled to a different plane. He found himself in a garden, his appearance the exact same as his physical form and his body just as corporeal. There were beautiful flowers and plants everywhere, organized in a beautiful gradient from deep purple to sparkling green, planted in a circle around a marveled gazebo. Damien was currently on one of two paths that led to the gazebo. He walked forward slowly and steadily, enjoying the vibrant breeze that swept around him. It felt like there were spirits everywhere, joyously dancing and playing through the garden. The scent of nature and natural beauty was intoxicating, to the point where one would never wish to leave its peace. It was truly an ideal scenery. This kind of simplistic beauty was rare to see in a place where everyone focused on grand structures and domineering appearances. But Damien felt like his kind of beauty was better, because it was beautiful on its own. It didn't need to try. The scenery wasn't the only thing that carried such an air. Damien wasn't the only one here. After all, she was sitting in the gazebo alone, quietly sipping tea with utmost grace as she enjoyed the peace around her. Her hair was light blue, like the faded color of the sky, and her image was like a goddess descended to the mortal world. Damien paused his steps to watch her. She was like a part of the environment, a piece of its beauty that was integral to its atmosphere, but she was different. Unlike before, he couldn't see the two sides of her anymore. There was only one appearance remaining. Strangely enough, her beauty was somewhat diminished compared to the outside world, but it wasn't a bad thing at all. Rather than a goddess, she was like a fairy. She felt more approachable, more real. It was like she became someone Damien could reach, when before she was someone he could only gaze at in awe. Damien took a deep breath and steadied himself. Walking down the path and up the steps of the gazebo, there was another seat there, as if this fairy had been waiting for his presence. Damien sat down quietly, not wanting to disrupt her peace. Besides, He didn't know what to say. You've come. Luckily, she started the conversation for him. She opened her eyes and smiled warmly as she gazed upon him. Her eyes happily shifting between the colors of the rainbow. Of course I have. There was never a chance I wouldn't, Damien responded, his tone somewhat awkward. Is there something on your mind? Iris was calm, tranquil like a spring breeze. It was as if she didn't understand her current situation, but Damien knew she understood more than anyone. He furrowed his brows as he tried to form an answer. I have too many things on my mind, but most of them can be handled once we can talk face to face again. Face to face? An amusing saying, isn't it? Now isn't the time for this, Damien sighed. Why did you entrust this to me? Can't you value your own life? He asked, somewhat defeated. But Iris only smiled. Of course I value my life. However, what I did was necessary. As for why I trust you, does there need to be a complex reason? Of anyone I have ever known, I have never felt this way about anyone else. My trust is only natural. Damien couldn't lie, his heart definitely skipped a beat, but there is a way, he said. However, it's not something I can do without your permission. Iris raised her brow, and that is, Damien couldn't see it, because she hid it better than anyone else. Her heart was far more erratic than his. She had to keep up this calm exterior, or else she wouldn't be able to speak through her embarrassment. After all, Damien entered her soul. And she allowed it. Damien wasn't aware of it because he had yet to reach divinity, but frankly speaking, there was no greater symbol of trust than allowing someone to enter one's soul. It required a level of intimacy that couldn't normally be possessed. Her feelings were already clear with her acceptance, but she couldn't let him know that, right? She smiled and smiled, because if she didn't at least smile, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from giggling. It was far more fun to see Damien in that embarrassed position, where he stammered over his words awkwardly, unable to say it outright. How could he? He was about to suggest something absurd. The ancient sovereign said it clearly. Only the void itself could bring Iris back to the land of the living, and though Damien couldn't control the void, he remembered something Lynn Carter told him before. He remembered something that happened to Rose, Rua, Elena, and to an extent, even Astoria, a title. The void's acknowledgement. If Iris could receive the void daughter title, the void would make sure she'd live. This was a fact proven through several experiences had by Damien's current wives, but the void daughter title couldn't just be handed out through romantic intimacy. If that was it, Iris would have already had it. No, they had to take it a step further. How the hell am I supposed to say that? Give me the innocence you've been protecting for 10,000 years and I can heal you? How the fuck am I supposed to say that without being branded a supreme pervert? Damien was racking his brain for any way to break it to her without being brash. He wanted to say it in a way that considered her feelings, and he wanted her to decide whether or not she wanted to do it of her own volition, not because she didn't have another choice. As he thought and thought and thought, he failed to realize Iris' face getting redder and redder, the blush she'd been hiding, the embarrassment she'd concealed. How could she ever hide it anymore? This was her soul space. Whether it be thoughts or actions, words said or unsaid, they'd all be laid bare before her. So, well, she naturally understood what Damien was thinking right now. They had to consummate the love they hadn't even professed to each other for her to live? Rather than Damien being a supreme pervert, that title was more fitting for the mysterious force behind him. What do I do? Iris wanted to bury her head in a hole out of pure embarrassment. There was no way for her to easily accept the facts, despite knowing they were truth. Here's the thing, right? But when Damien started talking and trying to explain it, her worries melted away. She couldn't stop herself from laughing. Seriously, how was she supposed to take the situation seriously when he was acting like that? Without even trying, he could make her smile like this. Iris had never been tempted to engage in romance of any form. Her life was far separated from the concept. But that didn't mean she didn't dream of it. It had been over 10,000 years since she was born into this world, and she'd never felt like this before. Because, frankly, I want to. She couldn't think of anyone else she'd rather give her innocence to. No, out of anyone in existence, she couldn't think of anyone else who'd made her feel as comfortable as him. If it was Damien, then, perhaps it's not something to be afraid of. Instead, the feeling in her heart was completely different. It was a faint sense of anticipation and excitement, and that only made her embarrassment far harder to ignore. Chapter 1264 Title 3. Iris smiled again. She couldn't stop smiling ever since Damien came to her soul space. It was something even she herself couldn't fathom. Was I always this easy? To think she'd cave so easily. Even she didn't expect how quickly her thoughts shifted from hesitation to acceptance. No, it's not that. This was entirely Damien's fault. Her interest in him began during their first meeting. He was the first person to ever look directly into her eyes and remain unaffected, which naturally drew her to him. When they were together in the severed world, while the persona she created disallowed them from interacting much, Iris saw him with his wives and saw how he acted regularly as well. Strangely, instead of the fact that he was a man with many wives repulsing her, the care he had for them despite their number and the fact that he was always putting them above himself drew her towards him even more. Iris, in the end, was a person born within non-conventional standards. It wasn't strange at all in grand heaven's boundary for a man to have multiple wives. Even common farmers would gather 2 or 3 wives so they could sire a larger number of descendants. How did it go from there? Iris was always secretly watching Damien for her own plans, but the attraction she held towards him wasn't excluded because she had other motives, seeing his diligence, seeing his willingness to suffer alone so everyone else could live, seeing his confidence and determination to tackle the impossible as if the word held no meaning to him. It all culminated into an emotion she didn't quite have the ability to describe, and that's when they met on the ancient battlefield. Here, the boundary of status between them was completely gone. For over a year, they interacted as equals and gradually became closer. The feelings in her heart gained weight, and as the feelings in his grew, they refused to hide themselves. An opportunity like this was never something she expected, but she also knew how abominable her ability to express herself was. If it wasn't a chance like this, when would she ever be able to tell him how she felt? When would she ever get a chance to carve a place for herself in his heart? "I'm willing," she muttered, barely discernibly, before Damien could even finish his explanation. Damien made a strange exclamation in response. Did I hear that right? He genuinely couldn't believe his ears, but through all her shyness and embarrassment, Iris shakily nodded her head. "I'm willing to do that." Damien's eyes widened into saucers. You mean, how could he not understand? Rather, he knew Iris had some special feelings for him long ago, but it took him a while to accept it. Disregarding her position, which made it unbelievable in its own right, Damien hadn't thought about romance in a very long time. He was content with what he had, or at least he thought he was. But the answer he gave Orion, the decision to leave it to fate, made it clear he was not. Somehow, Iris had snuck her way into his heart as well, and he wasn't someone to run from his feelings anymore. If it was anyone, this woman was the best. Whether it be character, talent, compatibility, or anything else, he couldn't think of anyone who'd connected with him like Iris. There were many what-ifs from the past, but none of them could ever become real. None of them were ever like this, so, if she wasn't hesitating, why should he? Damien reached over the table, his face just inches away from hers. He stared deep into her eyes and asked one more time, "Are you certain? Once we do this, I'll never let you escape." Iris smiled, closing the gap between them with ease. "I'm the one who should be saying that to you, playboy." In the peace of the sunlit garden, hidden in Iris' soul space where only the two of them existed, their lips connected, and though neither of them knew it, their bodies in the outside world followed their actions. Damien guided her naturally. He kissed down her neck, slowly easing her into the mood, taking into consideration the fact that this was her first experience. The minutes flew by as Iris experienced a heaven like no other. With bliss filling her body, shame did the same. She couldn't believe the sounds she was making, but to Damien's ears, those moans were a grace of the supreme, the most beautiful sound to ever grace his ears. Clothes became nothing more than boundaries that were no longer necessary. As they bared themselves to each other, Damien couldn't help but marvel at the perfection of Iris' body, from her breasts to her waist and everything in between, from the beautifully curved valley to the thighs that protected it, and everything else. "You're perfect." He said it breathlessly. Iris turned her head to the side in shame. She could say the same about him, but she was afraid her mind would explode the second she did. The only sounds she could make were hums and moans as Damien explored her body. With the passing of minutes, her arousal grew, and she could no longer wait. The moment came, the moment of their connection, in body and in soul. Iris' mind entered another dimension. The ecstasy that followed the pain was something even greater than she could ever imagine, and that was taking into account everything that had happened thus far. She had a feeling, in her mind, she realized it well, from this point forward, she would never be able to extricate herself from his warmth, and that is the best feeling in the world. Unbeknownst to the two lovers sharing their bliss in a hidden place of peace, a commotion began in the outside world, as their connection grew, and as the Ye Void Daughter title began to manifest in Iris' body. Her soul changed immensely. The pieces that vanished into non-existence were forcefully pulled back into reality, and as they came together to form a whole, Iris' very soul went through an unbelievable transformation. It was an act against reality. With this move, Damien completely went against heaven's will, and naturally, it raged at his insolence. Terrifying lightning that could incinerate divinities with ease manifested in the sky above the ancient battlefield. Divine beasts created from the elements writhed in the air, furiously attempting to reach the fateful pair and obliterate their existence. However, they were all blocked by a barrier that even the heavens couldn't penetrate. Standing above the secluded cave, calmly drifting in the sky like a willow, was one man, Mother's reflection and Orion's descendant. That figure smiled. It seems this one has begun to understand, child. His eyes no longer gazed at some point unknown, but at the sky above, where his enemy lie, the future you spoke of, that beautiful picture you painted. Until Damien and Iris finished their business, he would stand guard. Not just because of their identities, and not just because of their relationship, but because of his own will. This one also wishes to see it. Not as a muddled amalgamation, but in its true form. For that, he would follow the man who would one day become his father. Under his protection, Damien and Iris enjoyed their peace, and quicker than anyone could imagine. 6 months flew by. Chapter 12, 65 Emotions. 1. 6 months Damien spent in Iris' soul space. It wasn't 6 months spent exclusively on physical relations. It could be considered time spent to deepen their bond now that their feelings were clear. But Damien couldn't spend all his time here, nor could Iris be distracted by him forever. After all, her soul was still healing. She needed to focus on supporting its growth if she wanted to truly harness its potential. When she returned to the real plane, Iris' soul went through a qualitative change. Though it was the same soul, its form was so different that, to Iris, it felt like a completely new soul had been housed in her body. It held power she had yet to comprehend, and her already monstrous talent would soon become absolutely incomprehensible. To acclimate to it, she would need a year or two at the very least. Damien opened his eyes in the real plane and smiled. The past half year was great. It was satisfying, peaceful, and fulfilling, a break he'd desperately needed for over a decade now. He felt refreshed, but now that he was back here, feeling the air of the ancient battlefield on his skin, I'm angry. He was extremely furious. To think the Nox dared to target him and the ones he loved, it wasn't strange from them. Obviously they would have done it at some point. However, the fact that it had such a great impact brought him back to reality. I got too content with my growth. I was okay knowing I could kill most of the people here, but that isn't enough. His real enemies were still too strong. His real enemies could still slap him to death even with all his growth. Can you watch over her for me? He asked into the air. There will be no problem, a voice responded. It was the ancient sovereign, who had been protecting them thus far. He would still need to. The wrath of the heavens didn't lessen in the time that passed. News of the strange phenomena encompassing this area had already spread throughout the ancient battlefield. But the ancient sovereign's presence kept all prying eyes away. Even the Nox emperors couldn't stand up to him. So why would anyone else try? It would be nice if I could bring him into the battle, but that's impossible. The ancient sovereign would never interfere in worldly affairs without a good reason. And as a person without connections to the mortal world, finding a reason to move him was nigh impossible. Damien had to do the work himself, though. I prefer it this way. The solution to all problems was strength. Damien looked at Iris lovingly. He pulled several items out of his subspace and created a beautiful living space for her, including a bed, a blanket, and a temperature regulation system created through arrays. To give her body a comfortable environment while her soul healed. Once she was settled in, she truly was a sleeping beauty. She had a kind of radiance that was hard to resist. Well, to me, they're all like that. Wasn't that why he worked so hard to protect them? Their radiance was what made him whole. But if I want to make sure they stay safe, this isn't enough. He didn't have anything to worry about now that he had the ancient sovereign's promise. Orion would likely also come here to help protect Iris' body while she healed, so I need to ascend. Damien clenched his fist. Iris wasn't the only one who gained from their consummation. He got something he never expected to see so early. Assemble. He flicked his finger and sent mana into the air. With his precise command, it changed shape and transmuted into multiple physical constructs, which were then put together before a final product dropped into his hand. It's been a while since I saw one of these. Damien grinned. He was currently holding an earthen hot weapon, a true firearm that didn't have any connection to mana and was purely powered by force and heat. And it was formed through his own power, the power of creation. Wow. Damien threw the gun away and let it disperse into mana again. This phenomenon hadn't happened many times before. He didn't gain Yin from Ruyue or illusion from Rose. He couldn't quite explain why he could only gain affinities and the likes on certain occasions. But if he had to rationalize it, it was likely due to his position. When he was close to the element, or when it was the rational next step in his progression, he'd gain it. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to form a connection with it during the act, but that was beside the point. he truly didn't care about the how or why. Since he had it, he would use it to its full potential, and with creation, this was especially the case. Now that this force was under his control, he could feel it. He was just a single step away from divinity. If he wanted to end this battle, if he wanted to get revenge, and if he wanted to accomplish his goals, he had to ascend to divinity as soon as possible. The only answer was battle. Damien set out immediately after giving Iris one last look. Before she comes back, I'll also be at that level. He had at least 2 years and at most 5. It was more than enough time. Damien's advent on the battlefield this time wasn't going to be like last time. He was going back to his roots. He was going to become the warmonger he was in the past, a slaughterer on the battlefield, and he was extremely excited for that. He was eagerly anticipating the expressions of those in this place when they realized his existence. Of course, Damien and Iris weren't the only ones on the ancient battlefield. While they were moving outside the bounds of the true war, it progressed without them. The current number of combatants had gone down severely. There were roughly 5,000 Nox demigods remaining, while the Grand Heaven's boundary forces were reduced to roughly 3,000. It wasn't a great ratio, however, it was far better than it was at the start. Most traitors had been killed, and while the remaining lords were all powerhouses, all the remaining allied demigods were as well. The battlefield had shrunk considerably. The massive space was now much, much smaller, but it was still expansive enough for one to spend several days traveling without meeting another living being. Nevertheless, the situation was no longer stale. The bases that existed at the start of the war were far past the boundary now. So all participants were forced to either fight or hide in caves. It reached a point where the climax was approaching. It was almost time for the central area to become the main battlefield. When that happened, there would be no running or hiding. The remaining forces would have no choice but to fight until only one side remained. Nevertheless, that was a story for the future. As of now, a year passed since Damien set out on the battlefield, and rumors about his existence began to spread. Just as he declared before leaving, he was going to make an impact that couldn't be ignored. He was going to strike fear into the Nox's hearts. And he was going to become the bane of their existence. It was that simple. Chapter 1266 Emotions 2 years of constant battle. That's what Damien would have liked to call it, but it was more like 2 years of running around looking for people to kill, with a few interludes of actually killing them, though that was just in his perception. In 2 years, Damien slaughtered hundreds of demigods. With the current numbers dwindling, that wasn't just a few interludes, was it? As he gained prominence on the battlefield and learned more about what happened in the time he was gone, he moved in accordance to his will and took out several great threats that the Allied forces were wary of. They gave me so many titles because of that. God Killer, Divine Reaper. Basically, they call me any and all things to say they're scared without actually saying they're scared. Their fear was granted. It was impossible for Damien to hide his league from their eyes, so the fact that he was a lower existence that could slaughter demigods had spread far and wide. His existence defied the basic rule that all of these demigods enjoyed, the fact that they were qualitatively better than any lower existence. That very fact was why most of them decided to stay in the lower universe. Since it was no longer absolute fact, how could they not be worried? However, Damien simply didn't care. Their feelings had nothing to do with his goal. Plus, those guys who are actually scared right now are cowards who don't matter. They weren't like Iris, who refused ascension due to personal trauma, or Alucard, who did so because he wanted to foster the next generation. They were just cowards who were unwilling to be at the bottom of the barrel again, which is even stupider. Demigods will be demigods no matter where they are. Do they think everyone in the heavenly world is born a divinity, or are they just that insecure about their talent? Damien shrugged it off. It wasn't his problem, anyway. He always planned to ascend, though. Nowadays he realized he'd have to set it off for later than he originally plotted. Doesn't matter anyway. Even if I go back to the lower universe, I have a way to get to the heavenly world. He almost forgot about it because of how subtle the memory became with time, but once his rise to divinity got closer, it popped back into his mind. The celestial realm on Death Emperor Star, that was the place where he first met his father, and back then, the entire realm was granted to him as his territory. The fact that his father could leave a hologram there meant that realm had some kind of connection to the heavenly world. As long as he could use it properly, he was confident in finding his way there even if the path of ascension was closed off to him. But that's a matter for another time. The ancient battlefield's progression wasn't completely unrelated to him. Of those demigods who died, there were several he knew or knew of, such as the 12 zodiacs of Hidden Death Valley. I heard half of them died, and the rest only survived due to luck. Aside from them, someone he hadn't met in person but had ties to also passed. the so-called plant goddess of Eden. They say her lover, a demon named Arturo, sacrificed himself for her survival, but she couldn't accept it and combusted her soul to get vengeance on those that caused their tragic fate. It was a true shame, and the worst part, they couldn't even touch the main enemy, something not publicized, but inferred by Damien. For two demigods to die in such a tragic way, two as strong as them, there was only one reason he could think of. They were manipulated by the karmic emperor. He was paying serious attention to that issue for precisely this reason. He must have gotten much stronger to do something like that. I need to hurry. Frankly, Damien hadn't made much progress. He'd gained a lot more power, but power was relatively irrelevant at this point. I need to find the path to destruction. That's the key. He was searching for it through slaughter and destruction. It was a bit stupid, but funnily enough, there was no better method. I guess I just have to keep going until I find it. Damien sighed. At least he was having fun. The demonic providences of the Nox race were each unique. Even the ones that held similarities had different conditions of use. Damien was having fun experiencing them all as he fought, so he didn't mind the amount of effort he had to expend. Maybe I should It wasn't the first time Damien sensed something interesting on the horizon, and it wouldn't be the last. Without hesitation, he moved towards it. Battle was ongoing. Naturally, it was his place to interfere. There were two people fighting against 6. Their disparage was severe, much worse than when Damien and Iris fought earlier. After all, these two were not supreme geniuses. Bang! 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 Explosions went wild through the environment. The battle was already coming to an end, but the outcome wasn't favorable in the slightest. 2 demigods on the enemy side had been killed, bringing their total number down to 4, but the 2 on the allied side were at the end of their rope as well. There was too much going on around them. They were caught unprepared by this massive group. They were fated to die from the start, but they refused. The man of the 2 furrowed his brows. This cannot go on. Even if I die, she must survive. If there was a silver lining, it was their distribution. The 2 of them had their backs facing a mountain. They weren't surrounded, but facing 4 from the same side. That left a path for escape. Bang! RGH, the man groaned in pain as his side was run through with a spear. He stood in front of his woman nonetheless, disallowing any attacks from reaching her. Go! He roared, "No! I will not leave you here." She yelled back, flaring her mana to return to battle. However, he was more stubborn than her. Despite how reserved he usually was, in times like this, his stubbornness couldn't be outdone. He turned his back to the enemy. "Ran, I will not let you die here." Ran muttered, tears forming in her eyes, but it was too late. He was already smiling so warmly. Boom! His mana roared. With a massive burst of divine energy, he attacked her with a gentle force, throwing her several thousand kilometers away before she could complain. Bang! 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 At the same time, tens of attacks landed on his back, tearing through his flesh and bones. Shh! He gritted his teeth and turned back to them. "I know you're eager, but now is not the time. Instead of chasing her, how about staying here with me?" Ran yelled out from the distance. She was already rushing back with all her power, but could she get there within the second? The answer was a flat no. D made sure of it. Before his enemies could realize his movements and retreat, he took the same action as many heroes had before him. He exploded his mana. Boom! Ran screamed out as she was thrown back by the shockwaves. The enemies were wrapped in his energy and incinerated into nothingness. And a figure arrived above them with a frown on his face. "Damn it. I'm too late," Damien sighed to himself. He couldn't stop D from dying, but he came in time to deal with the aftermath. "Another friend has left this world, I promise. I will never let your sacrifice go in vain." Chapter 1267 Emotions 3. Damien descended to the earth. His first move was sending a wave of rudimentary existence law towards the area D exploded, making sure the enemies were dead. In the same movement, he teleported to Ran and pushed her to the ground, forcing his mana into her body and giving her no choice but to comply. "Let go of me. Let go now," she roared, mania in her eyes. However, Damien did not. He circulated his mana through her circuits and calmed her divine energy. "Did you think I'd just let you die here, right?" She was just moments away from following her husband to the grave, but Damien stopped her, and for that, she was enraged beyond belief. "Let go. Let go before I kill you." Damien sighed. "Do you think that's possible? You've already subordinated yourself to me. You cannot hurt me, that does not matter. Unhand me this instant." It looks like she never planned to hurt me. Is she trying to trigger a restriction and kill herself using a roundabout method? Damien sighed again. Frankly, he wasn't expecting an event like this either. He wasn't close to Dee or Ran, but they were vassals who'd been prepared for him by his father's people in the past. Because of their intertwined fate, he assumed they'd be protected in the same way his wives were, but he was wrong. His wives got absolute protection from death, but even they could be harmed to the extreme. As for close friends and allies, their protection wasn't nearly absolute, but their growth would be boosted, and without any extraneous circumstances, their lives wouldn't be in danger. But, well, Dee and Ran didn't meet any of the qualifications. From the start, they did not willingly subordinate themselves, nor did they accept his rule once they conceded. That was why Damien never once tried to mobilize the ancient god clan. He didn't care to force them into submission, and it was essentially impossible when their leaders and young master were all hostile to him. Of them, Dee was the only one who was somewhat supportive. It's a shame that he died. Damien was friends with Shinue for a time, but her complete change in attitude upon learning his identity tore their relationship apart, let alone friendship. They'd hardly talked since back then, and when they did, it was strictly business, though she couldn't hide her hostility even in those circumstances, so it really is something more ethereal. It's not just about being connected superficially. Damien started to understand why physical intimacy was required for the Void Daughter title to be passed on. Perhaps many were willing to be in that kind of relationship with him, but he never saw other women like that. If someone was able to pull his heart to that extent, and the Void deemed them worthy, the title would appear naturally. Nevertheless, that was completely unrelated. Damien turned his attention back to Ran, who was still screaming and thrashing on the ground, trying to end her life. He couldn't stand it anymore. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked. "What? What am I doing? What else is there for me to do? This life has lost its meaning." She was spouting utter nonsense. "Are you a child?" Damien pressed. "How dare you look down on me?" Ran tried to use her mana to escape his grasp, but she could no longer overpower him. Pop, her eyes widened in shock. "Dee, did you just slap you?" Yes, I did. Because you, who's supposed to be an old and wizened divinity, are sitting here throwing a temper tantrum like a child. Who the fuck do you think you are?" Damien couldn't stand her behavior. He never could, and would never be able to, but it was especially embarrassing right now. "Do you not understand what just happened, you fucking idiot? Dee sacrificed his life so you could live, so why the fuck are you trying to die like a dumbass? You're telling me your life is pointless? On whose fucking word? The Nox still exist. So you still have purpose fighting them until the last breath to avenge him. Even putting aside petty revenge, did you forget about the whole fucking clan waiting for you in Grand Heaven's boundary? What will happen to them when they lose their only two demigod ancestors in a single breath?" Damien was utterly fed up with this woman. He was pissed for multiple reasons, the most selfish of which being, this could have all been prevented. If they just put down their pride and accepted him, this would have never happened. What kind of reason did they have to reject him? Was he an unjust ruler? No, he hardly ever asked his forces to do anything, and he would never force them to do anything they weren't willing to. So there was no real reason to reject his rule besides the fact that they couldn't accept an outsider being their lord. He understood his thoughts were selfish, but they were his thoughts nonetheless. He hated that he had to deal with bullshit that could have been avoided so easily, but the majority of his anger wasn't directed at Ran specifically. She'd just become an outlet for his bottled-up emotions. So many of these demigods acted like the pathetic young masters Damien had met throughout his travels, even though they were supposed to be the face of the universe, its strongest and most reliable force. Damien had been active on the ancient battlefield for several years now, and besides Iris, Alucard, and the others he was associated with, he hadn't met a single worthy divinity. They were just cowards and stuck-up brats who had no shame. Damien forced his mana a bit more, placing a restriction on Ran's divine energy. "Idiotic bitch, if you try to die in any way, shape, or form, this restriction will activate and send you directly to me. You should be very clear on what I can do to you if you disobey me, so make sure to act nicely." It wasn't just her own actions. If she was nearing death by any means, she would be teleported to him. He could read her memories to find the circumstances and decide how to proceed from there. Damien let go of Rant's shoulders and got up. Glancing at her in disgust, "Go and live. I won't let you die until you become a proper human being." Damien turned around and walked away. Fuck, I came here with good intentions and it ended up like this. I can't believe Dee put up with such a brat for so many thousands of years. How pathetic." That was the last thing Ran heard before Damien's presence vanished from the surroundings. She lay there on the ground, unmoving with a blank expression. She had no idea what just happened, but she could feel the restriction well. Damien wasn't joking. Its power was far beyond what she thought possible from him. If we just followed him, if such a strong person was their backing. If they could have called him for help before things went wrong, everything was pointless now. But she couldn't die. The deep humiliation engraved in her soul forced her to stay alive. She didn't even think of her clan before Damien mentioned it. She didn't even think about revenge. The only thought in her mind was death. Her emotions boiled over and made her vision tunnel in on the single most pathetic option available to her. She was supposed to be a demigod. She was supposed to be someone others relied on. How pathetic. She raised an arm over her eyes. Tears trickled down the sides of her face. It hurt. It really fucking hurt. But she couldn't blame anyone but herself. If she was more mature, if she focused on comprehension instead of stupidly involving herself in mortal affairs, if she wasn't controlled by her emotions, it didn't matter how many ifs she thought of. They all came down to a single thought: this was a consequence of her own actions, and if she continued acting as she pleased, the consequences would be even greater than they already were. So she cried, in the middle of the ancient battlefield, realizing her mistakes and flaws, mourning the death of the only person who'd put up with her in this world. She cried, "I'm such an idiot." Chapter 1268 Old Enemy 1. Damien knew he was being harsh, but it was necessary. Someone like Ran couldn't learn through easy means. She was entitled beyond belief. Her world revolved around her, and it was clear she never had to face the consequences of her actions. If someone grew like that, they were bound to become a terrible person simply due to their ignorance. That was not bliss, but a ticking time bomb just waiting to explode, and it exploded. It exploded right in Rand's face and took the person she cared about most. How was someone who never learned to cope with negativity to respond to a stimulus like that? Ending everything was an easy choice. She was someone who would always pick the easy choice because she simply couldn't see the other choices at all. Damien hated people like her. He hated people who lived in this cruel and cold world and somehow maintained the thought that they were above its rule. It was a different kind of naivety from the pure innocence that children and others in similar positions possessed. Rather than something that should be protected while it lasted, it was something that needed to be crushed so those people could face reality. Maybe Ran would hate him from this point forth. Maybe she'd resent him for forcing her to live, but Damien didn't care. In the first place, he was never doing it for her. He was doing it for Dee, the only person in the ancient god clan he respected. He would have never wanted Ran to die with him. He would have wanted her to live on and find her own happiness, and he would have wanted her to continue his legacy in the clan so he was never forgotten. Ran was his last lifeline, and she just wanted to throw all that away. Damien abhorred that she was the one tasked with Dee's last will. But that wasn't his decision to interfere in, so he did what he needed to make sure she lived. Worst case scenario, she tries to kill me later. But, even that's a positive. Whether it be hatred, guilt, or something more positive, they're all twisted emotions that give her a will to live. Positive reinforcement wasn't always the answer. Damien learned through countless experiences that facing the coldness of reality could be much more impactful on a person's psyche than positivity. I don't know if I'd use this method for people I actually care about. But no, that's not the case. I definitely would. He just wouldn't do it directly. Just like he'd made Astoria face reality back when he was teaching her, he would use some means to rid the people he nurtured of their naivety when the time came. Even Schwer, Damien sighed. I don't know if I'd be a good parent, but hopefully, I don't become a hated one. He'd just accepted Iris as his fourth wife. That was a number he never could have imagined back in his youth. Now that such an event had happened, he started thinking about his future romantically again as well. And having children was definitely something he wanted, just not right now. In this kind of world, having too many feelings was a sin. He was afraid of what would happen if he had kids. What if he ended up like his own father, unable to foster their growth or even have a say in their lives until they were too old to care? He couldn't allow that. His children wouldn't live like he did. They'd live in a world he created for them, a world free of horror and cruelty. Though, Damien shook his head. He didn't need to think about it yet. If he kept doing so, his desire to see his wives again and become a father would only grow stronger. Ascending is my main priority. I have to remember that. Damien exhaled deeply and centered himself. I should start heading for the center. The enemies in the outskirts aren't enough for me anymore. And for some reason, I really want to see the people I trust, those who were worthy of his respect and fighting with their everything to end this war victoriously. He wanted to see them and refresh his mind. But would things go as he wished? He seemed to have forgotten after spending so much time unhindered. He had enemies in this place, and not all of them were as patient as the Saint Emperor. Somewhere several hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Damien's current position, two men stood surrounded by a river of blood and mountains of corpses. What did you say? One of them made an exclamation of shock upon hearing the information his fellow shared. It is just as I stated. A lower existence has arrived on the ancient battlefield and stirred up a storm. Their conversation was naturally about Damien, the most interesting person on the plane at the moment, but his specific identity was still up in the air. They call him by a variety of names, but those are only marks of their cowardice. The only concrete information our forces have been able to gather is a rough description of his appearance and power. Well, not anymore. The man held up his hand and summoned a projection. It was majorly nondescript, but the most important characteristics were represented: a chiseled face, black hair that went past his shoulders, and those eyes. The second man's gaze sharpened. Those purple eyes were not something just anyone could possess. Rather, in the entirety of his existence, he'd only seen two people with those eyes. One was the Void Emperor from the past, a man that had long disappeared into the heavenly world, or at least that was how it was assumed, and the other, Damien Void. A blood-red aura filled the skies. That damned brat, immortal blood azure, gnashed his teeth. He thought he'd seen the last of that man long ago, but by some odd means, he'd managed to survive not only the deathland known as No Return Pass, but also a siege on Alcatra that he was only able to learn about through the Karmic Emperor. The thorn in his side that he'd tried to remove so many times was now standing amongst demigods, slaughtering as he pleased. Who does he think he is? Immortal blood azure roared. He rarely found roadblocks in his path. This wasn't luck, but something he made sure of by suppressing and killing any who opposed him. But this one survived. Like a rat, he scurried away and escaped every perilous situation he'd been put in, and now he is here. Immortal blood azure couldn't stand him. The divinity he'd built was based on his eternal conquest, his subjugation of any and all things. Even now, rather than a traitor who submitted to the Nox, he was someone who stood on the same level as a Nox emperor. And yet, why is that brat still alive? He couldn't understand it, but there was one thing he knew. This was not Grand Heaven's boundary. This was the ancient battlefield. In this place, Damien could not escape, and immortal blood azure didn't have to leave his revenge to external forces. Where is he now? He asked coldly. The Karmic Emperor smiled. His position is being tracked in real time. Take this map and go. Immortal blood azure nodded and glanced at the Nox Emperor icily. I do not know what you are planning, but it does not matter to me. This is not a matter of your influence. Remember that. The Karmic Emperor's mysterious smile widened. I am well aware. Now, quickly finish him and come back. We have much to do before we leave this place. Humph. Immortal blood azure left without another word. As the Karmic Emperor watched him leave, his smile turned into a toothy grin. While it is a shame to sacrifice a piece like that boy, it is necessary to completely tame the immortal blood azure. He turned around and walked through the rivers of blood like he was taking a calm stroll through the park. Damien Void, the man even the Saint Emperor failed to kill. I apologize, but this is the day of your death. Chapter 1269 Old Enemy 2. Another month passed relatively calmly. The Karmic Emperor stopped moving so actively, and his forces withdrew as well. The Soul Emperor and Saint Emperor hadn't made any moves even at this point, but their forces were still acting strangely. They did attack the universe's forces, but not as ferociously as the Inhuman Emperor's faction. The reason was simple. While the Saint Emperor couldn't be explained with reason, the Soul Emperor was faithful to his creators. Their goal was to steal the universe's life force and use it as a farm for resources, which came in the form of world cores and universal cores. However, what would happen when Grand Heaven's boundary fell? It was essentially killing the golden goose. The Soul Emperor wanted to ruin Grand Heaven's boundary, but he never planned to completely destroy it, because once it was on its last breath and had no other hope, its universal core would be the spark that birthed a new universe. A source of more resources for his lords. Therefore, while he tried to conserve his troops as much as possible and fought for appearance's sake only, his true allegiance was technically on their side. That was the only way for him to survive the victory he was hoping for them to achieve while culling them enough to accomplish his goals. It was a convoluted mentality, but one only fit for the Soul Emperor, a man who was ironically more soulless than anyone else, though this mentality held positives and negatives for the universe as a whole. It was quite unfortunate for Damien. The Inhuman Emperor didn't have infinite manpower. His people were dying more than any other faction. And as their numbers dwindled, the number of Nox combatants roaming the battlefield diminished as well, and he couldn't act himself to fix this problem, because the second he did, the Grand Heaven's boundary faction would band together as one and hide in a turtle shell to face him. Even he couldn't take their full combined force alone. He was on the dull side, sure, but his survivability was great enough for him to reach Emperor status despite his habits. Nevertheless, the battlefield was quite calm, the opposite of what Damien wanted. He spent the last month doing far more traveling than fighting, and he was definitely hoping for something interesting to happen soon. It happened on a normal day like any other. The enemy hidden in the shadows came into the light, and it wasn't nearly the kind of interesting he'd been hoping for. Boom! An explosion of blood mist enveloped his body. Damien immediately teleported away and surveyed the environment for his enemy, but before he could find him, bang! A strong impact struck him from behind, cracking his spine and sending him flying. Damn! Damien didn't expect to be surprise attacked here. No, he knew there were only a few beings capable of doing so, and he wasn't expecting to meet them already, the Inhuman Emperor. Or maybe no, this mana. He instantly understood who he was facing. He stood up from the ground as his spine healed to its regular form, spitting blood out of his mouth. Immortal blood Azura. It wasn't a Nox Emperor at all, but a man equal to Iris, a man strong enough to be titled the universe's best. As the blood mist cleared, his form was revealed, that same old man who pushed Damien into danger at every opportunity, ridding him of the few moments of peace he tried to enjoy. That man was standing right in front of him, you noticed quick. However, no matter what you have become, you are nothing before me. Bang! Immortal blood Azura attacked again without waiting for Damien to acclimate to the changing circumstances. Terrifying crimson divine energy filled the air. And Damien took constant damage. Mysterious forces invaded his body, and while the void physique cleansed it and the Ananta matrix stored the pure divine energy, it was able to damage him in the split seconds before that could happen. Insane. Damien gritted his teeth as he endured the pain of his blood evaporating. This is insane. He pushed his hands forward and summoned rudimentary existence law in a flash. Bang! 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 The wall of law fluctuations he created for defense was shattered in a mere instant, and once again, his body was subjected to torment. Damn! His eyes narrowed to the extreme. He knows the difference between us, so he's toying with me before I die. He's just trying to milk his revenge for everything it's worth before slaughtering me mercilessly. Damien didn't stand a chance. Immortal blood Azura was on the level of a Nox Emperor. Even when Iris was hindered by her inability to use creation laws, Damien still wasn't a match for her, and this is a man equal to her at her best. The enemy who'd been chasing him since he was barely a fourth-class being. That enemy had finally come to settle their score. No matter how much he wanted to fight, there was only one way to survive this encounter. I need to run. Damien didn't hesitate. He flashed away countless times, teleporting hundreds of millions of miles in a few seconds. Boom! 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 Explosions followed him wherever he went. It didn't matter how erratically he teleported, or how many times he changed directions. Immortal blood Azura always found him instantly and tormented him with blood laws. What did he do? Damien hadn't experienced this before. If there was one thing he prided himself on, it was his ability to escape unharmed from any situation. Yet, Immortal blood Azura was following him as if he could see the future. Damien frowned deeply and a portion of his senses inward. There's nothing. The laws that invaded were dispersed and absorbed, and the divine energy has no markings on it because of that. There's no way for him to be tracking me. At least, not from the methods I know. He didn't have time to spare on the why. He had to divert his attention towards a path to escape. There's nothing in the ancient battlefield. If he can track me like this, no cave or hideout could save me. And, I can't drag Iris into this either. He didn't have any bastions of hope. Just like that time with the Sane Emperor, he was on his own, watching Damien desperately try to survive. Immortal blood Azura grinned. You can no longer escape me. He knew of Damien's abilities better than anyone else. Damien wasn't someone who could be tracked using seals or anything of the sort, and since attaching a tracking mechanism to his body didn't work, Immortal blood Azura chose a different method, a method far simpler than Damien could predict. It was back when he directly struck Damien's back. Instead of placing a piece of himself on Damien, he took a piece of Damien for himself. Bloodhound, keep going. An arrow of bloodlight rushed through the air, circling Damien's current position at all times. It was the absolute best of his tracking abilities, and it would never fail. Damien ran with all his power, and Immortal blue Azura watched with a cruel smile the entire time. Run as far as you wish. No matter where you go. Boom! Another bloody light bomb erupted on Damien's position. I will always find you. Chapter 1270 Old Enemy 3. Immortal blood Azura's declaration wasn't a joke. No matter how far Damien ran, he was always a step behind, to the point where it was terrifying. But in this situation, Damien really had no choice but to flee. Nox Emperors were on a completely different level. They weren't people who could be compared to the masses. It was hard to tell with just Iris' strength, but that was only because she was restricted. In Grand Heaven's boundary, using universal law, she was basically invincible. She had the potential to return to that post once she got used to creation, but she wasn't there yet, so Damien hadn't seen her peak. The Nox Emperors had reached a level of divinity others couldn't dream of. It was the peak of what one could accomplish in the lower universe unless they spent uncountable eons living like the Saint Emperor. When immortal blood Azura was put on the same level as them, his power became clear. Damien's abilities that could kill even those like the Strength Lord, who were considered closest to the Emperor level, didn't hold a candle to their existences, he found out himself. It wasn't as if Damien didn't try to fight back at all. Once he realized the futility of fleeing, he did try to strike immortal blood Azura and create a more favorable situation. However, the result was clear: rudimentary existence law couldn't harm him, and of course, its individual parts were the same. Damien simply didn't stand a chance, but unlike that time with the Saint Emperor, he was still alive and could handle divine energy. He wasn't completely hopeless. There are two options on how to proceed. Damien swerved through the atmosphere. He used teleportation whenever he needed to make distance, but he didn't use it to throw off the opponent that wouldn't be affected by its surprise element anymore. Immortal blood Azura is still in the mood to play, so either I find people to support me and take him down, or I find another method of escape. The former seemed like the best option, but that was only if one forgot his position. It would take a large number of demigods to drag him down, and the losses they suffered would harm them in the long run. Now, with the situation more stalemated than ever before, a loss of momentum and power wasn't something they could afford. Then, the second option, before the enemy got serious, Damien needed to find a way out of this situation. Cave abodes won't work, and staying on the ground won't work either. I don't have time to conceal myself, and if I waste time on that, I might not get the chance to escape later. He had to save concealment as a last-ditch effort. That leaves me with two places, either the heavens or the earth. Let's go up first. Boom. Damien abruptly halted his momentum and used vector control to redirect his force. His body shot upward with untold speed, a move immortal blood Azura didn't predict. However, he wasn't nonplussed. Digging your own grave, I see. He knew what Damien was about to find out. Bang! Once Damien reached the top of the sky, he crashed into an invisible barrier. Damn, he used that collision to feel out its power. It was at a level far above anything he'd seen before. Definitely not something even immortal blood Azura could break. Of course it's a simulated sky. This fucking place, he cursed as he rapidly changed his target. If the heavens didn't work, he had to burrow into the earth. I haven't seen any signs of a subterranean world since I got here. But I'll definitely be able to buy some time if I go that way. He had an ability others didn't. After all, WHOSH, the winds wrapped around his body and turned into a burning flame as he rushed downward with all his power. He used multiple abilities in tandem to increase both his weight and speed. If he were to land anywhere else with this kind of force, he'd have started an extinction event. But the ancient battlefield wasn't so fragile. Damien knew that well. He was never aiming to do it this way from the start. A sword appeared in his hand. He hadn't used Mirage in over a decade, but during his stay in No Return Pass, he'd spent several years researching the art of forging so he could improve it. Mirage was now a demigod rank weapon. Even if it was his current power, the sword could handle it, just one burst. I need to use it all at once. Immortal blood Azura was waiting for him below with a wide grin. It seemed he was preparing to confront Damien head-on and provide some serious mental trauma, but Damien had other plans. He gathered it all into his sword. He was going to use something that shouldn't have been possible for the current him. One at a time got slowly. Now, pure divine energy circulated through the blade. Everything he'd collected so far, from the Plague Lord, Strength Lord, Bow Lord, Venom Lord, Marionette Lord, Immortal blood Azura, and everyone he fought during his 2-year stay on the ancient battlefield gathered into his sword. He was encased in its light. He was a shooting star, a comet of unbelievable brightness that shot down like a sun about to collide with the world. Even immortal blood Azura felt wary seeing that power, but he wasn't afraid. This was still within the realm of things he could deal with. This clash was by no means subtle. No, it attracted the attention of all beings on the battlefield. From the corners of the world, those like the ancient sovereign and Saint Emperor turned their gazes to the familiar mana, and from the center, those desperately fighting for their survival like Alucard and Tanglingzy marveled at a mana they'd never expected to feel here. A second trickled by, and the collision of two major powers was only sparks of time away. That's when Damien swung it, that sword filled with divine energy, to use the 8th installment of the series he'd been building since his days in the first dungeon. Damien took a deep breath. Immortal blood Azura's eyes widened in frenzy. Come, rat. He pushed his class forward, wrapped in monstrous amounts of bloody divine energy. Old bastard, just die. Damien's sword connected. In that moment, it was like heaven and earth collapsed into each other. Reality twisted. becoming something it should have never been. The existing laws were pushed out of its bounds and replaced with only those Damien allowed. The bright sword light covered the entire world. From one end of the ancient battlefield to the other, everyone saw it, and when it finally burst, the impact was terrifying. The mad sword energy rushed down like the heavens themselves had fallen. A crevice dug hundreds of meters into the ancient battlefield's earth, cutting it cleanly into two parts. Tens of demigods were caught in the blast, torn to shreds without rhyme or reason. And in the midst of it all were two people, the man proclaimed grand heaven's boundaries strongest, and the man who aptly named this reality-warping sword, Void Sword Art 8th Form, Collapsing Heavens. 1271 Strange Space, 1, Void Sword Art 8th Form, Collapsing Heavens. Unlike Damien's usual actions in recent times, this one was extremely big. It was loud, powerful, and left no room for doubt. The entire ancient battlefield, and even the heavens themselves, were forced to acknowledge the power of the one who released that sword energy. However, at the impact point where he and immortal blood Azura stood, it was dead silent. Time was moving at an infinitely slow pace. The roaring winds around them were muted as they focused on pushing their strength into each other. Cracks formed on Mirage's beautiful surface as it countered more power than it could actually handle, and instantly upon use, Damien felt his entire right arm shatter. He was only capable of expunging divine energy. Guiding it through his circuits and using it was a completely different matter. He couldn't handle it, and he knew that, but he took the risk anyway. Instead of focusing on healing the arm, he forced his mana to keep it steady and healed only his hand so he could maintain his grip on the sword. That was enough for what he wanted to do. The destructive force was massive enough to pressure immortal blood Azura, and as he continued to weigh himself down through various forces, that pressure only increased. Damien gritted his teeth and endured it. He contained the damage to his arm exclusively as he already chose to sacrifice it. He rapidly absorbed the wildly expanding divine energy from their collision and repurposed it for his own use. Collapsing Heavens, he used it again. Once again, reality warped to the extreme and weakened immortal blood Azura's output. The crevice in the ancient battlefield was pushed even deeper than it already was, leaving only a single area of untouched land where immortal blood Azura was standing. "Brat, how dare you!" Immortal blood Azura roared. He understood what exactly Damien did. He clearly saw his own mana being used against him, but he couldn't stop Damien from doing it. Once he took damage here, he'd lose an incredible amount of face, and more importantly, Damien would gain the single second he needed to escape his range. If Damien found a way to disarm the Bloodhound and escape to a place immortal blood Azura couldn't reach, when would he get a chance like this again? He couldn't allow that to happen. No matter what, he had to contain this insolent brat right here and now. That's probably what he's thinking. Damien's eyes were still focused. His side was being torn apart with the second usage of Collapsing Heavens, but he pushed down the pain and continued anyway. Time was still moving at a crawl. Whether it be their words or actions, they happened so close together that others probably didn't realize there were two separate slashes instead of one powerful one. That was the goal. By the time this single second passed, Damien saw the opportunity. Immortal blood Azura withdrew his mana until he was using just enough to repel Damien and started compressing it within his body. He was preparing for a larger attack. Damien was still in the air above him with Mirage in full swing, so he was in a position that would only present him with disadvantages. But that was fine. He was ready to sacrifice more than just an arm to escape. As long as he kept his life, the rest could be dealt with. Immortal blood Azura scowled deeply and glared at Damien with a gaze maddened in hatred. Die! He gripped down in Mirage with his right hand, shattering the blade, and pushed forward with his left, aiming for Damien's neck. His mana reached a new quality Damien hadn't seen before. The deep maroon color signified a complex structure of laws that he'd never encountered. It was a card immortal blood Azura never expected to use here, a move called Devil's Hand he'd developed using everything he learned about blood laws before he ascended to divinity. The number of people who had the right to see the power of this move could be counted on one hand, and all of them would be terrified when they felt it. However, Damien only saw it as an opening. Now, he twisted his body. Impossibly in that single instant, as the flow of time returned to normal, many things happened at once. The shattered pieces of Mirage turned into spatial ruptures and devoured immortal blood Azura's hand. This was a special quality Damien personally imbued in the sword. It didn't matter how great the spatial laws of the world were, the translucent material of Mirage would directly become spatial ruptures that latched onto it and forced it to shatter. Immortal blood Azura was naturally shocked by this phenomenon, happening on the ancient battlefield where space was famous for its solidity, and lost control of his attack. The mana went rampant and recoiled. But he controlled it as fast as possible to get the most out of the attack. Damien kicked off the air and twisted his body, pushing past Immortal Blood Azura and directly towards the ground below. Immortal Blood Azura's claw ripped through Damien's shoulder. And, as the Blood Azura Holy Master took hold of a chunk of Damien's flesh, Damien twisted again and allowed it to rip apart from his body. Before Immortal Blood Azura could react, Damien hit the ground. His body turned ethereal, and he vanished into its surface. WHOSH, the roaring winds returned. The atmosphere was thrown into spiritual chaos as the forces released in those few instants finally spread through it. Standing in the middle of it all, Immortal Blood Azura stared at the flesh in his hand blankly. His gaze went to the ground below. Damien, void, he raged. The fact that Damien went into the ground made pursuit 100 times harder. After all, the ground was completely solid, though Damien managed to cleave it. Even if Immortal Blood Azura used that crevice to go into its depths and trace him, it would take an extreme level of effort to chase. Because Damien used a force 99% of demigods in this place would have been killed by. Even Immortal Blood Azura was missing a hand and had several internal injuries because of it. Damn it, he couldn't give up now. Bloodhound, he called out his most trusted ability. He had more of Damien's flesh now, so following his position on the surface wouldn't be hard. However, the Bloodhound didn't move. Its meaning was clear. Damien wasn't escaping in any other direction. He was going straight down. Immortal Blood Azura was seething, but there was nothing he could do. Very well, he calmed his emotions. Clenching his fist, he absorbed the bloody flesh into his body and used it to create a new hand for his right arm. If you wish to hide like a rat, then I shall wait. He sat down on his position and kept the Bloodhound active. No matter how much time passed or how much mana he wasted, he would keep it active. He snarled like a wild dog. His usually calm expression was completely gone. The moment you come back to the surface, he made a vow on his mana, an oath even the heavens were forced to acknowledge. I will slaughter you. Damien Void, Chapter 1272 Strange Space, 2. Damien had become too used to darkness. This was another case where everything in his surroundings was dark, but unlike every other time, he wasn't in an empty expanse. This darkness came from the extreme density of material in the surroundings instead of emptiness. He was currently plunging into the depths of the earth. He'd turned his body ethereal through a variation of one with dimension and used that elusive property to make this move, but he could clearly feel the consequences that would strike him the second he materialized. It reminded him of that time with Elytra. If he misstepped even once, his body would either fuse with the matter around him or explode because it couldn't exist in the same space. I have to find shelter. It was widely known that there was nothing under the surface of the ancient battlefield. After being used for so long, its basic mechanisms weren't stranger to those who fought on it. However, Damien thought differently. It wasn't strange for a world to have no subterranean environment. Especially a place like this one without life of its own. It would be stranger if there were pathways under the earth. But no matter how densely packed the earth was, there had to be pockets. Damien didn't believe he couldn't find a single underground cave formation anywhere. He also didn't believe the ancient battlefield was completely devoid of anything. They say this place used to be a piece of the heavenly world, which means it wasn't naturally formed by the universe to be a stage for demigod battles. Therefore, there had to be something, whether it was mineral veins or natural caves, there had to be something. After all, the heavenly world was still a world. For a piece of it to rip off, there had to be a cause. If that cause was a regular dispute over land, something like the ancient battlefield wouldn't exist. If it was a war zone, on the other hand, a war zone where people of untold power fought, not only did the story of this land's formation become more plausible, there were likely to be countless buried treasures from those who died here before and after its separation. And those treasures, if they aren't on the surface, have to be in the ground. Damien wasn't looking for them out of greed. No, if those treasure deposits existed, they'd be his lifeline. The problem is, if this place wasn't compacted by universal law and was originally formed like this, it's impossible for anyone other than a spatial practitioner to get down here. Either that, or a being with power far greater than a demigod. True gods. Damien wanted to entertain the thought more, but he wasn't in a situation where he could. Since I don't feel anything from above, Immortal Blood Azura probably chose not to pursue, but that's not any better for me. It only meant the man wasn't actively chasing him. The fact that his position was being recorded didn't change. It's worse because I can't stop it. Since the ability comes from his own body, unless I can, Damien suddenly had a great idea. Good. As long as I find shelter, I'll be able to avoid him. The problem was actually doing that. Luckily, Damien didn't use his own mana for collapsing heavens, so he still had a sufficient amount of time to remain in his ethereal state. With that time, he searched. He moved down to the deepest layers of the earth and went from there, traveling in every direction in search of even a single pocket. Since the ancient battlefield had shrunken considerably, the amount of space he had to look through was narrowed down. But without being able to teleport hundreds of millions of kilometers was still a great distance for him. He didn't have much of a choice but to aimlessly drift from place to place. The mana stored in the dense earth was enough to revitalize him, so he didn't suddenly materialize, but it wasn't enough to completely support him. His awareness couldn't spread more than a few kilometers while he was maintaining his ethereal state. At some point, he lost track of his original position and where he was in relation to the surface, but it didn't really matter. Regardless of where he went, the enemy would always be above him. This is more difficult than expected. The ancient battlefield wasn't like a regular world. It didn't have a system like tectonic plates that altered the terrain. It was built to be the exact same at all times, and even when it healed after the war ended, it would only revert to its previous form through the power of universal law. This was both good and bad. It was good that everything would remain in its place, since it'd be a shame if the treasures were destroyed by tectonic movement, but it was bad that Damien had nothing to work off of while he looked for what he wanted. He started to lose hope after a while. He started to think there was nothing for him but the death waiting on the surface, but, while it took an unholy amount of time and happened right as his hope diminished to nothing, he did find it, a tiny pocket, barely enough to be called a pocket. This isn't what I'm looking for, but it's hope. It was roughly the size of a rabbit hole in radius, but that didn't matter. Since it existed, others would exist as well. Damien gained a newfound fervor from that point on. He stopped caring about time and sustained himself using the surrounding mana, uncaring of the distance he had to cover. He went in every direction. He went both up and down without missing a single area of space that could have been a possibility, until, eventually, there it is, he was facing it, but it was roughly a kilometer below him. There, an empty area existed. There didn't seem to be anything inside. But Damien didn't care. It was a pocket large enough for him to inhabit. He rushed towards it, bursting into the area like a fish jumping out of water. It was completely secluded, without any access to oxygen or anything of the sort, but that was fine. Damien was far past the level where such reactions were necessary for him to live. This is bigger than I thought. Unexpectedly, rather than a small space for him to rest, this place was a large area of its own, more than enough for someone to reside for years on end if they could cope with the isolation. He leaned against a wall and slid down to a sitting position, taking a few breaths just to feel the sensation of his physical body. It may not be the end goal, but I'll rest here for a while. Damien closed his eyes. Sleep wasn't necessary, but right now, it felt like the right thing to do. He was mentally exhausted. A few moments of rest were the least he deserved, but, before he could fall unconscious, his eyes shot open. What the hell am I doing? Rest? Recuperation? Now wasn't the time for that. Rather, he wasn't even tired. He was ethereal for the past who knows how long, so he didn't feel much fatigue either. When it came to his mental state, someone like immortal blood Azura wasn't enough to inhibit him. After facing the Saint Emperor, Damien's sense of danger had its standards heightened like a woman who'd finally found a good man. So, why the hell am I tired? Either he was wrong and his body really did need oxygen to exist, or there's something influencing my state. It couldn't be the former. If so, Damien would have died 83 billion times in the vacuum of space. Therefore, only one answer remained. A grin lit up his face. This might just be what I've been looking for. Chapter 1273 Strange Space 3. Damien stood up and looked around. The cave looked normal and the darkness was regular, not influenced by outside forces. He couldn't see where something could be influencing him, but since he felt it, he didn't doubt the sensation. Maybe that'll work. He poured mana into his eyes to activate the ability that had been with him since his younger years. One of the only ones he still actively used, all-seeing eyes. As the amethyst color in his irises swirled, the world was presented to him differently, as if he was gazing at reality from an outsider's perspective. There seems to be multiple sources. He felt it from all around, from the walls of the cave themselves. That's strange. I clearly moved through these parts of the earth while I was searching, so I was certain there was nothing there except rock, but it seemed he was wrong. Whatever it was, it disguised itself as rock and fooled even his senses. Then, the only way to find out is to break it apart. Damien's eyes were ablaze with energy, completely opposite his previous state. To find a clue in the most unexpected place, he was more than just a little excited. Boom! 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 Thudding booms rang out as Damien attacked the walls. They were surprisingly easy to break, especially when rudimentary existence law was in play, a strange phenomenon. That was the only description Damien could give it. Even immortal blood azura would need an incredible amount of energy to shatter this rock, but he was doing it so easily, it was almost as if, even if that's the case, I have to confront it anyway. Damien stopped asking questions and tore through the rock like a subterranean being who'd excavated tunnels his entire life. He followed the energy he saw through the all-seeing eyes. But every time he got closer, it distanced itself like it was alive, but that only made Damien more excited. A chase with a clear goal was fun. It made him feel like he'd finally be rewarded for his efforts when he found it, so he tunneled and tunneled. He ended up almost 1,000,000 kilometers away from the original cave within a day, but the aura he was following also stopped moving. Bang! Damien threw one last punch, and instead of falling to his feet, the crumbled rock fell into the abyss that existed on the other side. Here it is, Damien grinned. He was finally here. He jumped down, falling for almost a kilometer before he landed on flat ground again, and when he did, he laughed defeatedly. He'd definitely passed over this place when he was searching in his ethereal state, and he'd definitely found nothing, but here it was, a room that had substance. A room that had objects inhabiting it. There were only 3, but the quantity didn't matter. If they were truly relics from the heavenly world, they were bound to be good. The first was a worn anvil that had clearly been used to forge countless powerful weapons. It held the experiences of countless blacksmiths, which could be absorbed to boost one's understanding of the art of forging to the level of a master. All one needed to do was use it to receive its gifts. It was an inanimate elder who would teach an aspiring blacksmith until they reached perfection. Damien observed it for a bit, but since it wasn't something he could immediately put to use, he threw it in his subspace to check more carefully at a later time. The second was a flame burning in a mellow fashion atop a pedestal designed specifically for it. This was the source of the tiredness he felt earlier. Standing in front of it now, Damien found it almost impossible to keep himself awake. No, it was more than that. His very soul was being incapacitated. If he didn't resist, he'd likely enter an extreme sleep state that he wouldn't be able to extricate himself. No, that was exactly what would happen, and that's exactly what kept him awake. Damien knew what this flame was, and its identity made him too excited to pass out. He circulated all his power to keep himself awake just so he could keep looking at it. 6th on the Heavenly Flame Index, the Eternal Dream Flame. The Eternal Dream Flame's abilities were far more terrifying than Damien's reaction to their effects suggested. It had the ability to put anyone struck by it into an eternal slumber. Their souls would be forced into a dream where they were tormented by flames for eternity as well. That's not even the best part. The owner of the flame can enter the dream and manipulate it as they please. They can even use the flame to control the enemy's soul and enslave them. Damien couldn't stop giggling like a little girl as he put his hand into it. Void flame, you know what to do. The black and white flame that hadn't left his body in so long leapt at the opportunity. After flicking its tongues in indignation at Damien's negligence, it rapidly engulfed the eternal dream flame and began its absorption. No wonder I haven't seen many other heavenly flames in the lower universe. Those near the top of the list must be in the heavenly world, because the lower universe deemed them too dangerous to house. Damien was excited to add another force to his arsenal, but he found it more important to understand the identity of everything here. Since the anvil from before wasn't complete without a hammer, it was ignored, but Damien already had several plans to use it. He had to fix Mirage. After all, the void flame was absorbing the eternal dream flame, so Damien didn't have to pay it any attention until the process finished either. So, he moved on to the third with anticipation. Of the treasures, this one interested him the most. It was plain and unordinary in every sense, but it seemed to be controlling the eternal dream flame somehow. It was because of this treasure's influence that Damien was led here in the first place. Otherwise, with the concealment of this area, he would have never even come close to finding it. Damien observed it thoroughly, but it didn't look like anything more than a common slate, something that would usually be carried around in some more ancient civilizations for identification. Should I? Weighing the consequences against his curiosity won out. He was at least confident that escaping said consequences would be easier than escaping immortal blood azura, as the slate didn't have any traces of divine energy on it. Since the decision was made, Damien carefully prepared himself to teleport away and turn ethereal. Once he was finished, he took several steps back and finally poured his mana into the slate. Divine energy burst out in surprising quantities, creating a massive whirlpool that filled the entire space with a wondrous display of force. Before rapidly subduing itself, the slate transformed into a uniform crystal that looked like the purest and bluest diamond to ever exist. The mana contained within swirled calmly as it acted on a predetermined will. Damien's eyes widened. A hologram made of whitish blue light materialized before him. It was the figure of a man, just a bit taller than him, and though its features weren't completely defined, Damien recognized it instantly. "Why you? What the hell are you doing here?" The holographic lifeform gazed at him with a warm smile. "Since you have made it here, I trust the time has finally come, son." 1274 Final Piece 1. Since you have made it here, I trust the time has finally come, son. Damien's mind exploded again. It seemed to be a regular occurrence when this man appeared, pitch black hair and blue eyes deeper than any ocean. These features didn't reflect in the hologram unlike the last time they met, but the resemblance to Damien in his appearance and the undeniable link that connected them made his identity more than obvious, even without his words. Dante Void, including his childhood, Damien had only met this man a handful of times, but the complex emotions he held towards him couldn't be ignored. His father, his absentee father, yet a man who was forced to leave, not one who made a choice. It was a lie to say Damien didn't have any grievances towards him. Regardless of how much he grew, the lack of a father figure in his life was something he always felt the impact of. However, he was also a man with more than enough experience under his belt now. He couldn't just base his entire perception of the man on their personal relationship, and he couldn't disregard his struggles. Besides, he already got rid of most of his negative feelings during their last meeting. The only thing separating them from rekindling their relationship was distance, and an opportunity for Damien to beat Dante's ass just once. Nevertheless, Damien's shock was clear. The chaos of emotions he thought was long gone returned the second this man appeared before him, but he did his best to calm it down as fast as possible. Those emotions didn't control him anymore. He thought he was ready to speak, but it turned out he wasn't. He didn't have the capability to call this man father yet. But he was past the point of using more disrespectful forms of address, so he was in quite the troublesome position. "You were likely very confused by my existence, however, it is a shame that I cannot see the look on your face." Damien's eyes widened. "Wait, this is, as you must have guessed, this is a mere projection. I have left several methods to contact you in the lower universe over the years, but only a select few have been imbued with my consciousness. This is not one of them." "Phew," Damien sighed in relief. Luckily, he'd be able to avoid the awkward interactions he was though, depending on the situation, my consciousness might descend at any time. "Cook," Damien nearly tripped on the air. "My poor relief, the state of this projection may have changed, but hopefully it is still near the treasures I have left for you. It was difficult to find a way to infiltrate the planar battlefield, but I can mostly trust that its laws would keep my possessions safe." Planar battlefield, it must have been the name of the place the ancient battlefield separated from. Nevertheless, as you have reached the isolated fragment of that place, you must have already reached a level nearing ascension. If so, there is something that must be done. As Dante's projection continued talking, it became clear that unlike the one in the celestial realm that was created for the sole purpose of making contact with him, this one had a more definite reason, and that reason became clear soon enough. "There is a seal placed on your body." Dante's projection raised its arm and pointed forward, somehow pinpointing the direct center of Damien's chest. "There is a seed in your soul, something I never expected to see in a child born in the lower universe. But it is clear that the blood of me and your mother flows through your veins." Damien frowned as he continued listening. "Space is not your affinity. It is an affinity you inherited from me, but it is not the law closest to you, the law that chose you as its inheritor." Space was not his affinity. This was shocking information beyond any other. Damien already figured that his spatial talent was inherited from his father, but what did it mean to say it wasn't his affinity? Space was the thing he was closest to in this world. Despite how many powers and abilities he'd inherited and learned, he never stopped utilizing space and always prioritized it above all else. For Dante to say it wasn't his affinity, well, it pissed Damien off severely. Unfortunately, since this was only a projection, there was nothing he could do but listen to its justification. "When you were born, I and your mother predicted that you would take both of our affinities. We were quite excited to see what a child of space and creation could become, as the combination of both affinities could lead to a talent never seen before, but we were wrong. Your birth was something neither of us predicted, and the circumstances behind it became so convoluted that they affected your embryo. Your previous affinities were disrupted, and the child that exited the womb was a creature the universe had never seen." It sounded like an insult, but it really wasn't. Dante was telling him what he already knew. He was a monster of untold proportions. However, it didn't seem like Dante was talking about the Void. The Void would not have chosen Damien because of his circumstances. It was indifferent to such things. Its decision to house itself inside Damien's body and give him its acknowledgement must have been far more complex than just that. Then, the last affinity in his status window. which had remained an array of question marks for a very long time, and the second to last mystery along with his strange redacted title, that was the affinity Dante was referring to. By no means was your power something we feared. Rather, regardless of its deviation from our expectations, it meant great things for you, so we had no plans to interfere. However, reality begged to differ. When you came out of the womb, not only did the heavens attempt to strike you down, your body itself began to collapse. Unable to handle its power in its infancy, the hospital could not explain your condition, and with your mother missing her memories, she was also worried to the point of physical sickness. To save you and your mother, I had no other choice. The heavens, in the lower universe, the concept was known as universal law, but for even Dante to use the dated term, it must have been a far more esoteric power in the heavenly world. Damien heard about the natural disasters that raged through the world on his birthday. He never considered it related to himself, but he did joke about it several times when he was growing up. He never expected it to be a targeted attack. With Earth being disconnected from the wider universe at that time, universal law didn't have much power. And if Dante used his power to combat the weakened universal law, it makes sense that natural disasters were the end of it. If the true universal law wanted to strike someone down, it wouldn't end so easily. No, if that happened and Dante wasn't there, Earth might have been destroyed that day. Damien continued to internalize Dante's words. He spoke more about the circumstances of his birth, the circumstances of his parents' fall, and all the circumstances that had remained hidden from him until now, until finally, he reached the critical topic. And so, I sealed that power in your soul using the essence of divinity that I had only recently begun to remember. This was also the event that led to my eventual discovery, and the reason I had to leave you behind. The projection's eyes suddenly became serious. You have reached the grand stage. You are no longer the powerless child of the past, therefore, that seal has lost its use. You must have felt it already, haven't you? The power that is leaked with the seal's declining strength. Damien, my son, that power is yours, and I shall not hinder your path any longer. That power is the law of destruction, and you are the sole inheritor of its will. Chapter 1275 Final Piece 2, Destruction. That was the final piece of the puzzle. It was the only law Damien had left to comprehend before his path to ascension was cleared. It was the answer he'd been searching the past 2 years to find. Yet, here was his father, Dante Void, telling him it had been inside him all along. Damien, he didn't know how to feel. Pieces of the puzzle started to click together, but there was also an empty feeling in his chest that he couldn't explain. It started back in the 3000 Beast Mountain range. When his rage reached a point he couldn't contain, a reddish-black energy appeared and decimated everything around him. After that, the same reddish-black energy appeared several times to aid him, but he'd barely been aware of its presence. No, it was like it hid its presence from him on purpose. Those memories of its existence were only returning now that he understood its identity. It boosted his other laws and acted as if it had its own consciousness. But was that just its way of trying to make itself known from within the seal? Damien didn't know, nor did he know how to feel, because he accepted it too easily. He didn't even have to think about it. If he compared space to destruction, while he loved the former, the latter was more deeply connected to his identity. Wasn't that always his character? From the first dungeon to Apiron, from the cloud plane to Niflheim, all the way through the divine realm and the rest of grand heaven's boundary, from the day Damien gained power he'd left a trail of destruction in his wake everywhere he went. That was who he was. He was never ashamed of it, rather, he accepted it wholeheartedly and actually enjoyed this part of his character. And there was something more subtle. Space was his father's path. He never consciously had the thought, but here he was, realizing it at an age that'd make him a senior citizen at Earth's standards. He was still living in his father's shadow, despite not knowing the man well at all. Ever since he first realized that his spatial talent was inherited, he'd been trying his best to escape the shadow of his mysterious father. He'd been trying to take space in a direction nobody had ever traveled before. He was paving a path that exclusively belonged to him, because that was the only way he could claim this talent his own. And what was that path? Naturally, it was destruction. It was funny when he thought about it. The amount of subtle influence the concept had on his life was so extreme he felt stupid for not realizing it earlier, but it made him incredibly happy, an affinity of his own. Not one that he was granted, but one that belonged to him and him alone. Wasn't it great? Even putting aside his emotions, the fact that the final piece of his puzzle of laws was already in his grasp was amazing news. He could feel it. The second it was unsealed, he would change, and that change would propel him to heights he could only dream about in the past. He stopped reminiscing about the past and started looking towards the future. Like always, he let go of the how and why. He let go of the concerns that would only hold him back from utilizing his full potential, and his timing was immaculate. This projection is not the only one in the battlefield fragment. I made sure to leave countless thousands of similar artifacts so I would not miss the opportunity to grant you this freedom. As you have encountered one, there is only one thing left to do before I can undo your seal. Collect the remaining slates, and once their power is combined, a portion of my true self can descend. Only with that power will I be able to free you. I will not say goodbye, as this is not our last meeting. I will not say good luck, as luck is beneath a man of your caliber. So, until we meet again, my son, now I pray you live well, and I pray for your victory in any endeavor you pursue. The projection smiled softly. Before Damien's complicated gaze, it turned into particles and returned to the diamond, whose form transformed back into a dull slate. The leftover mana created a small crystal in its center, which drew a line of mana into the surrounding rock. This is another path. Damien was clear on what to do next. Dante didn't leave him unequipped for the following task: to follow this thread and find the next slate, and then continue that pattern until he'd filled the entire slate with crystals and reached its final form. Damien smiled wryly. His ability to take in information had become enough for him to not have his brain explode from the knowledge he gained. But he did have another worry. I hope all these slates are in the underground. If I have to go back to the surface, he shivered just thinking about it, but his heart was beating so fast it was dangerous. This was his opportunity, not just for his future progress, but to take down the enemy waiting for him on the surface. This was his chance. Even if I have to risk it all in the process, I'll do so without hesitation, because this time, he wasn't just going to be receiving something. No, unlike the rest of his journey, which had been carefully guided by the hands of his seniors, this time, he was reclaiming something that had been his own since the beginning, and that feeling was wondrous. Damien immediately went to work. He traveled through the underground vigorously, carving a system of tunnels that connected from one hidden cave to another, excavating as much area as possible as he followed the path of the slates. His excitement couldn't be underestimated at all. Within just a few months, he'd collected everything he could find in the subterranean area, and in the process of collecting slates, he also found himself in possession of a variety of treasures. Among them, the notable ones were another heavenly flame, the 8th rank light-devouring flame, and several other elemental seeds that boosted the power of his elemental law to a completely new level. The rest included the hammer that went with the anvil he found at the start, several heavenly materials and resources, and a collection of techniques and miscellaneous artifacts that would be of great help to his subordinates in the sanctuary. Nevertheless, all of those were mere byproducts. Damien looked down at the slate in his hand. The majority of its surface was covered in glimmering diamonds that shone in the darkness, but there were still vacancies. 5 more slates. If the ancient battlefield had shrunk just a little less, he'd have been able to find them in the underground, but at its current size, I guess it's unavoidable. The mana thread guiding him to the next slate was pointed straight up. He had no choice but to go to the surface. But it's only 5 more. Now began a race against time. Would he find all the slates first, or would immortal blood Azura find and kill him before he got the chance? Frankly, with his life on a tightrope again and the stakes so high, his eyes were swirling and a wild grin lit up his face. He was extremely excited for what was to come. Chapter 1276 Final Piece 3. Damien stood in ethereal form several kilometers below the surface looking up. He's probably there, right? Before he left the subterranean world, he got as close to the target location as possible so he wouldn't need to run needlessly. However, he still had to make ample preparations before meeting immortal blood Azura again. Since he wasn't in a great rush, he spent several months in the nearest hidden cave practicing with the hammer and anvil and gaining experience as a blacksmith. It was a great experience for him. He had to create the forge using his own flames in creation, including every piece of machinery necessary to fix Mirage, which was his main goal. He also needed to understand the strange translucent material Mirage was made from, which he could only title space crystal without knowledge of its true name, and recreate that from scratch. After all, Mirage's shards were either used to damage immortal blood Azura or lost in the chaos. The process took a considerable amount of time, but by the end, not only did Damien have a new and improved Mirage, he also had a great understanding of how to properly use creation laws for his benefit. All right. Everything is set. The only thing left is to charge out. He'd surveyed as much as possible without getting too close to the surface recently, and luckily enough, he seemed to be under a mountain. So he didn't have to worry about an immediate attack. Then, without further ado, Damien shot upward. He cruised past ground level for the first time in what felt like years, and rapidly continued upward. He didn't feel any sort of freeing sensation since the rock of the mountain didn't differ from the underground much besides its lower density. But he didn't care about any of that. He followed the blue mana thread that was guiding him until he was halfway up the mountain. His awareness was able to spread now, and the first thing he saw was, fuck, I was wrong. Boom, the mountain exploded into bits. Damien Void, you have finally emerged. Immortal blood azure as manic roars entered Damien's ears again. But he was no longer panicked, as he was reintroduced to the air of the world above ground. Damien smiled, swerving through the mana storm with relative ease. If someone asked me what I missed the least, it'd probably be your annoying ass voice, he said, well aware that Immortal blood azure could hear him. He tuned out the regular roaring of that man and rapidly surveyed the area, his eyes landing on a slight twinkle amidst the rain of debris. There it is, actually, Immortal blood azure's attack was quite fortunate. Instead of having to break through the mountain himself, he had a free miner taking care of it for him. Boom. 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 The surrounding explosions were loud and filled with power. But Damien had grown subtly in his time away. With a cool head, he carefully dodged the attacks and made his way to the slate falling through the sky. You're mine. He snatched it without a problem, and as it turned into a flash of blue light that combined with the main slate studded with diamonds, Damien made his great escape. Hey, impotent bitch Azura, I'll be leaving, so catch me if you can. With a taunt and a grin, he disappeared. The slate was already pointing to a new location roughly 1,000,000 miles away. Damien Void. Immortal blood Azura was consumed by madness, 1 year, 4 months, and 16 days. That's how long he waited for Damien to come out of the subterranean world. Yet, the second he did, instead of granting him the pleasure of dying, Damien continued being the pest he was. Immortal blood Azura was naturally furious. Any of Damien's safe returns in the past could be chalked up to luck, but this time was different. Damien escaped him multiple times since they met on the ancient battlefield with skill that Immortal blood Azura refused to acknowledge. He wanted to crush the brat that was growing at a pace that scared him, though he refused to admit that part as well, but it was proving far too difficult. Never was there an enemy who could last this long against him. His constant success left him prey to his negative emotions far more than others. So when Damien reappeared, either he'd die, or Immortal blood Azura would become a demon. There was no in between. Damien also came to understand Immortal blood Azura's chaotic state after their chase ensued. He was throwing attacks with much more fervor than before, and he didn't seem to care if they hit or not as long as they carved his presence into Damien's mind. Moreover, he wasn't conserving mana in the slightest. If Damien hesitated in the slightest, he'd be struck by something other demigods could only ever use as a final killing move. He's strong. Stronger than ever. Damien was acting lightheartedly, but he was focused to the extreme. Immortal blood Azura wasn't someone who could be underestimated. To think power like this is present in the lower universe. Then, the heavenly world. He never stopped to think about how strong his enemies were, but it became hard to ignore at times like this. He was really fighting people of this level. He was fighting people he could tear down entire worlds with a snap of their fingers, but Damien didn't let it scare him. Haha, I'm getting more excited thinking about it. He rushed and teleported, moving as fast as he possibly could, until he arrived at another mountain that didn't look much different from its peers. Boom. 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 The sky and earth were filled with dust and debris from the attacks that struck everywhere but Damien's body. He rushed into the mountain, this time into a cave on its side, and glided across the ground watching the blue mana thread. Unlike the last slate, this one wasn't hidden at all. It was sitting peacefully in the middle of the cave as if someone had dropped it on their way out. Well, who am I to complain? Damien grinned as he bent over and picked it up mid-movement. In the same movement, he phased through the cave wall and came out the other side of the mountain. Boom, exactly on time. The mountain peak exploded behind him, giving him quite the backdrop. Within the falling debris, Immortal blood Azura's figure was hidden. However, those blood-red eyes glowing like a predator in a frenzied state were still as clear as ever, striking fear into the hearts of any who witnessed them. But how could Damien be included among them? He didn't even look back to see it. His grin widened. 2 down, 3 to go. It was going smoothly so far. All he had to do was trust himself, because the end was almost nigh. The next target is oh, I didn't expect to be going there so soon. I won't be able to do much but run with my current circumstances, but who knows? I might run into those guys again after so long. How would they react when they saw him? It's going to be fun. Chapter 1277 Final Piece. 4. The next target was in the center of the ancient battlefield, that place that looked like cloudy lily pads drifting in a river of stars. After following the thread long enough to fill the slate to its current point, Damien was roughly able to understand where it was taking him without directly seeing it. at least, now that he was on the surface, he rushed towards it while avoiding everything Immortal Blood Azura threw at him, letting their endless chase continue. There really was no point. Immortal Blood Azura could definitely kill Damien if he didn't have a chance to escape, but in the same way, Damien would always be faster than Immortal Blood Azura when he had the ability to run. Since Immortal Blood Azura was alone, there was no way for him to end this stalemate unless he found a way to either slow Damien down or strike him. But clearly, neither was possible. No, I shouldn't get conceited again. Immortal Blood Azura was always working closely with the Karmic Emperor. I have to be wary of him sending help, or even coming personally. Damien's eyes became serious as he found himself nearing the central area. The threat is, boom. Boom. Boom, bloodlight filled the air, but instead of dodging as he usually did, Damien withdrew his mana and dropped down. The rushing winds brushed across his face as he slammed down onto the ground and ran. Every step had the power to leave a dent in the ancient battlefield's dense earth, but they were light as a feather, barely making a sound as he moved, let alone an impact. He rushed and rushed and rushed. Originally, he thought being on the ground would make it harder for him to escape, but as Immortal Blood Azura's mana carpeted his position, he found that being immersed in the clouds of blood and smoke concealed him far better, and Immortal Blood Azura's aim weakened. The tracking ability must not be omnipotent. Unfortunately, even if his sense of my position is vague, these conditions can't be replicated easily, or in a way that he wouldn't immediately notice. Damien shrugged it off. Hiding away wasn't in his plans anyway. He reached the edge of the Starry River within a few minutes, and without hesitation, he jumped. The central area of the ancient battlefield was, in reality, a void. That Starry River was a view of the universe itself from the ancient battlefield, and if one fell into it, the only fate waiting for them was death from crushing pressure. Damien wasn't an idiot. He learned about this fact from Iris a long while ago, but what could he do? This was where the mana thread led him. He heard Immortal Blood Azura's bellow from the depths, but the pursuit and attack stopped when he jumped. He's too scared to follow. This was good for him. Damien used his mana to levitate and looked around. Everything around him was dark. He was in a void, after all. Above him by just a few feet were the cloudy lily pads, which were actually floating platforms made of marble. The slate is, he looked towards a certain lily pad and rolled his eyes. How annoying. Unfortunately, it wasn't giving him anything more than a break. The slate was latched onto the bottom of the marble platform, waiting for him to pluck it, and pluck it he did. With 3 slates under his belt, he rushed back into the ancient battlefield and, as expected, Immortal Blood Azura once again chased him endlessly. It seemed like they'd made multiple loops around the ancient battlefield. Danger was all around him, but Damien didn't feel endangered. He never dropped his wariness, of course, but that didn't change the situation. He wasn't escaping, but he was certain he'd be able to accomplish his goal before Immortal Blood Azura caught him. The next slate was a bit more treacherous than the last. Rather than being in a position in the terrain itself, it was on an individual. It was a Nox Lord Damien didn't know, and the mana thread directly pointed at his spatial ring. Well, it's not surprising. If I saw a random slate sitting in a cave, I'd probably pick it up too. Damien grinned. Not like this is a problem, though. Didn't he have a pursuit helicopter wildly shooting missiles behind him? It was actually easier to steal the slate from the Nox Lord than it was to take it from the mountain. The second Damien converged on his position, Immortal Blood Azura's rain of bloodlight did so as well. The Nox Lord was caught unawares and tried his best to defend. But who would have thought his ally was the one shooting? His enemy was already behind him, an arm through his chest burning his body and soul with rudimentary existence law. Damien grabbed the spatial ring off the melting corpse and rushed away. He didn't have to worry about completely killing the Nox Lord since Immortal Blood Azura took care of the job for him, and it came time for the final one. This was also in someone's possession, but unexpectedly, the individual was familiar. Damn, Damien flew over them, bringing the enemy's attacks overhead and giving them a warning about what was to come. At the same time, he connected to their mind and sent a message. Tanglingzi. Can you hear me? Tanglingzi was in a group of 4 and had just finished one of many battles in this war. She and her team were on alert already because of the flyby beforehand, but the voice in her head almost made her think she was hallucinating. Damien? She questioned strangely. Yeah, there's no time right now. You saw what flew by earlier, right? That was me. You got what are you doing? As I said, no time to explain. When I give you the signal, take the slate you picked up earlier out of your spatial ring and throw it into the sky, ha? What do you await? How did you even know I had no time, remember? Just throw it when I say to. Tanglingzi gave a sound of affirmation amidst her confusion. Considering both his tone and the image of what she'd just seen overhead, she relatively understood the situation. She didn't know what the slate was, but if it could help their universe's biggest hope escape his trying circumstances, she wouldn't hesitate to follow. Damien sighed in relief as he swerved through the air. Tanglingzy was a reliable character, more than most. They also had a deep connection since she was Zara's master. Damien trusted her to do what she needed to, and so, as he led Immortal Blood Azura on a wild goose chase, he expertly randomized his teleportation so the man wouldn't realize them circling back on their previous path. Damien saw Tanglingzy in the distance. And she saw him as well. However, Damien's eyes widened. Not even 1,000 kilometers behind her was an approaching comet. No, it was a man in the form of a comet, the Karmic Emperor. Damien gritted his teeth. He had to be fast. Tanglingzy. Now, it all happened in a single second. Tanglingzy blindly threw the slate straight up with all her power. Damien and Immortal Blood Azura arrived at her position. The Karmic Emperor did too. Damien stopped, his hand swiping through the air to grab the slate. From behind him, Immortal Blood Azura saw the opportunity to strike a fatal blow and dug his bloody claw forward, filled with all the divine energy he had left, and from the front. The Karmic Emperor let loose countless dozens of thousands of threads made of his divine energy filled with karmic laws, his intent to both bind Damien and control him if possible. The winds roared, the entire sky was blotted out by the attacks of these two divine beings. They approached Damien, leaving him no chance to escape, and Damien grabbed the slate. The final slate transformed into a pristine diamond and attached itself to the main slate. That was what Damien had been aiming for this entire time, but it was also too late for him to dodge. As he stood there in the midst of chaos, both attacks reached their target. And all hell broke loose. Chapter 1278 Final Piece 5. Two terrifying blows that could rip anyone in the vicinity to shreds exploded on the position of a single man. However, at the same time, something else happened. Within the roaring eruptions of power was another sound, almost like the rushing of winds caused by them, but completely different in source. The slate in Damien's hand shone with light as its form was completed. The completely crystalline exterior it now possessed sucked Damien's mana out of his body to sustain itself, and using that mana as a catalyst, it let loose a wave of energy. A barrier formed around Damien's body. When the attacks first struck, it barely covered him from head to toe, but at some point within those fractions of the second, it expanded past them. Glimmers of blue light appeared in the storm of red and gold. By the time the divine energy dispersed, the barrier was already over 10 meters wide, completely isolating Damien from the outside world. Damn it! Immortal Blood Azura roared, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Bang! 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 He rushed over to the edge of the barrier and slammed his fists into its surface. He barraged it with as much divine energy as he could muster to no avail. The barrier was too solid. It was not something a mere demigod could penetrate. As Immortal Blood Azura sank into the depths of insanity on one side, the Karmic Emperor carefully observed the barrier from the other. He hummed as he gently traced his hand over it and felt its mana. As expected, this is not the work of a lower being. This man, Damien Void, the Karmic Emperor didn't have much contact with the man. What he knew was heard through rumors and stories about Damien's escapades, as well as the projections of his battles with the Saint King. Through these, and especially when Damien appeared on the ancient battlefield, the Karmic Emperor clearly understood Damien's worth, but seeing this phenomenon, he realized he'd underestimated the man, a connection with the heavenly world. This was what set Damien apart from any and everyone in the lower universe. And the source of the current conundrum, there is no need to think. The grudge has already been formed and exacerbated. We will be enemies until the end. The Karmic Emperor was a pragmatic man. If possible, he would have preferred to befriend Damien and gain access to that connection. However, their relationship didn't leave room for such thoughts. If so, he must be eliminated. While they were still in the ancient battlefield where outside forces couldn't interfere, Damien had to be killed, otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. No matter who won, the Karmic Emperor had a means of survival. Damien was the only outlier that could threaten those means. The opportunity may not be far away. The fluctuations of that barrier were strong. When Damien and Immortal Blood Azura's flashy chase through the battlefield was also taken into account, it was obvious that there were many eyes watching from the distance. They all had the same thought: no matter what was happening, it was worth their presence, and if there happened to be an opportunity, the Karmic Emperor grinned to himself, they will pounce without hesitation. He had a chance to use them. As he looked towards Immortal Blood Azura, who was in an extremely sorry state already, his grin widened. The puppet he'd been preparing for so many years was also ready to be tamed. Good. I am excited to see what you will do when you leave your protection. Damien Void. Until then, I shall make good use of the gifts you gave me. The Karmic Emperor started to move with a purpose, and he wasn't the only one. Several hundreds of forces were gathering in the vicinity. The stalemate on the ancient battlefield was already at a point where it was on the verge of collapsing, and this had the potential of being the event that shattered it wholly. No, since the Karmic Emperor already set his sights on it, that he'd make sure it would. Within the barrier there was silence. Damien was completely isolated from the outside world by the opaque blue mana that formed it, and he was alone within the space, at least, for the first few moments. Once the barrier was formed, the slate used all its remaining energy to form another diamond, which then expanded into a projection. But this process was different from the first one. Unlike the last hologram that didn't have defined features, this one had all of them: his black hair, his deep blue eyes, his skin and musculature. All of it was clear to see. This was a true image of Dante Void, and as it finished formation, a sparkle of intelligence appeared in its eyes. He touched his throat and extended his voice, making sure it worked, before glancing around the area. You've gotten yourself into quite the situation, haven't you? He said with a smile, finally allowing his gaze to land on Damien. Damien shook his head wryly. What can I say? Great geniuses like me just can't seem to get a break. Ha ha ha. Dante laughed happily. Indeed, the path of a genius is an arduous one. But you have been walking it well. To think you'd make it to this point in less than 100 years, he shook his head in disbelief. I truly wasn't prepared for it. He'd set up countless legacies in the lower universe for Damien's growth, and each of them was linked to him. He would be able to feel if they were entered, and he could feel Damien's presence as long as he was nearby. Yet, besides the Sea God's realm and Celestial realm on Death Emperor Star and a few other areas, he didn't see much of Damien. He didn't expect it at all. His son was a genius, that was a given considering his bloodline, but he never expected Damien to grow so much without his help. No, for him to be on the ancient battlefield like this, for the ancient battlefield to even be of use this early. I really want to hear your story. He wanted to know what Damien had gone through. Damien shrugged. It's nothing much. I fought a lot, survived a lot, stole a lot, comprehended a lot, and died just a little bit. It's the same for everyone, right? He spoke jokingly, but he worded it as such purposefully. Whether it was due to their disconnect or his desire to keep others uninvolved with the more tragic aspects of his life. He didn't want his father to know the amount of pain he'd endured, unending isolation, battles that ripped his body to shreds and rebuilt it, war against enemies he was never on the same level as in the first place, and suffering beyond suffering. No matter how talented he was or how much he'd achieved through the help of others or his own efforts, he'd suffered just as much. It was the law of equivalent exchange. But my experience is beside the point. We can have some proper father-son bonding time once I get up there where you are, Damien said, pounding his fists together. Isn't there something more important to do right now? Dante nodded wryly. I suppose so. Since you are here. It will not be long before our meeting, and even from a brief glance, I understand the kind of trouble you've gathered. Dante reached his hand out towards Damien, but in his current form, he could neither touch his son nor move to try. It will get far more difficult from here. Once I unseal your power of destruction, its trail will follow you everywhere. Are you prepared? Damien grinned confidently. Destruction has been following me for a long time already. Instead, I should be asking if you're prepared. Dante raised his brow. Prepared for? Huh? What do you think? When I get up there, I'm going to beat your ass. Dante's eyes widened. He really had no words. 1279 Final Piece 6. Dante suddenly realized how prone to destruction his son had become, and through that realization, he also began to understand how hard Damien's life must have been. People with his tendencies would never live easily. They would always challenge themselves to the extreme for the sake of results, even if they had to suffer immensely to see progress. And, while they caused immense destruction with their own power, they would face destruction of the same level. This was the duality of such a law. It was the complete opposite of the gentle and patient creation. It was wild, unruly, and unwilling to wait for anyone impeding its path, but it must have been such a mentality that propelled him to reach this place. It couldn't be mentioned enough times. Dante's shock was incomprehensible to normal people. Unlike those of the lower universe who could only regard Damien as a monster, Dante lived in the heavenly world where monsters were everywhere. Yet, to reach the absolute peak of a lower existence, no, to surpass that peak and fight divinities as a lower existence. This was something even the monsters in the heavenly world couldn't accomplish, especially when they were under 100 years old. But for now, he had to set his shock aside. As Damien said, the matter of unsealing destruction came first. Once I lift the seal, the law will attempt to consume you. every comprehension you should have made in your life will rush in at once. And you must make sure to keep your mind stable through it all. If you collapse from the force, it will all end here. Damien nodded with a dignified expression. If it's mentality, I have no worries. Let's proceed without delay. Dante sighed. I was trying to stall a bit, but it seems to be impossible. Yes, Damien said they could talk when they met face to face, but Dante's current circumstances didn't quite allow such an interaction easily. He wanted to spend this time with his son, building a connection before their eventual meeting, but it was fine. The state of their relationship could only be his fault, and the pain he felt from the distance between them could only be felt by him. This was his punishment, whether or not Damien thought he deserved it. This was something he bore because he couldn't stand his guilt. My son might be more mature than me, he thought wryly. To him, Damien was still just a baby. He said he acknowledged him, and he meant it wholly, but he was a parent. How could he ever consciously make his child suffer? Knowing what was to come made him hesitate immensely, but if he stunted Damien's growth here, then what? His actions would only harm Damien in the long run. The chick eventually has to leave the nest. He centered his mind and looked into Damien's eyes. I will start now. He fortified his will, and in that time, Damien did too. They proceeded immediately. Divine energy of a quality Damien had never felt before entered his body. It was gentle in nature, so the void physique and Ananta matrix didn't react as it pierced his body and entered its soul. Damien tried to trace its trajectory, but after it entered his soul space, it entered a place he'd never seen before and disappeared. That place was, of course, the small cove in which his laws resided. There, a reddish-black seed existed. It was now joined by a chromatic seed that alternated between many colors and had a soothing aura, but in its seed state, it could not mingle with it, though. The reddish-black lightning arcing along its surface was clearly trying to make the connection it couldn't resist. Dante's mana entered its territory, and as if it had sentience, it reacted violently. It remembered the mana that left it in this state, and it rebelled. Damien let out a strained breath as his soul felt the impact of its tantrum. However, before Dante could give him words of encouragement, he bit his lip and internalized the pain. Keep going. Dante nodded powerlessly. Once again, his son's growth forced him to acknowledge it. Dante's mana was at a level a mere seed of destruction couldn't touch. Despite its thrashing, the mana encompassed it and invaded its surface. It formed patterns of blue on the seed, creating an interconnected geometric pattern that covered it whole. At that moment, the seed understood as well. This was its time. It was not being suppressed, but released. It stopped resisting and let Dante's mana control it. Slowly but surely, cracks appeared on the shell, until, finally, it cracked in two halves. A terrifying reddish-black wind rushed out and consumed the shell, finally making its presence known in the world. Damien's body jerked. His mind was instantly filled with knowledge as Dante warned. Every comprehension of destruction he would have made, starting from the day he learned to shatter space, appeared as an amalgamated ball of energy that tried to usurp control of his mind. His body trembled as arcs of reddish-black energy streaked around it. His internal systems were destroyed instantly, but it was only part of the process. Transcendent regeneration fought back fiercely and kept him alive. His vigorous life force held on to its very last breath, not giving the destruction a chance to extinguish it. Damien's body was now far greater than ever. Perhaps if this happened before he died, he wouldn't succumb to it, but not anymore. He stayed stable in mind and body. He took control over his soul, mobilizing creation to quell destruction's wildness. The two forces finally mingled as they were supposed to. Damien internalized every comprehension in his mind as easily as breathing. As he'd thought before, he was closer to destruction than anything else. He didn't even have to think about its concepts. He didn't have to think about why it worked the way it did. And he didn't have to practice and gain experience with it. Why would he? He'd been following the principles of destruction his entire life. These concepts were engraved in his very being. This process was just a matter of him understanding their names, and as his comprehension of destruction grew, the concept grew closer and closer to creation. Damien didn't have to prompt it at all. Destruction was an element inherently connected to freedom. It refused to be controlled. Therefore, this process was supposed to be a trial where Damien had to tame and subdue it himself. Yet, contrary to Dante's and even Damien's expectations, the law did not try to harm him. It acknowledged him, accepted him, and loved his mentality to an extent nobody could have predicted. Damien was born to be its heir, and funnily enough, he'd already become one with the person born to inherit creation. Left to their own devices and ethereally tethered by design, they formed a tether between themselves and merged while Damien took his time comprehending their essence. The final peace was in place. All that was left was to tether the combination of their forces, a force that was too great to be named, to the rest. Damien subconsciously moved to do what he had to. A thread of void mana formed from the center of samsara. And a thread of void mana formed from the center of elemental. Together as one, they shot past the bounds of their territories in the same direction, stabbing into creation and destruction as one. The circuit was finally closed, and the conditions had been met. Damien had finally reached that point. He was finally going to stand equal to those on the ancient battlefield. Chapter 1280 Cosmic Rebirth 1. Mana swirled around Damien's body. It wasn't his own, but the ancient battlefield's ambient mana creating whirlwinds around him as it was stirred by his presence. Logically speaking, this was the moment he'd been waiting for. The closing of the circuit in his soul gave him access to partial existence law, which would become true existence law once he brought the four forces into one. This was the condition for him to ascend. However, his circumstances were a bit special. By all means, if he was in the lower universe, his cosmic rebirth would have already begun. However, this was an unprecedented situation where someone was ascending to divinity in the ancient battlefield. This place was mostly absent of the lower universe's universal law, leaving it with barely enough power to sustain a universe baptism, let alone a cosmic rebirth. Damien gritted his teeth as he realized it. I can't let it end here. The future was uncertain, and the power of partial existence law wasn't enough to defeat someone like the Soul Emperor. Let alone the Saint Emperor. I need divinity. That was the stage he needed. A comprehensive increase in his league, a completely new playing field. I have no choice. I'll support it on my own. His own mana roared as it was freed from his body. Using his own comprehension of universal law, he tried to form the environment necessary for cosmic rebirth to succeed. Unfortunately, it wasn't nearly enough. Son, Dante's voice rang out, bringing Damien's attention back to reality. He watched as Dante's existence faded away. He had a sad smile on his face as he left, almost melancholic. I cannot help you with what is to come, but I can at least support you for a period. You. What? Damien's eyes widened. As he'd grown far more sensitive to reality after closing his circuit, he sensed exactly what Dante was doing. The piece of his soul that descended in order to unseal destruction, he was sacrificing that fragment to summon something. It will not last long, but it will start the process. I shall leave the rest to you and the connections you formed in this life. VOM. As Dante's soul fragment collapsed, the heavens thundered, a massive storm appeared, but instead of dark, ominous clouds, those above were a saintly white, pristine as if they were carved from the purest jade. The lightning coursing through them was equally majestic, a mixture of silver and gold that Damien had never seen before. He felt the pressure of that entity. It was far beyond anything he knew, the most complete representation of law he'd ever witnessed, and it bore down on him with all its strength, as if it were a pair of cold eyes judging his worthiness. This is the heavenly order, or, in your terms, the universal law of the heavenly world. It shall aid you in completing cosmic rebirth. Dante reached his hand out one more time, trying to touch the face of his son to no avail. His state was already known, and the second the heavenly order appeared, Damien's consciousness began to fade into a different realm as well, making him unable to move his body. I wish you well. I look forward to our next meeting. And, I promise, while I understand your feelings, you will not be able to touch a hair on my head. Damien did his utmost and finally managed to crack a single eye open, straining himself further to grin. Thank you. I'll see you soon. He couldn't say that word yet, but Dante wasn't offended. Just the fact that it was sitting at the tip of his tongue was enough. Dante smiled one last time, wiping the sorrow off his face. Son, I am proud of you. Always remember that. As his body turned into particles that drifted into the heavenly order, tears attempted to form in Damien's eyes, but he shut them down. A father, he hadn't experienced the feeling much, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all, and if he wanted to properly regain the key relationship that had been missing from his life, I have to break past this boundary. His mind was ready, as was his body, and as was his soul. The time to elevate his existence had come, but unknown to Damien, the heavenly order could only sustain itself for so long. Perhaps it could initiate his cosmic rebirth, but whether or not it could support it in full was still a question. Naturally, there was a solution to this problem, but to understand it, one had to look at the outside world. Whether it was universe baptism or cosmic rebirth, the processes were similar, and the appearances were somewhat mirrored as well. Just like during Damien's baptism, a massive wall of law formed around him. This wasn't a protection mechanism, but a natural instance formed by the sheer weight of the heavenly order's influence. With the fading of Dante's barrier and the sacrifice of his soul fragment, the law pressure exerted itself on the world, and immediately, it was noticed by almost every demigod on the ancient battlefield. All of them had been through cosmic rebirth before, but none of them were able to judge this phenomenon as the same thing. After all, this was their first encounter with the heavenly order. Therefore, a variety of conclusions were formed. Some thought it truly was a cosmic rebirth, while others believed some sort of heavenly treasure was forming. Regardless of their reason, divinities began to congregate on Damien's position. Just like his universe baptism, Damien was undergoing cosmic rebirth in the middle of a war zone, but unlike that time, it wasn't so cluttered. At that time, armies charged from all sides. The total number of enemies and allies was in the tens or even hundreds of millions, creating a scene that blotted out the earth. However, there weren't nearly as many demigods in the ancient battlefield, and of them, not many were willing to risk themselves going somewhere that would obviously become a frenzied slaughterfest. Therefore, roughly 4,000 were involved in the battle that was soon to start. On the Nox side, it was mainly the Karmic Emperor's forces, traitors like Immortal Blood Azura, and some from the Soul Emperor and Inhuman Emperor's factions. Meanwhile, the Grand Heaven's boundary side was less scattered. After all, Tanglingzi was there to see everything that happened. She called Alucard and their forces, who'd grown heavily in number since the beginning of the war, and explained the reality of the situation to them. The 1,500 of them present were here to protect their future, the hope that would bring them to victory. This was half of the total forces Grand Heaven's boundary possessed. They would have brought more. Surprisingly, the most stubborn of demigods were also willing to lay their lives down to protect Damien, because even those who were selfish understood the value of forming a positive relationship with him and promoting his growth. What would it look like when someone who could kill demigods as a lower existence ascended to their level? It was obvious that being on his bad side was an absolute sin. Nevertheless, just like last time, Damien became the central point of the war, and as the two sides faced each other, one protecting the barrier of law and the other intent on penetrating it, the wind stilled. Even the ancient battlefield itself had to quiet down, because the coming collision was of a scale that had not been seen since the start of the war. Chapter 1281 Cosmic Rebirth 2. It was quiet, or rather, it would have been if not for the roaring heavenly order above. Everyone was waiting for the first person to move, and nobody wanted to be the person who set off the domino that would escalate into a full-scale war in seconds. Tanglingzi and Alucard stood at the forefront of the Grand Heaven's boundary side along with the strongest of their forces, people just a single level below Immortal Blood Azura and the Nox Emperors, watching and waiting. This is troublesome, Tanglingzi thought. The problem here was that the other side had Immortal Blood Azura and the Karmic Emperor, both of whom were stronger than anyone they had. Our numbers are also less than theirs, so we do not have the freedom to ally against a single enemy. There were no tactics in demigod warfare of this scale. Demigods were independent creatures, and though they'd work together to plot and scheme and would when it was necessary, in the midst of chaos, they had the same flaw as the Nox. Rather than get in each other's ways by interfering in each other's battles, they'd rather choose opponents for themselves and leave the rest to others. At the current moment, most of the demigods on both sides were doing exactly that. It was mostly those on the allied side. After all, most of them were going to have to take at least two opponents by themselves. Tanglingzi frowned, and Alucard did the same from beside her. They had the same thought. Regardless, they had to fight, so it was better to take the initiative. Tanglingzi acted first. She shot forward with extreme speed as her fingers extended into claws. Before anyone noticed, she'd grabbed a Nox Lord by the throat and clenched her fist, bursting his neck. It started from there. Everyone here was a divinity. They reacted within the second. Following Tanglingzi's lead, Alucard raised his arm. Charge, he commanded the forces behind him and slammed into the closest Nox Lord, killing him instantly as well. The two instant deaths from the enemy side energized the allied forces. And with no thoughts of death in their minds, they charged at the Nox. A battle of untold proportions broke out. Perhaps they weren't as numerous as those on the unnamed world, but the force they emitted as they fought far exceeded them. If this battle was taken to the lower universe, it would have destroyed several worlds in that single instant, creating widespread destruction with massive consequences. Alucard, Tanglingzi, and the rest of the strong demigods moved past the first line of Nox after their initial move and each targeted groups of stronger enemies. They only struck those at the front for the sake of appearance. Their real targets were those they'd have to expend great amounts of effort to fight. Those behind them took care of the masses. Boom. 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 Boom, bang. Bang. Bang, explosions and impacts ran rampant. Destruction was everywhere, and the eruptions of mana combined into a storm that flowed into the sky and made space itself tremble. BBBOM. At that moment, the heavenly order reacted, while its effects were mostly contained within the barrier of law, making it so the surrounding divinities couldn't understand its true terror. It sent a bolt of lightning outside of those bounds for the first time. The lightning had no specific target. It didn't differentiate between friend and foe, no, it wasn't even trying to kill anyone, but as it crashed down on the ground below, it sent out a shockwave that tore through both sides, allies and opposition. Everyone watched it in horror, but looking away from battle for even a single second was equivalent to suicide. Instead of paying attention to its aftereffects, they continued to fight with a new sense of wariness for the entity. Beyond their perception, the mana storm formed by their collisions was absorbed by the Heavenly Order, increasing its size subtly. This didn't extend its lifespan, only its power. Basically, it only increased Damien's suffering, but it also presented an opportunity for him. The seconds crawled by extremely slowly. Within every instance of time, thousands of strikes were traded between each individual combatant, which amounted to a massive amount of energy and damage being expended and dealt, and the death toll stacked up so rapidly that it was impossible to imagine that these were divinities dying. Both sides lost hundreds, and while it looked like the war would come to an end extremely soon, that was just a mirage. Those battles taking place further away from the barrier of law, where Tanglingzi and the rest were fighting, would not end so easily. Bang! 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 As the one who taught Zara how to fight, Tanglingzi's style was similar to hers. She dodged and weaved her enemies, and attacked their weaknesses when she got a chance. She was extremely frontal, not letting them escape her grasp, and used her body itself as a weapon. She had 4 Nox Lords in front of her. Their number made it difficult, but she was confident in winning. Those two haven't moved yet. She had a portion of her awareness separated, watching Immortal Blood Azura and the Karmic Emperor in case they decided to act. But so far, neither had left their positions in the sky. Immortal Blood Azura wasn't a complex man. He tried to make himself seem complex, but his thoughts were extremely easy to read. He was too focused on Damien to even care about the war anymore, so obviously he didn't interfere. As for the Karmic Emperor, he was busy as well. Unseen threads tangled Immortal Blood Azura in a spider web he couldn't sense. His thoughts and actions, which he always believed his own free will, were almost under the control of the man he vowed to never fall prey to. The Karmic Emperor's main goal was to control this card, which would be the start of many plans he'd made long ago. With the rest of his energy, he was also attracting more and more Nox to the area, the forces he'd been hiding for this very moment when Immortal Blood Azura became his. It was time to bring them out, but no matter how explosive the war was, it didn't hold a candle to what was going on within the barrier of law. Damien was undergoing a dual tribulation of mind and body. Funnily enough, his soul was untouched even though it should have been the main character of his cosmic rebirth. He'd already reached a level of divinity with it when he merged with the void. Now, his body needed to be brought to the same level, and he as an individual had to define the divinity he was going to base his entire existence around from this point forth. It was an extremely involved process. However, it's not enough. Damien could never get completely into the rhythm of rebirth. The energy of the Heavenly Order was barraging his body with greater intensity every second, but the energy usage made it expend its energy far faster than it normally would have. The solution, he said, it would come from the outside. Damien could only hope support came fast, and the support he didn't know the identity of. Well, it was already on its way. Just as much as he wanted them to arrive as soon as possible, they were moving at their fastest speed to reach his position. The time for them to come together was approaching. Once it finally came, Damien would truly begin cosmic rebirth. Divinity was just a single step away. Chapter 1282 Cosmic Rebirth 3. With the outside world's chaos clear, one could take time to focus on what was happening within the barrier of law. The process started similarly to universe baptism. Damien's mind and body were disconnected and forced into trials of their own, but unlike others, his soul remained untouched. Therefore, despite being disconnected from it, he didn't lose touch with reality. It was strange, but it allowed Damien to keep track of the Heavenly Order's changes, which was the only reason he even needed to focus on the outside world in the first place. Lightning struck his body continuously. This lightning came from the Heavenly Order and was far beyond anything he'd experienced in the past. It was pure, sure, but that was only one aspect of it. The laws contained within the lightning were astonishing. It was definitely similar to universal law, but far more complex and complete, leaving no room for inconsistencies such as those Damien took advantage of when he was in Grand Heaven's boundary. Nevertheless, the process itself was something he'd long been used to. His body was broken down and reconstructed over and over again, and as it underwent this change, its league was taken to a new level. This was only the first step, because cosmic rebirth was something completely different for Damien when compared to others. When his soul transformed, he realized the true potential of the void physique. He'd unlocked a portion of its capabilities through death, and that was what allowed him to fight and survive on the ancient battlefield. but the entire weight of its existence was prohibited to him by his lacking physical state. Once the baptism of lightning raised his league to the appropriate level, the void would take over and do its job as well. However, for that to happen, the heavenly order needed to remain as it was. Damien tried his best to take his attention off of it. He couldn't do anything about it. He didn't have the power nor the means to interfere in the heavenly order in his current state, so worrying about it would only hinder his progress. Instead, he had to trust what Dante said. Someone or something would arrive to support him, and when that entity came, his problem would be solved, instead of waiting for them. Damien had more important things to do. He needed to overcome the mental trial. Once again, he was thrown into a world of his own imagination. The experiences he had during his life flashed through his mind, along with several questions. How did he make it here? Did he accomplish what he wanted to accomplish? What did he want to accomplish in the first place? Were his goals worth the effort? What set him apart from the rest? Why did he deserve ascension? Why did he deserve talent? They barraged him from every side, trying their best to force him into a state of uncertainty. However, the current Damien couldn't be fazed by these questions. He was a genius because he was one. The things he desired were worthy of their status because he said so. Damien's beliefs had changed massively. He'd become arrogant, so to say, but this wasn't arrogance without backing. His arrogance came from the absolute confidence he had developed through countless experiences. He had come to accept many things. When he was younger, he was a man plagued by countless troubles, both external and internal. He doubted himself. He doubted his strength, he doubted his mind, he doubted his worth, and he refused to acknowledge himself. In the first place, that was his greatest problem. He failed to see reality because he was forcing himself to view it through a lens that didn't have the capability of seeing him for who he truly was. But not anymore. Damien understood that there were many unfair things in this world. Some people would be forced into utmost suffering that ruined the innocence and purity they held, while others would be corrupted by the bliss of life and never experience a day of suffering until they died. This was just reality. It was just fate. When Damien was young, he lived in a world where changing fate was nigh impossible. No matter how much he worked or tried, without talent, without connections, without status, it was impossible to get what he wanted, or so he thought. But even before the world awakening, Earth was never that kind of place. Effort would eventually be rewarded. As long as one kept pursuing their desires and endured all the suffering that came along with such ambition, they would reach it eventually. But who was willing to wait, in a life that lasted less than 100 years? Who was willing to slave away for half or even more of it for the sake of that slim hope for success? He was not one of those people. He said he tried his best, but he never did. He relied on others to clean up after him. He blamed others for messes he made. He acted like Rand did when he met her last. Perhaps that was the reason for his sudden burst of anger. She reminded him too much of his past self, the version of him that waited for a lucky chance to grace him without actually striving for it at all. He didn't deserve it, yet it was still granted to him, because of his talent and connections. He was granted talent in the new world where fate became nothing more than a concept to be conquered and stepped on. Wasn't he just a hypocrite? Thoughts like those accumulated, and when they were piled on top of his existing insecurity and trauma, they truly blinded him from reality. The moment he freed himself of those restraints, the world regained its color. Instead of wondering about why others were given chances he wished for, or why others were suffering while he was able to climb higher, he focused on himself and improved. His envy would only become a stepping stone for those who worked harder than him, and his pity would only attract ire from those who had less. He didn't have the right to those emotions, whether he wanted to take the chances he wanted with his own hands or help those who were less fortunate than him, whether he wanted to be a devil or a saint. He first needed to reach a point where he was qualified to play those roles. Power, he used to see it as his goal, but it was no longer such. Power was a means to an end. Chasing the peak mindlessly only gave way to flimsy determination. When one reached the peak, they would lose all sanity after realizing there was nothing left for them, so there was no need to question himself. Once he gained those qualifications, the desires he held would become reality. The uncertainty would become fact. Needlessly asking questions to feel altruistic or to feel like he was growing when he was, in reality, doing nothing at all was pointless. Damien Void was not that kind of person. He was self-assured. He believed in his values almost to the point of lunacy, and with that kind of belief, questioning himself became irrelevant. The trials of mind were meant to grant people this level of surety. They were meant to reaffirm one's beliefs so that when they ascended to divinity, they would never encounter a situation where their divinity broke down from their uncertainty, and it was a test to see whether or not their values were strong enough to match their league. Damien passed these trials before they even started. The only reason he even had to undergo them was so that the universe could understand this fact. He would not bend, he would not fold, for he was eternal. this was the creed he lived by. And even if the heavens themselves tried to bring him down, he would never change his mind. Chapter 1283 Cosmic Rebirth. 4. Clearing the trial of mind meant nothing to Damien. His mental state wasn't elevated and his league didn't change at all, but that was a precursor to the true trial. He had to do one more thing in his mind before he could truly move on. He had to decide. Damien followed many paths that all diverged into one, but that single path far outstripped the scope of reality. So then, what was it? What is my divinity? It was necessary to define divinity here. From the perspective of a lower existence, it was a new level, it was godhood, but that wasn't true at all. True godhood was a step that could not be achieved easily, nor seen in the lower universe. Establishing divinity was the halfway point. It was the first step into a new world that would be just as treacherous as the path taken to reach it. Divinity could best be described as a reflection of oneself. It was a sky-cleaving tower made of everything an individual represented: their values, the way they treated those around them and those further away, their morals, their definition of right and wrong, good and evil, their image, the way they presented themselves to the world and wished to be perceived, their mindset, the things that drove them and their determination to reach those things. These were only some of the elements that would create a divinity. Anything and everything one infused into their divinity would make it a level more secure, but the caveat was that these things would be cemented in stone. It was impossible to take back the things one carved into their divinity. It was impossible to change beyond their limits. Someone like immortal Blood Azura would always be cruel and merciless. There would never be a day when he turned over a new leaf and could be seen in a new light. If he wished to make that transition from the bottom of his heart, the divinity he spent so much time building would shatter, and he would be forced to piece it back together with new values strong enough to replace the missing pieces. The so-called tower used to represent divinity had a base made of law. This law would become one's everything after ascension, and all other paths would be closed off. Therefore, choosing the law was important, but most didn't struggle as they only focused on one from the start: the person I am and the person I wish to become. That was what divinity represented. It was the acknowledgement of those beliefs by reality itself, and once it was created, reality itself would watch over the practitioner to see if they would truly live up to the expectations they placed on themselves. There was no way to half-ass the formation of a divinity. It also absolutely couldn't be rushed. Damien had a more difficult time than most when he tried to choose what his divinity would be. The most basic instinct in his body told him there was no need to choose. He could just put everything into it and make it an adaptive mechanism that would reform to what he needed in the future. This was the strategy he used when creating most long-term systems like the Ananta Matrix. However, this was not an option for the current him. He had to choose. If he couldn't make the choice, he would not ascend. What do I want? Damien had always been chasing the void, but that wasn't an option here. How could reality acknowledge a divinity based on something above it? He had the option of choosing existence itself as the base. But he was greedy. He didn't want to leave out the space for the non-existence that he would eventually comprehend. My title. The titles given to people like Immortal Blood Azura or Tian Yang, the Void Old Immortal, were only partially determined by the public. The concepts they placed in their divinity were represented in their titles more than anything else. When Immortal Blood Azura created his, he infused the concepts of immortal and blood, signifying his desire to be eternal. Through the power of blood, Tian Yang only chose the word void, not symbolizing the void itself, but the void of space, the most powerful manifestation of the law. Damien also needed to choose existence, non-existence, void, reality. He'd used so many terms throughout his life, grander than anything a newly ascended demigod should have been wishing for, but it wasn't enough for him. He wanted to give himself a starting point worthy of the end he would eventually reach. To find that, Damien's mind was snapped out of its trance. The heavenly order, its energy was sputtering out. There were only a few seconds left before it dispersed completely. Damn it, Damien withdrew himself from his mind and forced the universal law in his body to react. My body's state is. This is not optimal at all. His body was halfway through its lightning baptism. Its current state was so strangely disproportionate that trying to use it at all would be suicide. However, Damien had no choice. If he didn't, his entire cosmic rebirth would be stunted. He forced his mana to move. The fluctuations of universal law filled the space, flying up towards the dispersing white thunderclouds and filling them with energy. It's not enough. At most, Damien's power could maintain them in their current weakened state. To make them functional again was completely impossible. Damn, he didn't have a choice. He mobilized his void mana until it slammed into the surrounding barrier of law. Devour. He consumed it in tiny bits, just small enough that those outside wouldn't notice, but those tiny bits held such highly compressed heavenly law power that they were more than enough to aid him. Those devoured fragments were combined with his universal law to add energy to the heavenly order. The heavenly order then reused those fragments to fill the spaces in the barrier of law, creating an infinite cycle. However, this cycle was being maintained with the heavenly order's energy and was only supported by Damien, so he didn't have to expend as much energy to keep it active. This is impossible, he knew it well before, but confronting it directly made the truth far more obvious. There was no way for him to win this battle. Whoever you are, Damien gritted his teeth. Please come soon. Every millisecond felt like years. Damien's body broke down in several places. Blood pooled in his mouth as it was forced up his esophagus from the destruction of his stomach. His mana circuits were strained to the limit, and though the Ananta matrix had improved significantly in recent days, it was almost destroyed with only 3 seconds of sustaining the heavenly order. Damien was on his last breath. If he was in his usual state, he might have been able to do more, but he was essentially crippled in this strange middle point of his ascension. Help needed to arrive as soon as possible. For the first time in several decades, Damien hoped for someone to save him, and that someone, that was already here. The heavenly order suddenly swelled violently. The clouds didn't just return to their previous state, they doubled in size and power equally. The gears in the sky started to turn again. Lightning once again rained down on Damien, practically destroying his body down to a single drop of blood and throwing his consciousness back into the mental space. He only felt it for a single instant, but he was certain, it's finally working properly. The heavenly order was no longer a gas-powered engine, but a solar-powered machine that would constantly refuel itself and operate until it was no longer needed. Damien's eyes would have widened into saucers if he could still access his body. Solar-powered, it was quite a funny analogy. There was indeed a sun shining on this heavenly order, a sun not quite shaped like a sun, and this sun, two figures appeared in the outside world, spreading their aura across the battlefield and instantly freezing all beings in the vicinity with their pressure. One shining bright as a sun, and the other like her polar opposite, a dark moon. They made a combination that could only be described as terror-inducing. Protect me, no problem. They exchanged words like nobody else mattered, and ignoring anything else, one of them flew up into the sky. She spread her arms out and summoned it forth, a storm of universal law that barraged the heavenly order with energy. After almost 4 years away, she was back. Erazia Luminous had finally returned to the stage. Chapter 1284 Cosmic Rebirth 5. Roughly 2 hours prior, in a secluded area of the ancient battlefield, only 3 presences remained. No matter how much the battlefield shrunk from the deaths of divinities, this spot seemed to always be included in the circle despite being on its edge. An extremely strange phenomenon. This was the place Iris had been resting for the past 3 years to recover from her soul injury. The ancient sovereign and Orion Luminous were the only visitors she'd had, but she spent most of her time alone. Though it wasn't a lonely stay, Iris had a newfound passion for progress, and a reason why she had to leave as soon as possible. She put her everything into recovery and improvement, and if one compared the person she was now to the person she was when Damien left, making such a comparison was completely useless. They could barely be regarded as the same person. Iris sent her senses through her body and soul. I'm almost there. Her soul injury healed majorly with every day, and her recovery period ended after 2 years. But she didn't immediately leave her seclusion. She'd received a great gift from Damien, and she couldn't leave it to rot. She'd spent the past year and a half or so completely focused on comprehending creation and acclimating to her new soul, reaching a level she never could have imagined in the past. No, she had to wonder if this level of growth was even allowed for demigods who refused ascension. Half a year. In another half a year, I'll be unparalleled. That was also the end of the time the ancient sovereign promised to protect her. She was planning to return to comprehension and stop wasting time the second she finished gaining a cumulative understanding of her current state. However, the usually quiet area was anything but right now. If the ancient sovereign acted, there'd be no sound. That means the ancestor. Iris stood up and made her way out of the cave to see what was happening, and to her surprise and expectation at the same time, a fierce battle was taking place. Orion was fighting an unidentified woman from the Nox race. The strangest part was, ancestor is being pushed back. Iris could barely hold her astonishment. The number of people who could do so in the entire ancient battlefield could be counted on one hand, but this woman was not one of them. As she watched, the two went back and forth exchanging attacks. With just a bit of observation, it became clear that this was more of a spar than a real life or death match. The woman never aimed for Orion's fatal points, and in return, he also avoided injuring her too deeply. They were fighting for entertainment, nothing more. The fight continued for a decent while. Iris watched and used it as a learning opportunity. increasing her knowledge of fighting through them. However, it eventually came to an end. "You are a good opponent," Orion said with a smile, extending his hand. The woman looked down at it indifferently before shaking it. I never expected to fight a primal sovereign in this life. It was a pleasure for me as well. It's a shame we have to end it here, but I guess you came on business, right? Your friend over there would not have left me alone if I came to cause conflict." The woman glanced at the ancient sovereign before penning her gaze down to Iris' location. Iris raised a brow curiously as the woman made her way there. "She's here for me." She was naturally confused. She had no idea who this woman was, nor did she have any connection to the Nox. However, when they stood face to face, she felt a strange sense of familiarity from the Nox woman. "Is there something you want from me?" Iris asked, somewhat cautiously. The woman nodded without hesitation. "Right, there's somewhere we need to go. Pardon, introductions and the likes. It seems my social skills have become rusty in those tens of thousands of years." The woman, her black hair blowing in the wind and her eyes shining like rubies, smirked slightly as she spoke again. "I was once known as the Death Emperor of the Nox race, but those days are behind us. You may call me Tiamat, and, well, you could say I'm indebted to your husband, and have come here to ask you to help me save him." Iris' eyes narrowed. "There is no need to say more. Let us leave immediately." Two women who'd been absent from the main stage for varying degrees of time had finally come together, and considering the current situation, they could be considered the universe's hope. The duo slammed down onto the ground and made an extremely flashy entrance, but they had no plans of milking attention. They rapidly surveyed the battlefield with a sort of synergy nobody would expect from two people who met just a few hours prior. "Protect me?" Iris asked. "No problem," Tiamat replied smoothly. Iris instantly saw what Tiamat meant when she said Damien needed her help. The current situation was hard to explain, but to put it simply, that looks like cosmic rebirth, but it doesn't have the fluctuations of one at all. Essentially, it was flawed, and who better was there than her to fill its flaws? Iris ignored all the surrounding demigods and flew into the sky. Standing just outside the barrier of law, she acted without wasting time. Universal law was incredibly restricted in the ancient battlefield, but it was different now. Not only was the heavenly order giving it a great presence that empowered her, but Iris had also comprehended how to recreate a variation of universal law through creation. There was nothing holding her back anymore. "You, immortal blood," Azura said what might as well have been his catchphrase at this point and rushed at her. Whatever she was doing was helping Damien, and he was not someone who would allow that. However, boom, a massive storm of blackness obstructed his path and forced him to retreat. Tiamat appeared before him with a cold expression. "You will not interrupt." She kicked downward, slamming her heel into immortal blood Azura's stomach. As he crashed down to the ground, her icy gaze turned to the last man in the sky. "Are you a new one?" The Karmic Emperor didn't respond. No, he could not, despite not being very organized. The Nox did have a history of their own that the most advanced of them were aware of. This face, this demeanor, this aura. The Karmic Emperor knew who that was. A woman who only appeared in legends. A woman whose mere title could terrify any and every Nox in existence. Death Emperor. Tiamat raised her brow. "It seems my name has not been forgotten in all this time. Or, were you there before it happened?" She didn't care. The Death Emperor was a title given to her for a single reason. She was the personification of the concept: anyone who looked into her eyes would die. Anyone who crossed her path would die. Anyone who even scraped the bounds of her perception would die. There was no escaping death when she was involved, and for that, they allowed their fear to take control and sacrificed me. She was sealed, not killed. This was partially because of her power, and partially because the one who sealed her understood her predicament. But now she was free, now she had no more restrictions, and now, killing intent filled the air with so much pressure that it solidified. Reality warped into a domain of absolute death purely due to its influence. Her eyes gleamed with bloodthirst. The time has come for revenge. Chapter 1285 Cosmic Rebirth 6. Long ago, in a nameless area of the abyss, a Nox being was born. That being had no family, nor was she born from the demon abyss. The entirety of her existence was a mystery. Therefore, she did not come under the control of a Nox emperor during her early life. She did not know that there were others like her. She was not aware of other existences in any way. She was alone and so far separated that the only thing she shared with the Nox was heritage, and, unlike the rest of her race, she was born with spirituality. She had no sense of curiosity or desire. She remained in the place where she was born, quietly drifting with the abyss as she pondered her existence, and the abyss embraced her, a lonely existence like it. Its energy flowed through her body and changed it. She became stronger without knowing what strength was. Her consciousness still limited to her naive state, this strange phenomenon continued for an amount of time she couldn't quantify even in the present, but just like all things, her seclusion also had to come to an end. She was discovered by a migrating Nox colony and taken in as one of theirs. Similar to Jungen, she met those who did not carry the negative traits of their race proudly, and learned among them for many years. As her naivety went away and she developed a sense of individuality, as she grew past the limits of natural growth, she evolved into something greater. Yet, before she could blossom, she was taken away from those who treated her well. Rumors of her talent spread to Alcatra, and forces under the Nox Emperor came to her colony to take her away. From then on, her life was painful. She was raised into a soldier, or at least, that was their goal when they took her. Her and Jungen's situation wasn't uncommon. Many Nox children would be used the same way, but unlike the two of them, they were unable to extricate themselves or didn't have the desire to do so, later becoming part of the masses that would be killed during one of the Nox's many attempts at conquest. She endured the torture thinking about her colony and protecting them. She allowed them to use her as a slave as long as her base values weren't compromised, until that day when she learned the truth. Nox who could not be used were useless. Nox who did not remain controlled by their vices had to be purged, and her colony was among those who were eradicated for the sake of unity. She flew into a rage, she killed and killed, escaping the slave camp and killing more. As her bloodlust grew, she became a symbol of death, and through the countless tribulations she endured, her demonic providence awakened, a providence of death. Her history was vague from this point. Her memories of that time were blurry, but all she could remember was slaughter and violence. Her vision filled with the color red. She ascended to divinity, she became a Nox Emperor, and when her life finally regained a semblance of stability, she woke up. She was no longer the person she was when she turned mindless. She could no longer feel those sympathetic or generous feelings that had been instilled in her since young, and the people she hated the most were her own. How was she supposed to move forward from there? She only found two paths: either she once again sank into the depravity of slaughter, or she took the position she made for herself and changed the Nox from the inside out. Naturally, she chose the latter. She tried her best. The title of Death Emperor wasn't a joke. Most Nox were terrified by the mere mention of her name, so forcing them to act as she desired was not a hard task. However, she met opposition easily. The Nox Emperors whose interests were touched by her choices were not willing to share their title with someone who would get in their way. They worked together and made an elaborate plan to make her the public enemy of the universe. They sacrificed her to their so-called enemies for the sake of personal benefit, and funnily enough, that generosity, that sympathy she was taught as a child, it was shown to her by those enemies, not her own people. Her story was a long one. It could not be easily understood through such a vague summary, but she had long forgotten the events of the past. She didn't care who she used to be, because, after countless millennia of isolation with her thoughts, she'd become a different person entirely. She did not have much purpose in this life. The things she thought were her ambitions were the fragile wishes of a traumatized child. She lost them when she finally came to her senses. So, what was she supposed to live for? The answer she found for herself was revenge. Revenge on those who put her in this situation. Revenge on the Nox for abandoning her. But another answer was presented to her. A man too young to even be called a man who was just a boy when they first met. She never expected him to return to her with an answer. It happened before Damien went to the abyss. He returned to the first dungeon and asked her that question. "What is your goal?" The question she had no answer to. "Revenge," she answered. No other thoughts in mind. But the man shook his head. "That's not a goal. It's an eventuality, but it's not one you should put your whole life into. You're already strong enough to get revenge, so what do you plan to do once you've accomplished it?" Frankly, it wasn't something she was expecting to hear. Their meetings in the past had been cordial, but not friendly. She could always sense the hostility he held for the Nox, but looking into his eyes, she saw someone different. She saw someone who was looking at her, not the person he thought she was, so she felt compelled to find an answer for him. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not. Seeing her state, he shook his head and put his hand up to his face. "Riley, it was only a hunch, but I guess I was right. You two really are the same type, you two, huh? Just a guy I know, don't worry about it. Anyway, you can't figure anything out, right?" She had no choice but to nod her head. Then, a grin lit up the man's face. "How about you live for me?" The conditions of her release from this sealed space that they'd agreed upon during their first meeting required her to pledge her obedience to him, but what he suggested was something different. Not mindless obedience, but companionship. His promise was to be a lord worth her loyalty. Someone who could give meaning to her existence. She didn't believe it. She could not put her faith in a man who was barely a child compared to her. Yet, he gave her an answer far better than anything she could find on her own. So, she took a risk. Okay, she agreed to his suggestion, and with a smile, that man who was supposed to be young and fragile, he did something even the greatest existences she knew couldn't do. He directly freed her from her imprisonment within seconds, standing before her. He held out his hand. Introductions and the likes are important in moments like these, and your social skills seem pretty rusty, so let's do some practice. My name is Damien Void. It's nice to meet you. She looked at that hand strangely. Her heart was icy as always, but there seemed to be a small chip on its surface that hadn't existed before. She reached her hand out and grabbed his, her grip weak from years of disuse. I am Tiamat. She was Tiamat, the Empress of Death, and it is a pleasure to meet you as well. And finally, she found the light that would lead her out of this hellish existence. Chapter 1286 Cosmic Rebirth 7. Boom, Kahak. The Karmic Emperor spit out blood as he was struck with an unknown force that he couldn't perceive. Tiamat started attacking the second she declared her intent, and he realized one simple fact. The only reason he was alive was because he wasn't alone. Bang. 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 Blood-red waves shot at her from all directions as immortal blood azure tried to block her vision. But, who was she? It had been a long time since she moved her limbs, but she'd regained a large portion of her old power. Damien released her several years ago and left her to her own devices until now. For that very purpose, she'd been acclimating to her freedom for the sole purpose of revenge. Because nothing could be accomplished until this demon was removed from her heart, and now that she was here, what could a mere karmic emperor or immortal blood azure do to her? The blackness emanated from her body and pushed away all ethereal forces that came near her. Immortal blood azure's attempts to attack her backfired instantly, forcing him into an even worse position than he was already in. He used most of his divine energy when he was chasing Damien. Despite seeming like he had infinite mana, he was nowhere near the concept. The mana he used on Damien himself of course wasn't much, because he didn't need an extreme amount to take on a lower existence. Mana quantity wasn't what could kill Damien. The power of a divinity's law was, therefore, the majority of his power was spent in quite the embarrassing fashion. It was uselessly expended on the unbreakable barrier Dante put up during his brief appearance in a fit of rage. But, immortal blood azure was only partially at fault. After all, who could have predicted the appearance of someone like Tiamat? She was too far disconnected from her race for her to still be included in their hive mind. No, in the first place, her anomalous existence excluded her from the concept. She was a completely independent entity, and for the Nox, this made her even more dangerous than she already was. This cannot happen. The Karmic Emperor was clear on this. Her presence would ruin his plans, but that was the least important thing. If he didn't escape, he'd lose his life here. Of all the Nox emperors, the Karmic Emperor had the least combat power. Unlike the Marionette Lord, who could both do what he did and fight on their own, he was absolutely focused on controlling others and barely spent time on himself. The best he could do was use the weight of his divinity to overpower opponents, but Tiamat wasn't someone who could be felled by that strategy. There was a reason he never entered the front lines and only ever manipulated things from behind the scenes. Even the cooperation he had with immortal blood azure was based on a mana oath. If not for that, he likely would have been found out and killed by the puppet he was preparing long ago. Nevertheless, now that they'd reached this point, he needed to find a route to escape. The best one he saw was the man himself. Protect your master. He sent a command into immortal blood azure's head. It rooted itself in his subconscious, which was already corrupt with the Karmic Emperor's influence, and forced him to move along with its will. Bang! Tiamat shot forward, her fist like a burning comet of black as it pushed towards the Karmic Emperor, but before she could reach him, immortal blood azure was already in front of her, taking the impact with his own energy. Whoosh! The winds whipped chaotically as the traitorous demigod was thrown thousands of kilometers away with all the bones in his forearms shattered. However, in that brief period of time, the Karmic Emperor also found his opportunity. He searched through the crowds below for sacrifices, and found them soon enough. 10 demigods were thrown into the air between him and Tiamat before they even knew what was happening, and as the remaining force of her attack washed over them, they were turned into sorry versions of themselves in an instant. 5 of them were crushed into slabs of meat, all from the grand heaven's boundary side, while the 5 Nox lords among them barely survived, their bodies combining as the Nox did. But the Karmic Emperor must have forgotten, they were up against the Death Empress herself. Such petty tricks held no meaning. Tiamat swept her hand through the air with grace, and the waves of blackness that rushed through the air completely obliterated the fusing souls. However, the inky material that made up their bodies remained intact, rushing towards her like they were being pulled by a vacuum. Devour. It wasn't the same as Damien's skill, but it had the same purpose. The bodies of Nox she killed could be devoured into her own power, and the new generation's demonic providence.as expected, it is lackluster. That was what made the Death Empress so terrifying. Her demonic providence was constantly growing and evolving. And the only way to stop it was to completely erase the Nox from existence. The providence of death is what they knew it as, but it was much more than that. Her providence was based on her name. It manifested as a voracious dragon of chaos, preying on all and spreading death to feed itself. If she hadn't learned to rein in its force, she would have remained controlled by her instincts for her entire life, but because she did, she became so powerful that hardly anyone could stand up to her. The Karmic Emperor was trying to fight her with his tricks and schemes, laughable, though, he did have an impressive amount of vitality. That was the only reason he was alive. Tiamat's attacks were relaxed, and she was clearly playing with her food before devouring it whole, but even then, the Karmic Emperor wouldn't have been so unharmed without his immense life force. He focused on self-protection more than learning how to fight, so that was granted. Nevertheless, it wasn't enough to stand up to Tiamat, and he needed to find a way to escape. He had been put into the position he and immortal blood Azura forced Damien into prior. If he was here to see it, he would have been laughing so hard it hurt, but fortunately for him, he was now completely separated from the outside world. With Iris not having to worry about being attacked anymore, she used creation to both make a place for her to stand and a defense system that could passively take care of anyone who approached her until Tiamat could arrive. Her entire focus was on maintaining the heavenly order, and that, it was a task nobody else would have dared to take. The heavenly order was gluttonous beyond belief. No matter how much universal law she used to sustain it, it always wanted more. But Iris wasn't the same person she used to be. Her newly reformed soul gave her mana capacity she never could have imagined in the past, and to make sure she didn't waste it, she completely reconstructed her mana utilization system to prioritize efficiency. She was enough to support it, and as long as things remained quiet, she would stay enough. Still, the burden on her mind wasn't something to be easily ignored. She also hoped Damien would come out as quickly as possible. Yes, a part of it was because she would be freed from this duty and he would be strong enough to resolve the current situation. But the true reason she hid in her mind was simply well, she really wanted to see him again. Chapter 1287 Cosmic Rebirth 8. The meaning of divinity. Damien already understood it, but he kept pondering it once his worry diminished. With Iris managing the heavenly order, not only did she gain a chance to grow, he was granted peace of mind. Now he could really take his time to think. What did he want? How did he want to be viewed? How did he want to be represented? His answers were all existent, but too vague to be classified as the building blocks of a divinity. I'll save the law for last. Once I have something built, I can take more time to understand how and what to integrate. This was too important of a decision for him to make hastily. No matter how much he wanted to ascend, if he couldn't find the answer here, he'd rather take his chances and cancel his ascension than ascend half-heartedly. Let's think. Damien allowed his memories to flow again. He watched those days in the first dungeon where he struggled and fell into the depths of insanity to survive. He watched his journey to heal through a Pyron in the Cloud Plane. He watched his first step onto the battlefield free of setbacks in the unnamed world. He watched the fifth primal sovereign appear and show him what true power really was. He watched his descent on the divine realm and the realizations he made. He watched his journey through Death Emperor Star and the relationships he gained. He watched his struggles on Calypto and revisited the lessons he learned. His journeys were plenty and the lessons they instilled in him were even more numerous. They were what gave Damien the capability to define himself so easily in his current state. So the first question, what did he want? That's quite easy to answer. I want security. I want control. I want to be someone who cannot be shaken unless I allow it, and I want the people I care about to stand at that peak with me. It was a lofty wish, but that was what he'd been moving towards ever since he stopped seeing power as his entire life. He didn't want to be threatened by unknowns everywhere he went. He wanted absolute control that didn't allow anything to remain unknown or even be unknown in the first place. Therefore, I also want knowledge. I want the knowledge of all things, so I will never be caught unaware again. Omnipotence and omniscience. Weren't they the goals of anyone who could exist in a place where they were possible to reach? Of course, life would become meaningless if these two concepts were absolute, and that's why Damien needed control, so that he could reach a point above them and become an entity they could not bind. So he could experience the joys of life without being bogged down by the reality of being an absolute. Usually, people didn't put such high ceilings on their divinity. If they couldn't eventually achieve those goals, they would be ruined by their own ambition, so most people aimed for more realistic levels by their own perception. But to Damien, there was no point in becoming divine if one was just going to limit their own potential like that. The same standards I used to judge others should be used to judge myself. If I cannot fulfill the grand ambitions in my soul, then I am not deserving of the divinity I am building. In the case of failure, the only person at blame is myself, right? The reason Damien could hold such an uncaring view of the world, where he did not pity those who were born to be weak and did not envy those who reached places he could only dream of, was because he did not discriminate, nor did he act like a hypocrite. He didn't just make claims without having anything to back them. His desire and mentality, they were acknowledged by the heavenly order. A change appeared in his soul, a vague pyramid-like illusion formed. Above it was an eye that gave off a strange luster, entrapped within a manifestation of infinity. This was the first sign of divinity establishment. Then, the next question, how did he want to be viewed, and how did he plan to present himself to the world? I don't care how I'm viewed. Whether I am a saint or a devil is not up to me to decide. I will always be Damien Void, and the meaning of that name will change depending on who is saying it. It has never been my decision how I'm viewed. And I have no desire to be viewed any type of way. Damien was not a saint. He'd slaughtered quintillions of existence without so much as batting an eye, but nor was he a demon. He helped countless people and saved countless lives, whether intentionally or as a consequence of his actions. To some, he was a savior. To some, he was a monster. To some, he was a friend. To some, he was an enemy. What did he want them to think? Since when did he pay any mind to their opinions anyway? The only opinions he cared about were those of the people he cared about, and he had no intention of acting a certain way to influence their perception either. He would always be himself, and that was why they enjoyed being in his presence. Regardless of their relationship, this was why he cared about them to the extent he did. They were his anchors, and they were the people he could completely drop his guard around, acting however he pleased without needing to even think about unwarranted criticism. Honestly, Damien didn't believe this answer was enough. It was too indifferent for it to manifest into his divinity, but he was wrong. Even that indifference was an answer of its own. While it had no physical form like the previous parts, its presence could be felt, the subtle veil of warmth encompassing the rest. So then, Damien's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. It started with space. It expanded with fire and lightning, and then was suppressed through time. Life took root, and death invaded. They then found each other and formed samsara, as if following the example space and time set for them prior. Yet, they still felt a void. Water flowed through that void, earth formed around it, wind wildly danced, wood spread its influence, and metals formed. Let free from their cage, flames rampaged, lightning struck down, and suddenly, the void was full of existence. When creation and destruction finally saw their children in harmony, they dawned, bringing forth true reality. The aspect known as Damien Void was removed from the equation, and a word came to mind, a single word that described what happened when one tried to find where Damien Void fit into it all. Hegemon, that was his position, the autarch of all things both existent and non-existent, of all things that existed, exists, to would exist, and all things opposite them. His title, the title he deemed fit for himself, who did not wish to be constrained to common beliefs, was simple: Hegemon God Damien Void. That was the man he was going to be, that was what his divinity would represent. And to prove his qualifications, he stopped paying attention to convention. Everything was being poured into his soul space to solidify his ever-forming divinity. Today marked the start of an event that would go down in history for the rest of time, the creation of a being that would be worshipped regardless of how many generations passed. This was the first step in the path he created. This was the dawn of an absolute. Chapter 1288 Cosmic Rebirth. 9. Slowly, quietly, imperceptibly, something took root within Damien. His mind and soul were rising in status with every passing second, and as Damien threw away everything he knew for the sake of his ambitions, the stubborn heavenly order had no choice but to acknowledge him. Perhaps there was no man worthier than him for divinity. The manifestations in his soul that symbolized the singular aspects of his forming divinity blurred and began to merge as they were swamped with a myriad of other concepts, and as the process began, Damien's mind went black. Thought was no longer possible for him. He was floating in an endless abyss, but it didn't seem as colorless as it was. It felt so full of everything that there was nothing that could possibly represent it but blackness. He felt bliss in this abyss. He allowed it to embrace him, and he embraced it back, and as his mind was swallowed by the unknown, his body underwent massive changes as well. the lightning baptism came to an end, and instead of furiously striking down as it had been, the heavenly order became calm. Waves of gentle energy washed over Damien's body with every passing second, and as its league was heightened in an ethereal way, another force took charge. Damien always had the connection, he could always feel that there was an ethereal body mirroring his own connected to him. That was the void physique. The void physique had been with him since before mana even existed on Earth. When he awakened along with everyone else, it was the thing that stood in his way and forced him to remain at the bottom of society. However, it was also his savior. It gave him access to devour and allowed him to survive the first dungeon. It gave him access to void essence and gave him the qualifications to comprehend the void, and it was the main backer behind his talent and strength from start to finish. His connection with the void was now far deeper. His soul was bathed in its essence, and his mind held traces of its will. However, the root of his power was first his body and the void physique connected to it. He was still unaware of what the void physique truly was. It was easy to say it was just a symbol of his status as the void's apostle. However, that wasn't all there was to it. The void physique was its own monster. Because of it, Damien didn't even realize the kind of uniqueness he had. Most people only had a single elemental affinity. Some would have two, and barely anyone had three, but nobody could ever have more than that. It was partially a matter of universal law, but the main reason was something else entirely. The vessel of a sentient existence simply didn't have the capability of housing so many laws. Laws were concepts that had an impact on the fundamental workings of the universe in some way. No matter how small it was, for a sentient being to harness their power was already going against the laws of reality, but because they could grow stronger, they wouldn't be affected by the negatives of such an action. Those with two affinities had more expansive vessels than the rest, which allowed them to carry more. However, even they usually ended up focusing on only a single one. Elena and Rose could be used as an example of this. Elena had life and light affinities, but she decided to reach the absolute peak of life instead of following the path of a Valkyrie that required her to focus on light. Meanwhile, Rose chose to focus on illusion, throwing away her wind affinity because it couldn't benefit her much. Those with three laws didn't even need to be mentioned, because, in the entirety of the universe's existence, only a handful of them had been born. At the end of the day, no matter how much talent one had, no matter how strong they got, they would be bound by the limits of their vessel. Introducing more than that vessel allowed would cripple them, or, in the worst case, make them implode from the inside. But Damien controlled a myriad of laws, even when taking only the fundamental laws into consideration. There were more than 5 within elemental, space, time, life, death, creation, and destruction. It was unreasonable. No matter how talented he was still a human. By all logic, his body should have been a bloody puddle of mush drifting around somewhere in the starry sky, but it was not. It was a vessel more whole than anyone else's, and that was precisely due to the void physique's influence. It served as his vessel and allowed him to contain any and all things without worry, and as if that wasn't enough, it promoted absolute balance. Instead of being overwhelmed by his laws, Damien controlled them as their sovereign. And, instead of being crippled when he tried to manipulate them as he desired, he could seamlessly merge them into their greatest forms. All of this was because he was the bearer of the void physique. It had so much impact that the system itself decided it deserved a title of its own. Still, its true worth was yet to be revealed. Damien had yet to gain the qualifications, at least, that was the case before now. His soul was transformed, his mind was in the process of transformation, and finally, his body also gained the qualifications to ascend. The mana heart in the center of his chest dispersed into particles of energy and merged with his true heart, becoming a single entity with 2 faces. The Ananta matrix disappeared from his body entirely. It wasn't gone, but it didn't need a physical form anymore. It had reached a level of evolution where Damien could intuitively control mana perfectly without the assistance of a mana utilization system, his bloodline core. A strange thing that was created when he racially ascended to something the universe had seen before, dissolved as well. Even it was too low for what Damien's body was turning into, like ink and water. A blackness spread through his body and polluted every part. Damien's blood changed. The aspects of existing species left him entirely. Whether it be his draconic side, his demonic side, or even his human side, it was all washed away as a more powerful force started flowing through his bloodstream. Badum. Badum, his heart thumped consistently. The changes in his body from this point forth couldn't be explained. It could only be said that he changed. The void physique in its current definition disappeared. Now, the void physique was just Damien's body in its most standard form. His body and soul finally reached harmony. Damien's current state was somewhat in limbo. He had yet to form his divinity and finality, But he was far beyond the definition of a lower existence, but it was right around the corner. As his body and soul started to synergize, as his consciousness floated in the abyss, so many processes took place in one that his state became incomprehensible, but it became clear, the significance of the void physique, that is, Chapter 1289 Cosmic Rebirth. 10. Most of the void physique's newly unlocked abilities, now that it was fully unsealed, were hidden until Damien could find them. However, there were also several that amounted to direct changes in his body and soul. The void physique wasn't just his body. It was everything that made him, the entire vessel his ego inhabited, including his soul. That was why harmony was so important. With disharmony, he could only somewhat exceed the limits of reality while still being held back, disallowing him from reaching the level of demigods like the Marionette Lord and immortal blood Azura. Now that harmony was achieved, Damien's vessel could experience the full effects. His soul space expanded and reached an almost impossible size. The hidden cavity in which his laws resided became visible to him whenever he wished to see and alter it. His comprehension skills would be heightened immensely purely due to this change. Even putting aside the changes in his spiritual world, his soul state also gave him another ability, similar to the all-seeing eyes, but more intuitive. It was a sort of absolute perception. It didn't near omnipotence, of course, and it had nothing to do with his awareness of the surroundings. It was more like that he could learn everything about a person from a glance, whether it be their habits, their thoughts, their character, or anything else. It'd be revealed to him as if it was never hidden. It was a mystical ability that appeared when his soul connected to the all-seeing eyes, and though Damien was still unable to see it, the eyes themselves had changed in both his body and in his status window. Of the soul-based abilities, the one that was most basic yet most vital was likely protection. With the void taking root in his vessel, his soul received absolute protection from harm, similar to how the void physique protected his body from foreign energy. This protection was much more far-reaching, however, and made sure nothing could perturb his soul unless it was far above his league and unstoppable. Then, one also had to look at his body. In truth, there weren't nearly as many changes to the body itself. Once it was totally merged with the void physique, all of its uniqueness blended into his systems. His traits disappeared and became regular parts of his body, and the same process was mirrored by everything else. It wasn't that they were leaving. If Damien wanted, he could still easily use, storm, or heal. However, rather than being defined as traits, they were now in a state where they simply existed as part of his body. Just like his heart or lungs, his blood became robust, his systems melted into his physique and became impenetrable, and, in essence, Damien gained an immortal body. No matter how many times it was broken down, as long as his soul existed, his body could not be killed, and as long as his body existed, his soul could not be killed. Whether or not he could die was still a question, though, because there was no guarantee he'd experience something like non-existence again if both body and soul were eradicated together. But, while all these changes took place, Damien was in a completely different place. To put it simply, he was drowning in his own divinity. It wasn't a dangerous thing. In fact, it was a necessary step for him to truly understand what he was creating. Divinity was too ethereal of a concept. Most people tried to rationalize it while they built it, which led to the systems currently in place, but Damien didn't do that at all. He threw everything inside of it, embracing its ethereal nature and choosing to approach it the same way. His divinity was truly a reflection of him. But at the same time, it wasn't anything of the sort. It was like he created a divinity for his future self, and his current self had to work hard to reach even the starting line to use it properly. This was definitely holding him back in the short term. His growth rate would be slow, and he probably wouldn't grow at all for months or years at a time, but it was all worth the disadvantages, because once he reached the starting line, he'd be able to race like nobody ever was before him. This divinity, Damien created a divinity that, in terms of league, was only a single step below godhood. It was quite insane to even consider. What is this power? Damien wondered as he allowed his divinity to entrap him. It felt like mana, but it was far higher. It wasn't quite divine energy, but it was just as powerful. Is this me? It was an energy, Damien remembered when he faced the envoy in Alcatraz. That man also used a strange energy he'd never seen before. This wasn't that, of course, but in the same way, he found himself in possession of an energy that wasn't mana. Is this even possible? He couldn't deny that it was. Then, is this what I'll be using from now on? It seemed problematic at first glance. In a place where mana was the energy ambient in the atmosphere, wasn't it a terrible idea to use something else? No, this transmutes and can be transmuted. His spiritual body raised its hand. The energy around him easily changed form with just a single thought from him. In one moment it was void essence, in the next it was mana, and for a second, he even replicated the strange energy the envoy used. This what it means to control existence. All energies that existed could be controlled by him, and his mana was simply a malleable energy that could become anything he wished for it to be. Ha ha ha, he resolved himself to do it properly this time, but it seemed he failed. In the best way possible, he made a divinity that could alter itself. The base concepts would always remain the same, but he could change his nature as he pleased due to it. How amazing! Damien could somewhat understand the situation in the outside world. As his divinity became more defined, his senses slowly returned to his body one by one. The heavenly order still existed and was still sending waves of energy cascading over his body, which meant his rebirth was technically still in process. But I don't think much else needs to change. Rather, he felt quite complete already. He didn't feel the elation of growing stronger or the excitement of breaking the boundary to becoming a higher existence. He felt calm, as if his current state was natural, as if this was how it was always meant to be. Then, the spiritual form Damien smiled happily. I should use this time that's been given to me. Since he still had time within the barrier until his divinity took shape, he could use it as he pleased, and until he left this place, he'd become as strong as possible, so that nobody could threaten him, so that I can finally reach his level. He had a clear goal and a way to get there. Now, all that was left was a silent road of comprehension and growth. Chapter 1290 Emergence 1. The situation in the outside world was getting better and worse at the same time. In the skies, Tiamat battled the Karmic Emperor and Immortal Blood Azura, pushing them back, but on the ground, the Grand Heaven's boundary forces were having difficulty holding off against their enemies. Bang! Tanglingzi was doing her best. She'd killed tens of enemies already, but the number only kept increasing. Not only did more and more Nox Lords appear to replenish their waning forces, but the people behind her weren't fighting nearly as well as they were expected to. The average Nox Lord was stronger than the average Grand Heaven's boundary demigod, and the reason behind it was fear. The fear that was struck in their hearts by this battle, and more than anything, the cowardice that they already held. Most of these demigods did not refuse ascension because they had ambitions in the lower universe like Alucard and Tanglingzi. They rejected ascension because they were afraid of the heavenly world. They did not want to go to a place where their worldviews would be shattered, where they realized the peak they reached was just one of many. That fear led to unstable divinity, something that could barely be called divinity by the standards of those without fear. And because the Nox Lords refused ascension to entertain their personal greed, not out of cowardice or any similar emotion, their divinities, while corrupt, were stable. It was a simple difference that didn't show itself in most situations, but now that they were in direct confrontation, it became glaring. Alucard, Tanglingzi yelled out, and Alucard responded with action. He turned around and slammed his arm through the air, sending a wave of divine energy rushing forward and splitting the heads of his enemies. He ignored the ones he was already fighting and made his way back to the front line. Meanwhile, Tanglingzi took over the fight he was already participating in. She was now facing over 10 Nox Lords at once, but she refused to lose her momentum. They didn't have a choice. One of them had to support the weaker ones among their allies or they'd lose the war even if they won this battle. Bang! 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 Tanglingzi could no longer prevent herself from being surrounded. Attacks came from all sides, and like an elephant in the circus, she had no choice but to dance in the ring they formed to stay alive. Damn it, she didn't know how to get out of this with what they currently had. She was slowly accumulating injuries, and if she kept expending divine energy like this, she would find herself swamped soon. She would die. How do I win? It was hopeless. Just like everything else, it was hopeless. But I refuse. Tanglingzi did not have fear in her heart. Her reason for refusing ascension was even more vain, in a sense. There was someone in the heavenly world, someone she adored at one point in her life, but when they ascended, she realized that she was nowhere near talented enough to stand by their side. She refused to go to that place until she gained those qualifications. Even if that person had forgotten her already, she refused to face them until she could stand in front of them proudly. It wasn't a matter of love or affection, but pride. Tanglingzi had not reached the limits of her potential, and she knew that there was a way for her to ascend after refusing. She didn't know where it was, but that person told her it existed, and she believed them more than she believed her own thoughts. So until she could reach the place she wanted to be, until she could meet that person again, she refused to die. Cook. She spat out blood as a terrifying sword strike grazed her side and burned her skin. She twirled and danced, dodging and evading as she took down her enemies. But there were just too many of them. One died, another gash formed on her torso, two died, her neck was almost severed, three died, Her left arm was crippled, lowering her attack power. It had been like this the entire time. If only she had more allies she could count on, if only the demigods of Grand Heaven's boundary weren't so pathetic. Tanglingzi's eyes widened, she didn't see them at all. She killed 8 of the 10 that surrounded her, but another 3 had entered the circle. Before she knew what was happening, and just as she noticed their existence, another presence appeared behind her, just a few inches away. Shick, a sword went through her chest, her life force began to dwindle. Is this BOOM? She flared her mana, forcing the Nox Lord who impaled her into the air. She stomped her foot into the ground and shot up in pursuit, barraging him with physical attacks before ripping his heart out of his chest. She refused to just die, she already knew what her fate was when that sword ran her through. Her divinity started leaking out of the wound, so the chance of surviving was nil, but if she was going to die, she was going to die proudly, not for anyone else, but for herself. BOM. Boom. Boom. Boom, she didn't explode her core yet. There was still more she could do before the need for that came. She abandoned her post and ran towards the front lines. Allowing Alucard, who noticed her situation, to take over the battle for her, she went on a slaughterfest, killing any and every weak Nox Lord she could find to cull their numbers for the remaining forces to deal with once she was gone, and as her life force dwindled, she saw the battle situation slowly stabilizing. She smiled wryly. It was nice while it lasted. She didn't want a sad death, so she didn't think sad thoughts. It was a shame that she had to go like this, but at least she accomplished something. Right, wrong, a voice came from behind her. She turned around and swept her claws out to kill the newcomer, but her wrist was caught in an immovable grip. She looked up in surprise. Why you are? The woman standing there was not a Nox Lord. She was far too powerful to even be mistaken for one. She smiled at the dying Tanglingzi brightly. I'm glad you were able to reconcile with death, however, I'm afraid I can't let you die here. Tanglingzi's mind was filled with confusion, but before she could ask any questions, a prismatic divine energy rushed through her body. Her wounds were healed, her divinity was contained, and it felt like she was being magically returned to the state she was in before the battle started. As she marveled over her sudden return from the brink of death, the woman who healed her looked out on the battlefield with a grin. That strange thing up there doesn't need my support anymore. So, she raised herself into the air, allowing her mana to billow and her aura to pressure the enemy. Why don't I try out my new power? Chapter 1291 Emergence 2. It was nonsensical. Once Erazia Luminous took her place on the battlefield, it became utterly incomprehensible. This wasn't the outcome that should have occurred. Grand Heaven's boundary should not have stood a chance against the Nox. Their demigods were stronger, they had greater numbers, and they had emperors who couldn't be stood up to no matter how many weaker demigods teamed up against them. So why? Erazia Luminous was terrifying now. She used to be a weakling disguised as a powerhouse, but that was no longer the case. The second she made her advent, tens and hundreds of demigods met their ends. Her laws were flamboyant, seemingly just for show. But they held an absolute power none could stand up to. If one assumed they had an attribute advantage, she'd rid them of it by using their weakness instead. If one thought they could overpower her with raw strength, she'd show them what true strength was. If one tried to find her tactical weakness, they'd come to learn she had none. She'd been missing from the battlefield for years. Most assumed she'd died, while others assumed she was crippled or had fled, but none predicted this outcome. None expected her to become what she was now. Immortal Blood Azura gritted his teeth in indignance, as if Tiamat, the Death Empress, wasn't enough. A new monster like her showed up as well. He no longer had a chance to survive on this battlefield. Currently, he was relatively far away. He'd been thrown like a rag doll by the Death Empress as she fought the Karmic Emperor, and when he acted against his base instincts, he realized that the man he'd been working with for so long had tried to use him. The Nox were not his allies. He always knew this. Yet, he never expected he'd be weak enough to be controlled by them. He lost his rationality as he looked over the battlefield. As he gazed at the barrier of law beyond it, his rage boiled up again, yet, he forcefully pushed it down. Survival. I must survive. He had to retreat. He had to rid himself of the Karmic Emperor's influence before he returned. Even if it meant allowing his mortal enemy to grow, he had to grow within that period, so he wouldn't be pushed down when the time to fight came. He turned his back, humiliation and rage filling every ounce of his being. His divinity was simple. He wanted to dominate and conquer. He wanted to be the final winner in every battle he was part of. He wanted to stand above all others and step on their hopes and dreams. He stayed in the lower universe for this purpose. He had no interest in the ongoing wars, but if he was on the winning side, his divinity would feel the enhancement that his victory brought. However, how did this happen? He had no choice but to question it. This war had a set outcome from the start. Even if nobody betrayed the universe, they still did not have the power to stand against the Nox. Immortal Blood Azura realized this clearly through the senses he'd honed for thousands of years, and thus, he betrayed his homeland for his selfish desires. Yet, what changed? Why did such an impossible outcome become possible? No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, there was only one outlier in every situation. Damien Void. That man was the problem. Somehow, he, as an individual, managed to influence a war on the scale of countless universes. Wasn't it unbelievable? It was so unbelievable that he was still thinking about it, unable to swallow the truth. The man who had become his mortal enemy. The man who's been targeting his Blood Azura Holy Land and has been their target for decades now. That man was the side he should have chosen. Damn it, he flared his aura in rage. In the end, that was also an impossible thing. He would have never chosen Damien's side even if their relationship was amiable from the start. Was he fated to die? How could it be? He, Immortal Blood Azura, was just a cog in the machine, just another fodder used to motivate that man. I refuse. Madness overtook him again. The Karmic Emperor's subtle influence corrupted his soul, giving his emotions fuel to burn brighter. His brain told him to retreat and secretly grow his power, but he could not ignore his heart. He could not take a step away from the battlefield no matter how much he wanted to. Slowly, robotically, as if he was doing his best to resist, he turned back around to face it. Boom. 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 Arazia Luminous was in the sky with a massive array of weapons around her. They rained down hell onto the earth. However, through precise control, their every attack missed her allies while perfectly striking her enemies. Nox lords fell by the tens. The numbers accumulated until over 100 died every second. There were only 2,000 of them left as a whole. Their numbers were brought down to match the universe's forces solely due to her interference. No, that one is even more terrifying. The woman named Tiamat. He was no match for her, because she was toying with the Karmic Emperor. He could neither retreat nor spare effort to influence the battlefield. The Nox lords were fighting on their own. Yes, they had intelligence befitting of their positions, but the majority of them didn't have true wisdom and only instinct that could lead them to victory in battle, the absolute concentration of power that the Nox utilized. So this is the consequence of that. Why didn't he realize it before? Such a flawed system, such a flawed race. Perhaps, even without someone like Damien, they would have met a pitiful end, or... His thoughts shifted again, a product of his denial. He stopped admonishing the Nox. Instead, his hatred gathered on one man. Perhaps I allied with the wrong man. Perhaps the Karmic Emperor was the problem. If so, there was still a chance. The Soul Emperor or the Saint Emperor. I must find them as soon as possible, or so he thought. Yet, his feet would not budge. No, rather, they would not follow his command. He took one step, then another. He started walking, then running full speed back into the heat of battle. He could not resist, and at some point, he just stopped resisting. If I have no choice, then I will at least exert my will in some way. Until he could free himself of this control, he would make his will known to the world. He would not let himself be slandered by the masses. Immortal Blood Azura flared his mana and allowed it to wildly scatter through the surroundings. The sheer weight of his breath crushed several weak demigods. He watched as some ran away, some knelt in submission, and some others charged at him to take him down, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw that scene. Everything he was trying to suppress burst forth again. Everything he tried to do was for naught, because the chase of his lunacy appeared, the barrier of law started to dissipate, and the shadow of a man slowly revealed itself from within. Immortal Blood Azura's body went aflame as he roared, Damien Void. Chapter 1292 Emergence 3. Phew. It's almost over. Damien finally came to his senses. He couldn't quantify the time he spent in the sea of his divinity, but he didn't really care. It was enough time for him to properly gain a grasp on the changes that occurred, and since that time didn't reflect in the real world, it didn't really matter much. What was more important was the divinity itself. What do I even call this? Damien was definitely confused. It had form, but it was formless. It imitated the void, yet the void had no place in it. It was a confusing divinity that reflected Damien Void more than any law or concept, which means, while I can't really compare it to other divinities, it is in its absolute best state. He didn't need a divinity based on law. His laws would be changing and evolving too often for such a divinity to have any real worth. He needed a divinity built on legends, one that would grow by legend and wouldn't impede or be impeded by his growth in laws, though. It's not like there's nothing there. Because of the nature of divinity, laws had to be included, so there were a myriad of them present, and, strangely, something he didn't expect at all. Senior Azure Dragon, back on Beast Emperor Star, Damien had an encounter with a god beast ancestor who should have been long forgotten with time. That ancient being gave him many things, including sealed knowledge, a strange trait, and an egg that was still resting in the sanctuary, unhatched. Frankly, the memories didn't affect him anymore. They were unsealed during his ascension, but what he found were just reiterations of knowledge he already had. It was clear that nobody expected him to grow as he had, but the Azure trait. That was different. He didn't know exactly how it worked, but it had rooted itself in his divinity. It had taken root in his body as well, melding into his flesh and bones as the lightning baptism took place. The immortal body is the void physique's doing, but that didn't change my actual defensive capability much. It just made sure I wouldn't die when I died. However, Azure is different. Because of it, I feel like my body has become truly indestructible. Of course, that feeling was bloated. There was no way for a newly ascended demigod to have a truly indestructible body, but it was true that his physical strength and defense reached unprecedented levels. As for the thing in his soul, I still have a ways to go before I understand what that is. Either that, or there's still a trigger that's missing. Whatever it was, it didn't affect the current him. Damien looked into the sky. It's time for you to go, huh? The Heavenly Order was already dispersing, leaving the ancient battlefield as soon as possible now that its job was done, even though that was an entity without sentience. Damien respectfully bowed to it in thanks. Because of it, he was able to achieve impossible results. Universal law would not have given him nearly the same effect as those strange energy waves the Heavenly Order sent out. Those energy waves supported the setting of the void physique and his timeless drifting in the sea of divinity, allowing him to make the most of this opportunity. But it was truly odd. Unlike his universe baptism, where it felt like the entire world changed, his cosmic rebirth was both quick and relatively effortless. He didn't want to be arrogant, but it was hard. If it wasn't for him already achieving the qualities of divinity beforehand, how could it have been so easy? There was no way to deny it. Damien Void was a demigod. No, he'd be a demigod the second he stepped out of this place. I was expecting things to reach a breaking point before I got out, but it looks like I still have time. It was a strange feeling. Such a big event was just another milestone. In hindsight, he should have expected it. He was stronger than most divinities even before cosmic rebirth, and his mentality had been saturated for decades already. Maybe this is the benefit of being an earthling. Since my sense of time is still rooted in mortality, I matured much faster as well. He didn't want to wait hundreds or thousands of years to become who he wanted to be. He wanted to reach that place as quickly and stably as possible. And that was what he achieved. Cosmic rebirth really was nothing more than a small stepping stone for him. I do miss the effect baptism had, though. It was fun growing so much. In a sense, he'd reached a limit. He'd reached a peak already. As long as he remained in the lower universe, there wasn't much farther he could grow. Speaking of, he thought he'd feel a call once his rebirth ended, but he was wrong. There was no call for ascension at all, as if the heavenly world didn't want to accept him. The ancient battlefield really is a forsaken place. I guess I'll feel the call once I go back to the lower universe, but he still had much to do before ascending, so he had to make plans for when that day came. Before that, though, let's make the impact I was missing. Damien looked through the barrier of law. It was quietly dispersing, and his power made it practically irrelevant to the current him. Partial existence law and divinity. He closed his eyes and felt it. He felt the weight of his existence, the absolute bliss of ascending from a lower existence to a higher existence. The fact that he was here meant he'd finally stepped on the path. He finally made it to the starting point, and, fuck. Who am I acting all calm for? I'm so fucking excited I can barely stand it. His heart was beating so fast that he thought even his current defense couldn't stop it from bursting out of his chest. His mind was impatient, so impatient that he felt jittery, the power at his fingertips. He wanted to use this power. The barrier of law finally started to come down, and instantly, a massive wave of killing intent washed over him. Damien Void. Damien grinned. As expected, I can always count on him. The practice dummy that had been waiting for him to finish for the past few hours. That man who he hated to his very core, immortal blood Azura, was right outside the barrier, practically foaming at the mouth for the opportunity to slaughter his prey. But, why do you look so weak? Damien smiled happily. Well, it doesn't matter. All the shit you've pulled for the past 30 fucking years. Yeah, I'm going to make you feel all that pain with your body, so be prepared. Immortal blood Azura could be considered lucky. Damien's body appeared as a shadow to the outside world right now, and his words couldn't be heard, or else, perhaps immortal blood Azura would have died before he even had a chance to fight him. Nevertheless, the moment finally came. Damien Void was returning to the battlefield, those who'd made themselves his enemy, those who'd stood in his way, all those with wickedness corrupting their actions. It was time to make them all pay. Chapter 1293 Emergence. 4. The world went silent. In the first place, the battle began because of that. The heavenly order and the barrier of law gave off such wondrous fluctuations that the Nox lords gathered here for a chance to get their hands on whatever was inside, and the grand heaven's boundary side, who understood what was happening, came for the sake of protecting that man until his cosmic rebirth ended. The barrier of law never got involved in their struggle, because no matter how many of them died because of their inherent weakness, they kept this goal in mind. They did not let a single Nox approach that barrier, including the karmic emperor, strongest of them all. Now that it was coming down, its magical fluctuations dispersing as if they never existed, the Nox were finally going to find out what they were fighting for. And the allied forces were finally going to find out whether that man was worth protecting. In this silent world, an opaque yet transparent barrier came down from the heavens to the earth, slowly revealing the scene inside. There stood a single figure, tiny in comparison to the barrier, yet with a presence far surpassing it. His hair was long and black, flowing a quarter of the way down his back like an abyssal waterfall, devouring the light around it. His face was chiseled as if it had been sculpted by the heavens themselves, and his body was worthy of being called nothing less than the perfect male physique. He wore robes like a scholar, black in color, and brushing lightly with the wind around him. A serene appearance, like a starry night sky, unbothered by any and all things, and he was vague. They could all sense these things inherently. They could picture what he looked like in their minds. Yet, their perception could not see him at all. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a shadow with deep, amethyst purple eyes that tightly grasped the souls of those who dared look into them. He was Damien Void. He was the hegemon of law, the man who stood equal to the heavens, the god killer, and the bane of all things. And finally, he graced the ancient battlefield with his divine presence. Damien Void, the sacrifice was already in place for him. Immortal Blood Azura ignored everything. He didn't care about Damien's aura nor his pressure. He shot forward with his claws outstretched, with the only thought in his mind being the death of that man. Bloody red divine energy wildly whipped through the atmosphere, crushing the air itself as it destroyed everything in its vicinity. Even the demigods standing hundreds of kilometers away could feel the terrifying aura of that attack, and subconsciously backed away despite being out of its range. Everyone continued to watch in silence. An attack like that, even if he was a divinity, that man had to have died. It was a shame. After all, he'd just ascended. Moreover, he was meant to be the universe's hope. A collective sigh spread through the grand heaven's boundary side as they watched Damien die at the hands of one of their own. But before their morale could drop, there's something, somebody yelled out. As the energy cleared away, the eyes of the crowd turned as wide as saucers. Immortal Blood Azura, it's been a while. Did you miss me? Damien stood unharmed with the claw in his grasp, a thin veil of energy covering his body. You, Immortal Blood Azura roared again, but Damien wasn't planning on listening to his nonsense. No, he wanted to try this new energy in his body, the strange force his mana had transmuted into as he ascended. It was not divine energy, but for the sake of familiarity. Until he could use the energy in its base form, he cloaked it as such. Within a fraction of an instant, his fist was already making contact with Immortal Blood Azura's chest. Boom, kahak. Immortal Blood Azura spat out mouthfuls of blood as his body shot back. Damien raised his hand without leaving his position. Move. Divine energy pulsed from his body, and, as if his command was inviolable, reality itself moved. The earth shot up like a sentient being and chased Immortal Blood Azura, slamming into his flying body over and over again, disallowing him from regaining his balance. The skies became material and exuded extreme pressure that limited his movement speed. The dark clouds turned solid and barraged him from above with icicles made of metal. And even the atmosphere twisted around him, choking him and moving all the surrounding divine energy away from him. Immortal Blood Azura did his best to fight back. He used the mana within him since the ambient mana was avoiding him. He attacked the skies and the earth to get away from them. However, how could he face reality itself? Silence. Damien's voice rang out again. Immortal Blood Azura's eyes widened. His mana was disobeying him. With a single word from Damien, it retreated back into his body and hid itself away as if it were a rabbit facing a terrifying beast. He was left with only physical protection and power. Damn it, he yelled. Indignantly, he punched out. Crushing the waves of earth that tried to bring him down, he punched out, shattering the metallic clouds that barraged him. He punched out, trying to shatter the sky itself for betraying him. However, that was the limit of his power. Without divine energy, he was nothing. How pathetic. Damien's words were devoid of emotion. To think this was the man who pushed him so far in the past. To think a mere bug like this ever dared to make him suffer, no, he is just a stepping stone. My true enemy is not someone who can be dealt with so easily. Damien shook his head, looking at immortal blood Azura now. He understood his position in the lower universe, he was indomitable. That man who could do nothing but flail around in desperation and denial used to be the strongest, but no more, just die. The forces of life and death followed the orders of their absolute. Life rapidly left immortal blood Azura's body, returning to Damien's grasp, while death took its place, wilting his body and soul into husks. Immortal blood Azura, do you regret it? Damien asked. That man, at the end of his rope, gritted his teeth with blood leaking from the side of his mouth, his eyes as fierce as ever. In these few seconds, he'd been humiliated, trampled, and left in the sorriest of states. However, he refused to fold on his beliefs. That was the last remaining pride he had. He could not talk, but his stance was as clear as day. Understood, there was no need for more words. Damien pushed his palm down, and the inescapable force of spacetime crushed down on immortal blood Azura, splattering his body into chunks of flesh and bones. Devour. Damien no longer needed to be near the target. The world itself leaked the energy of the void, devouring immortal blood Azura's lonesome soul into its depths. And Damien gained his everything, his memories. His laws, his bloodlines, his strength, and most importantly, his legends have been absorbed into mine. This was the newly reborn appearance of Devour. If one looked at Damien's status window, they'd understand it all. Devour level max, it reached its full potential, and Damien became a man who could take any and everything his enemies ever created or gained. He was the budding ruler of reality itself, nothing was beyond his grasp. He looked down at the battlefield, uncaring of the death of his great foe, and smiled. If it took that much to kill him, then these people required no effort at all. Damien's palm pushed forward once more, all of you, as if he carried the weight of the world in his every word. The people below, whether denizen or Nox, held their breaths and watched, unable to interfere in his divine judgment, cease existing. There was no sound. There was no emission of mana, there was no presence whatsoever. At once, within a single instant, without a word of opposition, that every Nox lord in the vicinity vanished from existence, their memories, their demonic providences, their bloodlines, their strength, and most importantly, their legends all became his. He was Damien Void. In times of comfort, he was warm, caring, charismatic, relaxed, and unrestrained. However, on the battlefield, he was absolute. This was his path. This was the path of a hegemon. 1294 Hunt 1. The Karmic Emperor's eyes were wide with pure shock. Luckily for him, Tiamat stopped her attack to watch Damien, otherwise, he would have died right then and there. Nevertheless, when Damien easily killed immortal blood Azura and wiped out all the lords in the vicinity, he was naturally in a state of disbelief. No matter how talented he was, he had just ascended, right? This kind of strength should have been impossible, right? These kinds of thoughts rushed through his head and created chaotic waves that completely crushed every plan he had made since the start of this war. So naturally, when Damien suddenly appeared next to Tiamat, those cold eyes gazing down at him like he was some lowly being, he froze up. Need help? Damien said casually, no need. I am enough for this one. Tiamat responded in kind. Alright. I was going to go on an emperor hunting spree. But I guess you have your own grudges too. How about we split them 2 and 2? That depends on which 2 you want. My main target is really only the Saint Emperor, but if I had to choose between the others, the obvious choice would be the Soul Emperor. I cannot allow that. Damien's brow raised in surprise at her quick response. Is there any particular reason? Tiamat nodded. This one is too weak. I will not take the other weak one as well. Is that really the only reason? Damien shrugged. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. I'll take the Inhuman Emperor if that's what you want. However, the Saint Emperor is mine no matter what. You. Damien's eyes shot to the side as he glanced at Tiamat. In that moment, she froze just like the Karmic Emperor. Damien was strong. His gaze alone put more pressure on her than any of the demigods she'd faced before. Whether or not she could face him was still a question, but, as he disappeared without leaving any room for debate, Tiamat had a thought. So even you can make that kind of expression. The Damien who marked the Saint Emperor was not the one she knew. That was a beast. A ruthless killing machine that would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. The Saint Emperor was the longest living being in the lower universe aside from the ancient sovereign. Naturally, he played a large role in Tiamat's life as well. One that absolutely made her want to tear him to pieces. However, she understood this feeling well. If she tried to steal his prey, I may not live to see tomorrow. She shook her head and cleared her thoughts. Regardless, the Soul Emperor was the main target for her revenge, and since the rest were already dead or lost in time, there was no point getting too worked up over it. She would be satisfied as long as she saw that man suffer. So even if he died at Damien's hands, there was no difference. Instead, she looked at it in a positive light, a man who could be so warm that he melted her icy heart, yet so ruthless he could instill fear into her. If there was any man worth dedicating her life to, it would be him. She didn't know where he was going or what he would do, but until the time came for them to meet again, she was given free rein as long as she didn't cross his line. Therefore, she turned her gaze back to the karmic emperor, who was covertly letting out a sigh of relief now that the storm known as Damien Void had passed. "Did you think we were finished?" The karmic emperor flinched. He opened his mouth as if he were going to speak, and he was gone in the next second. Boom, the atmosphere cried out as he shot away at his maximum speed. "I have to escape that crazy woman, and I have to escape that nonsensical man. Damn it, why must fate toy with me like so? For so many variables to appear at once, and for each and every one to be capable of toppling the entire board with their own strength. Did he accumulate some sort of bad karma? No, he did exactly that, but he was supposed to be the one person free from its negative effects. That karma was supposed to be the source of his strength. Good karma could be harvested from those he controlled, but it could only be used to strengthen those he controlled. Bad karma, on the other hand, could not only be used as an attack force, but also as a means to strengthen himself. So why was he being struck by so many consequences at once? I can hear the gears in your brain turning from over here. He thought he was escaping, but he was wrong. He was nowhere near escaping her grasp. Tiamat trailed behind him at a reasonable distance and allowed him to run, not because she wanted to play with her food again, but because she needed to make distance from those grand heavens boundary demigods in order to properly fight. Prepare yourself. This time, I will not let you off so easily. Tiamat didn't know the karmic emperor. He was a relatively new Nox emperor, and didn't exist during her time. However, his twisted snake-like personality and cowardice, even his demonic providence, reminded her of a certain disgusting individual from the past. You may not be him, but that is not my problem. Do not blame me for what is to come, blame him, for he is the reason you will suffer. Tiamat finished her speech, and in the same instant, she appeared next to the karmic emperor. No, his words were meaningless. Waves of horrifying black divine energy billowed from Tiamat's body, sinking him into the depths of darkness. No. From all sides, creatures of unknown origin, those he'd killed in the past, and his own inner demons surrounded him, swallowing him deeper into the abyss. He had no power here. They tore apart his skin, ripped out his nails, gouged his eyeballs, severed his limbs, and made him experience every form of unimaginable pain in existence. It was all an illusion. His mind was being broken with every second, and as the effects started to manifest on his body and soul, his pain was worsened to an extreme degree. Let me out, let me out. Let me out. Let me out. In fact, the karmic emperor wasn't a man with remorse. The guilt of his actions, the morality of it all didn't affect him in the slightest if it meant his goals would be achieved. However, Tiamat commanded death. She had power over her own personal underworld. When she threw him into the abyss, she instilled those emotions into him. She forced his soul to experience sympathy as it recalled every instance of evil it had ever committed, and that was enough to drive him insane. His body twisted and crunched strangely. His bones shattered themselves as his arms snapped in the wrong direction. Blood leaked from his eyes and nose, and foam seeped from his mouth. Tiamat smiled happily. This was only the beginning. Once she brought his mind back and healed it, he still had to undergo a few rounds of physical and soul torture before she let him die. After all, she was finally getting her revenge. She couldn't just let it end without properly enjoying it, could she? When those were her thoughts as she watched the man deteriorate. And far away in a completely different part of the ancient battlefield, a chill ran down Damien's spine. He suddenly had a strange feeling. As if he had a ticking time bomb in his hands, just waiting to explode. It was like the second he made a mistake, that bomb would go off and devour him whole. But that must have just been his imagination. But right, Chapter 1295 Hunt 2, the area was still absolutely silent. After all, the people couldn't easily accept what they'd just seen. No, did they see anything at all? As they stood there, their enemies magically disappeared. It wasn't the work of a demigod, but a true act of God. A working of fate, something that could only be described as a miracle. Even those like Iris who stood at the top of the universe had to marvel. Power like that. Was that even possible? No. For him, it is more than just possible. Unlike the rest, who were frozen in their confusion with blank expressions on their faces, Iris smiled. She expected nothing less from Damien, and if she was correct, he had left to do something even crazier than this. I thought I was getting stronger, but that was just arrogance. She saw herself as the peak of the universe because everyone else said she was the peak of the universe. When she thought of what Damien would achieve after cosmic rebirth, she knew he would be extremely powerful, But this was just on another level, cosmic rebirth. She knew he would be extremely powerful, but this was just on another level. It seems I must work harder. She wasn't disheartened, rather, her fighting spirit was ablaze. That wasn't just any man, that was her man. Watching him achieve great heights, how could she feel anything but joy? Though she wasn't content with that joy, she, like Rose, Rua, and Elena, desired to stand by his side, and while Damien was never someone they'd logically be able to stand equal to, none of them cared, because eventually, they would stand there. Until they stood there, they'd be as close to him as possible, watching his back so he could focus on his path forward without distractions. Iris moved, leaving behind the perplexed atmosphere the rest shared. Unlike them, she had no plans of returning to Grand Heaven's boundary and living the rest of her life in comfort. She found her way to Tiamat, who was still midway through torturing the karmic emperor into a soulless husk. When their eyes connected, they felt a connection formed through their determination, their ambition to grow stronger, their desire to not be surpassed so easily, and they weren't the only ones. Alucard, Tanglingzi, and the rest felt their worlds shattering because of that event. They finally realized how low they'd fallen when they settled for their current power. The motivation they developed through Damien was transmitted through the people close to them, and through those people to even more. No longer would they allow a situation like this to sprout. No longer would they stand idle and let others lead their home into ruin. Just like Damien, who stood up on his own and conquered the ancient battlefield as someone younger and previously weaker than them all, they would stand by their beliefs with all their hearts and take things into their own hands. Maybe, just maybe, if an enemy like the Nox appeared again in the future, they wouldn't need the help of a monstrous genius like Damien to solve it. They'd do it themselves, as the ones who should have been protecting and nurturing those of Damien's generation. Slowly but surely, a change was taking place, a change that would revolutionize the entire universe in the future. Damien didn't immediately go after the Inhuman Emperor or Saint Emperor. He had some cleaning to do before he did. He killed over 3,000 Nox Lords when he exited his cosmic rebirth, but there were still a few thousand of those insects scurrying around the ancient battlefield. The universe's demigods definitely had the ability to take care of the remaining forces, but Damien didn't want to take any risks. The cleanup after the war was equally important. They'd already lost thousands upon thousands of forces, and they couldn't lose any more. The universe would heal with time. New demigods would rise, and as Damien was hellbent on eradicating the Nox in totality, it would not be forced to regress as it had been throughout its history. Therefore, it needed people to lead it. Those who participated in this war and had hearts of righteousness or fear of his presence, who could protect those budding divinities until they reached their potential. The universe would only grow from now on. That was his ideal, and to make sure it could be carried out properly, he would eliminate everything in its way. His perception range was something of legends now. The vastly shrunken ancient battlefield was completely within his vision. The war should have moved to the central area by now if one followed conventional standards, but Damien's presence completely erased that original intention. He crossed the entire plain in a matter of seconds. His gaze swept along its entire gate, and any Nox demigod he saw would be erased by his word. There was no need to focus on the act itself. It was a slaughter against Nox lords who might as well have been powerless civilians before him. They could not fight back, and for the most part, they couldn't even sense his presence. Instead of reveling in their vain deaths, Damien used them as fuel to gain a better understanding of his abilities in combat. Most of them were self-explanatory. The growth of his legend through Devour happened seamlessly and didn't cause negative side effects, and it seemed his soul protection was far sturdier than he originally expected, but that was all guaranteed when the void physique was taken into account. The most curious thing was an ability he didn't expect to gain, that ability to perceive people's inner selves. It all started with the foundational laws, but existence law was far broader than just a sum of their parts. When the four bundled foundational law aspects were connected in their current relay, they were able to form a mini-universe within him. Though it wasn't complete yet, it was still equivalent to what the sanctuary currently was. Existence. Just what did that word mean? It encompassed everything. Everything a human could possibly understand was under the veil of existence. The concept of non-existence was absolutely incomprehensible to the human mind. It could only be inferred as the absence of existence. However, when all things existence were, as the word suggested, existing, how could one properly wrap one's mind around the meaning of the word, whether it be physical or ethereal? To a certain extent, Damien could control it, and this didn't just include energies, but more elusive concepts like fate and emotion. The ability to read people, the ability to understand them, came from this particular aspect of the law. Because they were existences, he could understand their components, both biological and mental. it was an extremely strange ability. Even he couldn't fully understand the function of it. However, as he moved through the ancient battlefield and slaughtered all enemies he found, he learned just how useful it could be. These lords couldn't hold a candle to them, so of course it didn't apply. However, when he suppressed his strength and tried fighting on their level, he found something mystical. Their attack patterns were engraved in his mind. Their emotional states were as clear as day. He could tell which wounds aggravated them the most, and he could tell where the strengths they were confident in were. With this kind of information, he had an absolute advantage in battle, especially against opponents who didn't have information on him. It was amazing. He only started realizing the true worth of the law he was comprehending after testing it with his own hands. He was only now beginning to truly understand what it meant to walk the path of an absolute, and to cement this feeling, as well as to taste true battle for the first time since his exit. He made his way there, to the Inhuman Emperor, so he could truly make the most out of that practice dummy before he fought the Saint Emperor. Chapter 1296 Hunt 3. Two men stood at the edge of the ancient battlefield, uninvolved in the war yet watching as it continued. They were primal sovereigns, not beings who had any stock in it. Orion came to watch over his descendant, while the ancient sovereign's reasoning was more vague, but the deaths of their fellows drove their cause in the same direction as they investigated why their people died. There was no need for revenge. They were not hunted and killed, they died because they met an enemy they could not defeat. That didn't change the fact that it was truly a shame. Primal sovereigns were not common in this world. Space beasts would roam the starry skies as they pleased. But they were merely byproducts. They did not have the same status as primal sovereigns even though they were of the same race. When the ancient sovereign came here, he was originally planning to ensure that the deaths his fellows suffered were not unjust, and since their deaths were caused by their own conscious decisions, he didn't have anything left to do. But, beyond his expectations, he found a connection that made him curious about its outcome. Did you see this too? Orion's words broke the silence between them. They both gazed into the distance with seemingly no aim, but they were looking at the same place. I did not, the ancient sovereign said 3 simple words. But they meant far more than anyone could imagine. Orion was dazed by the words he had never heard his eldest sibling say. Has there ever been a case before? He asked dubiously. Not even once. Wow, Orion shook his head in wonder. What do you see in that boy? He was curious. He swore loyalty to that man so he could find out more about the void. He didn't directly contribute, but Damien's presence, power, and connection with Iris were the reason he eventually met the ancient sovereign again, who finally told him everything he wished to know about their origins. And as Damien grew stronger and grew closer to his granddaughter, Orion became more and more curious about him. He kept doing astonishing things. The greater his state of existence grew, the more impossible Damien's existence seemed, so he was extremely curious about what the ancient sovereign, who possessed sight like no other, saw him. The ancient sovereign remained quiet for a moment, as if even he had to ponder to find a proper answer to the question. At first, there was light, he began. I saw light beyond light and darkness beyond darkness. As they combined in a single form, I saw a man unlike any other, a man with the breath of our mother. He spoke without the usual term of address and flow he carried, which caught Orion by surprise. The ancient sovereign himself was a being of strangeness. Even when he was speaking as clearly as possible, his words were twisted in an air of confusion. I saw his past, and I saw his present. I saw him grow closer to another, yet move farther away. He became an existence beyond existence while still contained in his mortal shell. However, you have never been able to see his future. Orion finished his words, and the ancient sovereign nodded in confirmation. There is no past, present, or future in that child's life unless he chooses to define them. The future he sees is not a future at all, it is an inevitability, yet also an impossibility. The path he will walk to reach that place, and the path he will take once he arrives. The ancient sovereign smiled slightly. I am excited to observe it. Orion scratched his head awkwardly. I still do not quite understand, but it seems he is much greater than expected. No, the ancient sovereign cut in. Rather, he is much more simple than you make him seem. Damien was a normal man. His ambitions weren't so grand as to be considered grand, and his thoughts weren't complex enough to be considered deep, yet, in the midst of his simplicity was an implicit complexity that an average being couldn't understand. One might say it is mother's influence that complicates his simple existence, but it is not so. Damien himself was a contradictory being in ways that he himself didn't understand yet. A lull of silence fell between the two men as they were entrenched in their own thoughts. Their conversation went nowhere, and in essence, they merely reiterated things that had been said countless times already, but they were not ordinary beings. An ordinary conversation with them held immense value. the ancient sovereign couldn't see his future, not because of the void, but because of Damien himself. He, who knew all the secrets of the universe, found something he could not see, and that made him curious beyond curiosity. He will go up soon, right? Yes, there is no question about it. Then, he will meet them, for better or for worse. Orion smiled wryly. Right, there's no answer to that, is there? He couldn't do anything but watch. He wanted to know more than anything else where that journey would lead, but after this event, Damien had become an anomaly even by their standards. He achieved something in cosmic rebirth that he logically should have only achieved when he was establishing his godhood. So where would his path take him from here, whether it be his father, Dante Void, or their mother, the Void itself? The paths they'd laid for him were completely torn asunder as he walked them. Instead of following what they set up for him and easily climbing to strength, he followed his own path without hesitation and became indomitable. Even for them, existences who'd lived for countless eons, he was an inspiration. Orion sighed. Your life is truly miserable, elder brother. He couldn't stand this, he couldn't stand being a mere observer. But the ancient sovereign just shook his head. Rather, there is no life this one would rather lead. As a wise young child stated prior, the cosmos needs an observer. Is there any role more important than this? The two fell into silence once more. Their roles. They knew them well. So as they gazed into the horizon, where a certain anomalous child was meeting his first great enemy after ascension, they shared the same question. The child, what was his role? Did he even have one from the start? And if he did, would he truly follow it, or would he tear down destiny in favor of his own desires? It was a scene nobody in the entire cosmos had been able to witness until this day. As observers recording its procession with their existence, they were the first. They couldn't wait to see what he would show them. It was a plane like every other, with nothing too special setting it apart. Two beings stood there alone. All other parties in the vicinity gathered in the distance, millions of kilometers away, and watched with bated breaths as they confronted each other. As Damien walked up and laid his eyes on that man for the first time, that man also turned to look at him. Boy, his voice was low, but carried malevolence that couldn't be replicated. A wide and ruthless grin spread across his face, painting the air with madness as his eyes widened in excitement. He opened his mouth and infused his breath with divine energy, roaring out as his body trembled from intense emotion. You have finally come. Damien and the Inhuman Emperor finally met, and instantly, their battle began. Chapter 1297 Hunt 4. Before Damien went to meet the Inhuman Emperor, he killed half of the remaining Nox lords on the ancient battlefield. He, of course, had the ability to slaughter them all, but he decided against it. After all, he saw for himself the intensity at which Iris and Tiamat were acting. The Karmic Emperor was already dead, and as if they were racing against time, the two women rushed to find Nox lords. They wanted to take as many of them as possible for themselves before Damien culled them entirely. And who was Damien to impede them? He had no interest in snuffing out the burning flames of determination in their eyes. The remaining Nox lords were prey for them alone, so that they could grow as they wished. That was his gift to them. Nevertheless, there were two tasks left to complete once the culling ended. The first was checking the Saint Emperor's position. He'd been essentially non-existent for the entirety of the war, and Damien was concerned about what a man like him was doing with this time. And he did find him. The Saint Emperor was unmoving, sitting calmly as if he were waiting for something. He had a slight smile on his face and looked quite peaceful, but as if sensing Damien's perception sweeping over him, he opened his eyes and nodded. He's waiting for me. He didn't know why the Saint Emperor was doing this, but he was absolutely certain he was waiting for him. He was likely waiting for him since the ancient battlefield opened and he learned Damien was alive. Damien pursed his lips. No matter how much he wanted to go find out everything that mysterious man was hiding, he couldn't go haphazardly. He had to take down distractions like the Inhuman Emperor first. And before he even did that, there was one final important task: status. He thought the word, and for the first time since Ascension, he saw the system's appraisal of him. The status window changed upon reaching divinity. Sections vanished while other sections appeared. At this level, Damien wasn't the only one whose strength was pointless to measure in numbers. Demigods no longer needed stats to describe their physical state, nor did they need a section to tell them what their skills or traits were. All of this became deeply ingrained in their bodies upon ascending and reached a point where it was impossible for the system to know them better than themselves. However, the status window did still exist. It merely showed different information privy only to divinities. Status: Damien Void, male, age 65, level 400, divinity, hegemon god, legend, mythical hero, titles: Apostle of the Void, Evolver, Heaven's Wrath, Supreme Genius, Physique, Void Physique, Authorities, Devouring 100%, Immortality 50%, Elemental 75%, Spacetime 75%, Samsara 75%, cosmic duality 75%, existence 50%. The changes were aplenty and Damien spent a long time finding their meaning before he went and confronted the Inhuman Emperor. Firstly, he'd finally overcome the chasm known as Level 399 and stepped into the next stage, which was satisfying to see. The section that showed how much experience he needed to get to the next level also disappeared, marking the most definitive difference between lower and higher existences. From this point forth, it wasn't so easy to get stronger. One needed to expand their divinity and flesh it out while building their legend more and more until they finally reached the threshold of godhood. Of course, there were stages to this process. However, Damien and the rest of the demigods in the lower universe still didn't know what these stages were. The two sections that followed gave clues, though. The section titled Divinity showed the name of his divinity, the one he chose for it, and served as a constant reminder of what he was meant to achieve, and the Legends section, which termed his current state Mythical Hero, was the replacement of the Experience section. Mythical Hero was likely a level one's legend could reach. As Damien thought about it, he somewhat figured out how the progression of said terms would go. There was likely something along the lines of spiritual god in the future, where the legend he built became enough to garner worship from the masses. Perhaps there were other levels for different paths that he couldn't think of, but as long as he kept growing his legend, he was certain to find them eventually. This was the new way of progressing power that he needed to become accustomed to. It did make him a little happy. Now, he wasn't the only one looking at a nigh useless status window. The rest of his peers would have to suffer alongside him. The last change was the biggest one in terms of appearance, where stats, skills, and traits used to be was left a single section, titled Authorities. Authorities were the power of a demigod. They were, for most people, the law foundation that formed one's divinity, and encompassed every part of a divine's power. Damien's case was strange. Devour became its own complete authority. This was the system's attempt at quantifying the void, but the most it could see was what the void allowed it to, so only the singular skill ingrained in Damien's body appeared. Immortality was a reference to his regenerative abilities and bloodlines. The power to give him a true immortal body that couldn't be killed, something even gods didn't have, and the next four were the fused laws that made up existence. Their completion rate, which Damien could only assume had something to do with reaching godhood, was stuck at 75%, while the authority of existence was at 50%. It wasn't hard to rationalize this one. He had yet to combine those four fundamentals. Once they reached 100%, they would combine and his existence authority would reach 75%, and from there it was just a matter of comprehending existence itself. The new status window was far more streamlined than ever before, which Damien quite appreciated, and, within its simplicity, he could feel the complex workings of divinity. The powers that used to be under his control were still under his control. However, anything unrelated to his divinity would be weakened to the extreme, which would eventually land him in a spot where he had no choice but to forego everything else for its sake. Luckily, Damien put his everything into that divinity, so even if he did experience this consequence to an extent, it wouldn't be nearly as terrifying as it was for others. If I want to know more and confirm what I think I know, I have to go to the heavenly world. My time in the lower universe is almost up. That was Damien's conclusion. Everything from this point forth was in the heavenly world. There was almost nothing left for him in grand heaven's boundary. He already knew what he was going to do with his time before leaving, and he already made plans to leave. But the first step was not in the heavenly world or grand heaven's boundary. It was right here on the ancient battlefield. Damien walked forward, his eyes landing on that man. The Inhuman Emperor looked at him as well, those manic eyes wide and unsettling. And they began their fight. Chapter 1298 Hunt 5, The Inhuman Emperor's divinity was far simpler than Damien's. Its name was Blissful Agony. It did not refer to finding bliss in a state of agony, but rather, in line with his character, represented the bliss he felt forcing other people to endure agony. The attacks he used were more akin to torture than killing techniques, and the laws he used had been convoluted to the point where they weren't necessarily laws anymore. His demonic providence, Executioner, also backed his divinity extremely well, using a combination of blood laws, metal laws, illusion laws, and several others. He created a power that was hard to explain as just magic. When the Inhuman Emperor heard of Damien for the first time, his thought was just as simple as every other thought he'd ever had. Such a talented human was a perfect subject. Someone who could hold the weight of the universe's hope on his shoulders. How blissful would it be to see him suffer? He couldn't wait to find out. When Damien appeared, he was bursting with excitement and couldn't contain himself. Uncaring of anything else, he charged forth with his divine energy flaring. He infused his mana with a plethora of effects like pain amplification and wound aggravation as he struck out. forming a serrated blade and covering it with an aura of rust that would dig into his enemy's skin and force its way into their bloodstream. As long as the rust particles made their way into a practitioner's bloodstream, it was already his win. They would not be able to endure what came next. Damien knew this. He didn't know much about the Saint Emperor or Soul Emperor, but he'd killed and devoured so many of the Inhuman Emperor's subordinates that he was well aware of all of this man's abilities. Yet, he didn't move. He stood stalwart as the Inhuman Emperor appeared before him and slashed out with his blade. The attack was aimed at his arm, not a fatal location, and Damien offered that arm up to be cut. The eyes watching from the distance collectively widened in disbelief. The matter felt more like bloodlust. It twisted and warped the surrounding air, bringing forth a purgatory of suffering for anyone who got close enough to feel it. In the midst of that purgatory, Damien felt its effects firsthand. The sensation of his soul burning, his limbs being eviscerated, his bones being shattered one by one, and countless other torturous pains. However, they were just illusions. Time stopped. Damien closed his eyes and took a breath. He exhaled, and with the mana infused in his breath, the illusions themselves were dispersed into nothingness. He looked down at his arm with a smile. The Inhuman Emperor's blade was mid-clash against his skin, yet, despite its power and sharpness, it could not penetrate his skin. As expected, the authority of immortality is broken. Or was this just the void physique's doing? Regardless, Damien started to understand the strength of his body, and he was satisfied with such an outcome. He stepped back. Nothing changed. The Inhuman Emperor maintained his posture. Damien casually took a few steps, walking behind the Inhuman Emperor. This is nice too. He pulled his fist back. Time resumed. He punched out, his fist slamming into the Inhuman Emperor's skull. Crack! It was so loud even the onlookers could hear it. That sound. The Inhuman Emperor was pushed into the ground, cracking it with his face. Before he could understand what happened, Damien lifted his foot and stomped on his already cracked skull. Bang! The back of his head caved in disgustingly. If I control existence, then, Damien flicked his finger, sending his mana into the Inhuman Emperor's body. He could feel it, that man's mana. Become mine. He exerted his influence, and the mana had no choice but to follow. The Inhuman Emperor coughed out blood. His body turned a painful shade of red. However, he wasn't going to be defeated so easily. In that instant, he rolled to the side and flared his mana, using it as a crutch to lift himself up. He manifested another saw, along with several needles and other torture tools. He slashed out before Damien could read his movements. As expected, the blade couldn't cut his skin, but that didn't matter. It was just a feint. While Damien focused on the blade, the needles flew through the darkness between space and stabbed into his eyes and ears. His blood splattered for the first time. Damien's hands went to his eyes, his teeth gritted in pain. The Inhuman Emperor wasn't one to miss such an opportunity. He created chains of mana that held Damien's body in place, and in the same breath, he summoned a new device. It consisted of 4 pillars in the 4 cardinal directions. The 2 to Damien's left and right connected to the chains on his arms and legs, while the one behind him held his head and the one in front held his waist. They moved as one. They pulled Damien in every direction. His torso was forced forward, while his neck was tugged back. His arms and legs went in 4 different directions away from each other until they were practically seconds away from tearing off his body. Damien's body went aflame with mana as he tried to cut the chains, but the Inhuman Emperor learned from his mistakes. He may have still been young, but Damien was no amateur. Pain amplification, wound aggravation, festering rot, paralysis toxins, soul-rending poisons, every method he had at his disposal was used to make sure Damien could neither move nor withstand what was going to be done to him. Kikik, the Inhuman Emperor cackled. Kik. He couldn't stop himself. As he inserted needle after needle into that man's seemingly impenetrable skin, as he listened to that man roar and scream in pain, he couldn't contain the ecstasy in his very soul. Eventually, it happened. Damien's arms and legs could no longer bear the pressure. They were torn away from his body with no sense of cleanliness at all, leaving large gaping and uneven wounds in their place. Only a few seconds later, his waist was torn away as well, leaving him with nothing more than the top half of his body. But, Kikik, boy, play with me for a bit longer. The Inhuman Emperor was well equipped for such tasks. He wasn't willing to lose his fun so easily. His power had one miraculous effect that allowed him to reach his current position, even if everything else was discarded. That was a power eerily similar to life, but far too twisted to be called such. Vitality flowed into Damien's broken body. His soul was malformed into a size befitting of its current vessel. Despite his grievous wounds, he would not die as long as this state was maintained. The Inhuman Emperor was giddy as he went to work. His mind was consumed by the screams of his victim, almost to the point where his reaction looked orgasmic. yet, he felt a bit strange. He felt like, vaguely, somewhere beyond reality, a voice was speaking to him. So is that how it is? Damien nodded in understanding. I didn't know I could use mana like this, but it was a good lesson. He stood with his foot on the inhuman emperor's head. The previous scene was obviously not real. Since when was Damien someone who could be toyed around with like that? But it wasn't an illusion either, it was a reflection of the inhuman emperor's mana. It was the thoughts infused in his energy. The desire that provoked him to fight. The inhuman emperor was currently experiencing bliss in that desire, but his soul was no longer attached to his body, rather, it was in Damien's hands. I want to take some time to play around with it, but it can't be helped. He was interested in how souls functioned, and this one would have been nice to experiment on since there was no need to feel remorseful to someone like him, but, unfortunately, Damien was in need of its power, so he'd have to wait to find a better soul for that purpose. Before that, he looked down at the man below him. It would have been a good battle, I'm sure, but you're not that much better than immortal blood Azura. So I probably wouldn't have been able to gain anything significant from it anyway. Damien clenched his fist and pressed all his weight into his foot. Crunch! The inhuman emperor's soul disappeared into a void of blackness as his everything was given to Damien, and his body was crushed into nothingness by pure physical power. Damien smiled. Good fight. He looked into the distance. It was time to go meet that man, so he could finally put an end to his time on this damn battlefield. Chapter 1299 Hunt 6. Are you sure you want to go alone? I must. This is a matter that began with me, so it must end with me as well. I understand, however, I'm going to come with you. There's still a possibility you will. No, you have something better to do, don't you? There should be roughly 500 lords remaining, that doesn't matter. You know they won't have any impact on my power, maybe not, but you are in need of experience more than power. Now that you have awakened your true self, you must become equipped with using your strengths to their full potential. I don't like how right you are, yet, right I am regardless. I get it. But when I finish, I'm coming. Don't think you can stop me. It is nice to have a friend like you. Friend, I'm honored. You should be. The last conversation between Tiamat and Iris went something along those lines. It took a bit longer for them to part, since Iris was adamant on hearing Tiamat say those last few words one more time, but it couldn't be helped. They eventually separated. As Iris went to take care of the rest of the rodents hiding in various parts of the battlefield, Tiamat finally approached that place. A man sat there on his own. He wasn't maintaining a stance of non-intervention like the Saint Emperor, but his visage was just as calm. He had no plans to interfere with the ancient battlefield. Doing so would go against the mission he was fulfilling. Nox emperors were privy to the Nox's hive mind network, but their memories would not be transmitted like the lower-level beings. Because the Saint Emperor made sure to cut the connections of those who accompanied him on that day, the Soul Emperor wasn't aware of the destruction of the Demon Abyss, as he was away from Alcatra when it happened. He didn't care if the Nox died out here, because he still thought he could return to the lower universe and wait for the race to return on its own. Unfortunately for him, his plans had been ruined before they even had a chance to begin. Damien really had a habit of slapping him in the face like that, but that was beside the point. Whether he intervened or not, this day would have eventually come. Tiamat approached without hiding her presence. She wanted him to know who had come. His eyelids calmly separated, those soulless orbs staring into her eyes. Welcome back, he said indifferently. Yes, I have returned, and Tiamat's eyes were ablaze with fury. The Soul Emperor was the second oldest after the Saint Emperor. He had been alive for at least 100,000 years already, interfering with the universe to deliver world and universal cores to his creators. He was present from the beginning of Tiamat's existence to the moment she was betrayed, and of the emperors who were responsible, he was one of the main causes. Tiamat was a hindrance. She never had a connection to the creators in the first place, nor was she born from the Demon Abyss. She was a Nox in name. But she wasn't truly a Nox at all. She had plans to overturn the race that ruined her and rebuild it in her image. However, what image was that? It was certain it wouldn't be the image the creators envisioned. Therefore, no matter how valuable of an asset she would have been, he sacrificed her. Unlike those who envied her strength or feared her authority, who had long died out, he who opposed her because their interests were misaligned remained alive, as did the Saint Emperor, a man who only had one reason to support the coup. He was bored. If she had to choose between them, she'd rather go after that man, but he was already being confronted by someone who was a much better match. Therefore, she came here. You are still acting like a dog after all these millennia. I should have never expected anything else from you, she spat condescendingly. The Soul Emperor didn't react. I am a vessel for my master's will. We are vessels for the master's will. You, however, are a mistake. He stood up calmly. He was like an old man who'd lost all purpose in life, yet there was purpose behind those soulless eyes. A single-minded purpose that didn't require the existence of a soul uniquely his own at all. Did you come here to vent your emotions, or do you plan to once again impede my path? The Soul Emperor asked. Tiamat scowled in disgust. Your path is non-existent. And my reason doesn't matter. Know that you will not die by my hands. There is a much worse fate in store for you, I see. The Soul Emperor nodded. Then, let us fight. Tiamat attacked first, or at least, she thought she did. She stepped forward and summoned the mana of death in her soul, the flames of vengeance empowering them greatly. However, before she could release any attacks, a strange formless impact struck her, pushing her mind out of her body, like she was astral projecting. She watched her body from the air above. It was in a stunned state, and the Soul Emperor paid it no mind, instead looking at her soul form floating in the sky. This is enough. He raised his frail arm and shakily pointed at her. There was nothing, but she felt it. If she didn't dodge, she'd die instantly. Tiamat gritted her teeth. She had nothing else to do in the first dungeon where she was imprisoned but think. She understood her power to its greatest depths, and as someone who specialized in the art of death, she paid close attention to her soul. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, she trained to a point where her soul control could rival even the best of masters. She wasn't going to lose so easily. She infused her will into the incorporeal vessel she currently inhabited, and as if she were the wind itself, she drifted through the air and became one with it. The formless impact didn't hit her, but she understood its horror clearly. I will not be able to return to my body easily. The Soul Emperor had moved for that purpose. With him so close to her body, even trying to approach it would spell death. Therefore, Tiamat had no choice but to fight in her soul state. All pain will be multiplied, and death will follow my every move. If I make even a single wrong move, it didn't need to be explained further. Still, I have not been put at a major disadvantage. She was closer than ever to death when she acted as a soul. Therefore, her power of death would be multiplied just as much as the risk of falling into its embrace. Losing wasn't an option, neither was falling here. To fight against a man who controlled souls in a soul state was likely the stupidest decision one could make, but it lit Tiamat's heart aflame with tongues of excitement. She was here for revenge. What better way was there to exact it than destroying the enemy in the aspect he was most confident in? Her soul was dyed black, a different blackness than Damien's, and power surged forth. The battle had only just begun. She was the Empress of Death, and one day, she would become the goddess who ruled over it in totality. A mere dog of some unnamed pests from the heavenly world wouldn't be the one to end her reign. 1300 Hunt 7. Tiamat's divinity was called true death, just as Elena chased the peak of life. Tiamat chased the absolute peak of death. She took the concept past its regular limits and gave it more meaning, fleshing out its every aspect. True death was a concept that mirrored non-existence. It did not follow the cycle of samsara, but trumped life in all aspects, being the absolute end that consumed life no matter what. The soul and ego did not get reborn, they were wiped from existence and replaced. It was a terrifying definition that made the concept impossible to escape or cope with. It was impossible to see as anything other than what it was. However, she was also an ambitious person. She didn't plan to use death so single-mindedly, just as true death encompassed the negative and horror-inducing aspects. It also covered the positive ones: peace, bliss, a new start, an end to suffering. Death was worshipped by just as many as it was feared by. It was a concept that had been deified, and some regarded it as the reward for all the suffering that life brought. Ironically, as someone who could see both sides of death and bring them together in one divinity, Tiamat wasn't someone who could die easily, but neither was the Soul Emperor. Unlike others, he didn't form a divinity for himself. He formed a divinity of absolute servitude, dedicating everything he had to his masters. His soul was consumed by that divinity, but in return, he gained the ability to influence the souls of others. Obedience that stemmed from the very soul, that was his power. These two divinities couldn't be compared as they were so different. In direct confrontation, neither really had much power over the other. However, the difference was in their foundation. What was easier to break, the absolute loyalty of a dog, or the inevitability of death? The answer was obvious. Tiamat was still in soul form, but she didn't lose out to the Soul Emperor at all. She became one with the air and one with the earth. She was so mobile that it was hard for the frail-looking and slow-moving Soul Emperor to land another attack after the first. This battle wasn't really a battle. The two combatants did attack each other. But rather than aiming to cause damage, their intent was to fracture each other's divinity. they implicitly understood that neither of them could kill the other directly. They were equally matched, and just as Tiamat had an authority similar to immortality, the Soul Emperor couldn't die unless his masters wanted him to. Therefore, it became a battle wholly dependent on spirit, who was more set in their beliefs, whose beliefs held more power. This was the foundation of all conflict, and it was perfectly reflected by them. Tiamat had a simple goal. She had to plant a seed of distrust in the Soul Emperor's hearts. If he even slightly doubted his masters, he would expose a flaw she didn't have. And as she thought about how to go about such a task, she came up with a few options. The first was to try and make him realize that his masters didn't care about him, but that idea was quickly thrown out the window. There was no way the Soul Emperor wasn't already aware of how they viewed the Nox. He'd likely already accepted that his masters would never hold the same emotions towards his efforts as he held towards them. The fact that he accepted it and still decided to follow them was a testament to his loyalty, and such loyalty couldn't easily be broken. The second option was more reasonable. She had to devalue the creators of the Nox, if she could make them seem less all-powerful than he viewed them to be. There was a chance, and how would she do that? Well, the question came full circle. She had to defeat him, nobody else, because she was an outlier. Her existence itself was a mistake those creators made. Tiamat was not naive. She already understood the secret behind her birth. Somehow, somewhere, one of those creators abandoned their child in the abyss. She was not a Nox, but a being far above their race. The Soul Emperor refused to accept this, or perhaps he didn't know at all. If she could defeat him here, he would be forced to accept that he had less worth than a failure. Moreover, if he realized her status, wouldn't he feel like the creators themselves disdained him? She was confident the strategy would work, but to make it plausible, she first had to defeat him in a battle of wits. That is a way to shatter him entirely. Before that, I must create a crack in his armor. The Soul Emperor was impossible to read. He rarely ever showed himself in public, and he never made obvious moves that allowed people to understand the full scope of his power. The fear people felt upon hearing his name was brought about through rumors and whispers of actions that may or may not have been his doing, but facing him directly, Tiamat realized that his status was completely justified. His control over souls was monstrous. He didn't have any law affinities, nor did he use anything like a demonic providence yet. Instead, the natural dominance he had over souls was what placed Tiamat in her current predicament. Whenever he pushed his hand out, an impulsive wave of strange energy was sent into the atmosphere. It was formless and colorless with no presence whatsoever. That pure soul energy transmuted from mana had many functions. It could disassemble souls, control their growth, steal their attributes, instill torture, and more. In the current battle, it had been used for the main purpose of corralling Tiamat and controlling her movements. But those fluctuations were still deadly. If they hit, her soul would be torn to shreds. Even if she could piece it back together, the advantage she'd gain in that time would make it extremely difficult for her to regain even footing. Nevertheless, Tiamat was still dodging everything properly, and the Soul Emperor had yet to use his full power. They were in the process of scoping each other out and probing. Until now, that is, several dozens of minutes had passed, and finally, they tacitly agreed that their current battle method would not work. As expected, "You are too dangerous," Zvumum. The Soul Emperor's mana burst forth, putting severe pressure on the atmosphere. A field was formed around him, a domain of spirits. Countless vengeful souls and tortured souls he'd reaped in the past appeared as his legion, forced to follow his commands. "Death Empress, do not impede my path." He looked into her soul with those eyes. It felt like she was frozen in that moment. However, she stood tall and refused to give in. "Don't get it twisted," she spat. "You are the one impeding me with your nonsense. My actions here are nothing more than the consequences of yours in the past." Instead of speaking in tongues, "Accept your fate and die," it seemed the Soul Emperor found a way through her divinity, but she'd found one around his as well. The battle would be short. Whoever struck true first would win, and as they were both prepared, they moved. It was the most sacred battle method for divinities, to directly place their divinities side by side and allow them to compete, to see whose ideals were worth more. Under the world's eye, they stood trial, with only the heavens themselves as their judge.